Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Folks, welcome back. It's 4 p.m. and that means it's closing time for the markets, and we're going to watch them ring the closing bell. By the way, what a comeback today. Oh my gosh, I left the hotel room this morning going to the White House. We were down 800 points in the Dow, and the Dow looks like it's going to finish about 100 points higher, 140 higher. Nasdaq was down 500, and it's almost unchanged, down a mere 15 points. Oil, really, really good. Some good news on the oil front. The oil prices are dipping. Oil's $58 a barrel. $58 a barrel. That is absolutely amazing. That's why inflation will be coming down going forward, because most things that are inflationary because of the price of oil. To transport a product from one side of the country or one side of the world to another costs a lot of money. You use a lot of fuel. To plant things, to harvest things, to cultivate things, you use a lot of fuel. So everything has an oil price baked into it. Oil prices go down. That's very, very good for the economy. It's good for inflation as well. I'm wondering if the comeback from 800 lower in the Dow to up 140 or so points is on the heels of a trade deal. Everyone's, in the markets, we have our eyes peeled right on the White House to hear what these deals are going to look like. And the reason why I bring that up is because my first guest today is White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly, who's here to talk to us about President Trump's fantastic first 100 days, that rally last night, the first 100 days. Thank you for joining us, Anna. And one of the things that strikes out to me as a business guy is the amount of investments that's been promised to the administration, to the American people, literally. I think Caroline Levitt today said somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 trillion. Tell us about that, if you will.
Yeah, well, we're actually at over $5 trillion in investments into this country, and it is truly the art of the deal at work. As you mentioned, this president and his entire trade team are hard at work negotiating deals on behalf of American people. For too long, this president believes under Democrats and Republicans, American farmers, workers, manufacturers have been left behind, and so this president is hard at work trying to make trade deals with every single country. I know you've heard some of those advanced trade deals previewed. Secretary Besson talked about India yesterday. The president has mentioned Japan, Vietnam, all of these countries that are coming to the table wanting to negotiate with this president. And simultaneously, we're seeing this influx of investments because companies also know the only way to face no tariffs 100% is to come and manufacture in our country. So we're seeing great organizations like NVIDIA, like Johnson & Johnson, coming to the United States or expanding their operations here, creating great jobs and help us bolster that manufacturing industry that has been left behind for far too long.
Do you know the plan? So if there are deals that are being made, say Japan, India, if they're being made, are they going to be held back so that the group that's negotiating these trade deals can use that as leverage to other countries, or will they let us know? I mean, literally the markets are waiting with bated breath on the deals and what they look like. So I'm just wondering if anyone has a sense of if it's going to be released immediately or you're going to use it. I have no issue with either one. Just what's the plan if we know?
Well, I will leave it to our fantastic trade team to kind of relay that strategy. As Secretary Bessent said, there is a benefit to uncertainty in terms of these deal making, right? In terms of making sure we're not previewing too much as far as what conversations are happening, so as to not affect these other deals. But look, the president has been very open. We have so many deals here on the way, making sure we're leveling the playing field with foe and friend, right? These trade deals have long hurt our industries, even in with relationships like the UK and others that are unfortunately still contributing to the hollowing out of our manufacturing here in the U.S. So this president, again, is committed to making trade deals with every single country, continuing to leverage the art of the deal to help get a better deal for farmers and workers here in the United States.
All right, folks, we're with Anna Kelly, the Deputy Press Secretary of the White House. Let's take a listen. That rally last night was fantastic in Macomb County, Michigan. Just the enthusiasm was there. And President Trump just loves, he just feeds off the energy of the crowd. Let's take a listen to the first soundbite, President Trump's speech last night.
But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. I love this state. Got a lot of auto jobs coming. Watch what's happening. The companies are coming in by the tens. You got to see what's happening. They all want to come back to Michigan and build cars again. You know why? Because of our tax and tariff policy. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming up and they're opening up plants and they're talking to us all day and all night. They want to get here and they're coming in at levels you've never seen before. And I want to thank the auto workers for your support. That was great.
And also, Anna Kelly, towards the end of that speech, maybe when he was done with his remarks, he turned and he embraces Governor of Michigan, Democratic Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. Is Gretchen Whitmer going to go full-on MAGA as he turned her too?
We'll have to wait and see on exactly what Gretchen Whitmer's plans are. But look, what is so special about this president, he is willing to truly look anyone in the eye and meet with anybody to work on behalf of the American people of this country. The Gretchen Whitmer, of course, came to him with the vision of improving that base. He went to that base, delivered on this promise. He will listen to anyone who wants to share his vision of working on behalf of the American people. He will ultimately make the decision that he believes is best for the country. But you truly saw that at work last night in Michigan. Look, Gavin Newsom was also in the White House a few weeks ago. So I think this president is truly willing to look anyone in the eye, regardless of how they've covered him in the past. If they're a member of the media, we saw Jeffrey Goldberg here this week as well. And that's truly what makes him so special, because he is always willing to meet with anyone and ultimately will take any views into account, but will make the decision that he believes is best for the American people.
Yeah, he doesn't back away from any fight, and Goldberg kind of did him dirty, so to speak. Another thing he talked about last night, this is why the midterm elections are so important. You know, the Democrats, if they do retain or get the House back, they're going to go for an impeachment immediately. In fact, there's some lunatic lefty Democrat who's already talking about impeaching Trump if they get the House. Trump addressed it last night as well. Take a listen.
And today they did it again. Some guy that I'd never heard of. John James, is he a congressman, this guy? He said, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to start the impeachment of Donald Trump. What the hell did I do? Here we go again. They want to impeach me. This lunatic used up. Actually, I had the television way down, and I said to our great First Lady, listen, did I just hear I was being impeached again? We're getting good at this, though. No, they've gone totally crazy. We're taking back our country from a sick political class that got rich selling America out and bleeding America dry. We don't let that happen anymore.
And, Anna Kelly, Donald Trump won Michigan by 2 million votes over Kamala Harris, a blue state. John James is a Democrat in the 10th district of Michigan. Very important to keep the House in midterms, right?
It sure is. And one thing I'll say on impeachment, this is a fight that this president is used to, right? He is used to the I think 3 impeachment attempts against him in his first term, the weaponization of justice against him after his first term. This president never backs down from a fight, of course, as he said. This is a total effort to impede on his agenda, right? Remember, as you said, President Trump won the state of Michigan handily. He won every battleground state across this country. He won the popular vote in this country. He is simply enacting the will of the people when he is launching this large mass deportation effort of migrant criminals, when he is cooling inflation, when he is securing the border. These are all universally popular policies that the American people want. And so whether it is activist judges, whether it is yet another impeachment attempt, this president will continue carrying out the will of the American people, and he will not be stopped by anyone.
I want the folks, I want the audience to listen, and I'm sure you heard this as well. Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff for the President, policy specific, who's been on the forefront of the immigration battle of closing our borders with Trump since 2016. Very passionate man, good friend of mine, but very passionate. This 45 seconds or so from last night gave me chills. Take a listen.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
I don't know. It's almost like you close your eyes and maybe hear President Trump's own words with those words. What a powerful, less than a minute, literally, last night for Stephen Miller. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, Stephen Miller, of course, is another member of President Trump's world-class team, with him, with Caroline Leavitt, with Taylor Budowich. So many wonderful additions to this president's team. And, of course, Stephen has been with the president since the beginning, so I'm sure he is very used to his style. But, yes, this president has assembled a world-class team. And truly, I think what you heard in that clip and when you continue to see out of this building is we're all having so much fun. I mean, it's such an honor for all of us to have been part of the making promise to the people of Michigan and all across this country to, like we said, cool inflation, deport migrant criminals, restore common sense, and men and women's sports. All of these things that this president has so quickly delivered on in the form of 140 executive orders in just 100 days. I mean, it's truly unprecedented, and truly everyone in this building is so proud to be a part of it and so excited to be part of the new golden age of America.
And hats off to you and to Caroline and Stephen Chung, comms director, who put together such a great team. I mean, we had Chamberlain Harris on, we've had May Mailman on, and we now have Anna Kelly, all deputy press secretaries. You guys are doing a great job getting the word out. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us, Anna Kelly, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we head to break, I just want to remind you all about my podcast and YouTube page, which are both updated daily. Of course, you can hear this show and tons of other content as well, anywhere, anytime, but you must subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. Don't forget, YouTube and Spotify, Apple, wherever you get podcasts as well. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Now, look at that. I see what you did there, Mad Dog. I see exactly what you did there. All right, folks. Tax time has come and gone, but some small business owners are still facing financial difficulties. Cameron Kinsey from Tax Network USA joins us to offer some solutions. Welcome, Cameron. Good to have you back, Cameron. So how does Tax Network USA help clients with tax resolutions and IRS issues, especially if they become elevated or obviously now late since April 15th is come and gone?
Yeah, of course. That's a really great question. Thank you so much for having me on. It's good to see you, Eric. So Tax Network USA, we handle everything for you from start to finish during this tax season and during the process of opening up your case. We negotiate settlements, stopping the IRS harassment. We review your entire tax situation for you. If you want to move on in this process with us, we'll just require the necessary documentation to go over your case just so we can build a solid defense for you. And then, we look for IRS errors, we look for overreach, and then really just customize a strategy from there, tailored to your needs and what you need during this tax season.
Is there a client you don't take? I mean, what's your typical client? Is there an amount of money that you may owe in back taxes that is too much for you guys to deal with?
No, we've settled over $1 billion worth of back taxes. We deal with everyday Americans. We deal with small business owners, independent contractors, retirees, W-2 employees. Really, no matter what you're dealing with, we've probably seen a case or two very similar. So anybody who feels trapped by the IRS, debt, audits, penalties, whether it's $10,000, whether it's $1 million in tax debt, we just step in to level the playing field for you, advocating for real solutions, acting as a liaison between you and the IRS. So you're not, advocating for your behalf on your own. You're going to have experts in your corner, CPAs, licensed attorneys, former IRS agents who really know the tax code inside and out.
So Joe Biden famously put on 87,000 new tax IRS agents. Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, is going after some of this waste, abuse, and maybe even some of these agents. Will that affect how many cases the IRS opens up against Americans? Should we preemptively be nervous about something like that?
I don't think we should be nervous because we have President Trump now. He's doing a really great job. Of course, we're seeing things develop with the tariffs where he's coming out saying this is going to benefit Americans who make $200,000 or less, floating the idea of eliminating income taxes potentially. And then we're also seeing, yes, on the other side of the coin, for the past 4 years, Joe Biden, unfortunately, when he supplied millions and millions and millions of dollars to this three-letter agency, they weren't targeting the top 1% billionaire, millionaire class. They were targeting everyday Americans who were making $400,000 or less, targeting them with audits, targeting them with penalties. And so that's really where we step in. And so I think a lot of Americans right now, unfortunately, during this tax season, just because Doge was advocating for efficiency, we did see liens kind of skyrocket or stay the same, frankly, from last tax season. But we have seen a lot of government overreach go down just because with the hiring freezes and things like that. So unfortunately, they, are trying to justify their budget because President Trump is saying no more, enough is enough with this government overreach. But that also means that they're ramping up efficiency.
Folks, you wouldn't fly a plane if you weren't a pilot. You shouldn't try and do your taxes unless you're an accountant. And if you're not, you better talk to the folks at Tax Network USA. Cameron, thank you so much for the information. See you again soon.
Of course. Thank you, Eric.
All righty. Okay, folks, a couple of days ago, it was April 20th to the 21st, overnight, middle of the night. I was at NASA on the East Coast, Kennedy Space Center, watching a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket, so the joint venture between NASA and SpaceX, watch it take off carrying a cargo, the Dragon cargo spacecraft towards the International Space Station. I discussed this mission with the host of the David Pollock Show and politically uncensored David Pollock. Take a look.
When it lifts off, it's only going to take 11 minutes for that spaceship to get up to orbital velocity of 17,500 miles an hour. There's not a crew on board. All crew supplies going up to the International Space Station. They count on those supplies coming up. Each crew on the space station does about 200 experiments. Anything from brain activity to nervous system adaptations to weightlessness. All this is aimed at really learning about what astronauts need when they go off into deep space for long duration missions to the moon and off to Mars.
Here to discuss this mission is the host of Politically Uncensored and the David Pollock Show. I'm happy to have David Pollock join us from outer space because he's moving like he's from outer space. He's on a boat. Yeah. Actually, David, good to have you. Yeah. Tell the folks about that space launch that we witnessed a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a cool experience. I mean, when you can experience a rocket launch from the coast, and we were 3 miles from the launch pad, you can see here in the B-roll. I mean, it's hard to describe the feeling and the power of that rocket. It literally vibrates your whole body. It was a really cool experience. And then we saw it go up about as far as it could. And you were really good. We knew the booster was landing back somewhere at Kennedy Space Center. Everybody's looking for it. And it lands, and I think you were the only one actually catch any video of it. But it was a really neat experience. Yeah,
we may have some of that video here. Again, everyone's looking at this area. We thought it was going to land in one area, and I just happened to have my camera rolling. I'm like, wait a minute, there it is. And it was fascinating. But it was fascinating to me. You spoke to some people, Japanese people, I believe. And I think there were scientists who had some experiments on the rockets. Do you remember what the experiment was that they were sending up?
Yeah, that was actually really cool because I'm looking around looking for people to talk to, or like, hey, who can we find here? And then this bus shows up. I'm like, who are these people? Yeah, there was some Japanese, Chinese, people from all over the world. But an individual I was talking to was a German who was an engineer, a rocket space engineer, and he actually had a payload that he secured on the rocket that was going up. So the company sends the team out to make sure everything goes up without a problem. And he taught me a lot about how the space station works. I asked him, I said, how does this work? Like, you guys just pay to put it up there? He's like, yeah, and we actually have to pay for astronaut time on the space station. And it's basically it's a laboratory that private companies contract to do their research. And it's a really cool thing. But he said, interestingly enough, SpaceX has made it so much more affordable for them to do that research because of the reusability of those rockets. So this partnership between NASA and SpaceX it's really good for both funding the research that we need to do as humanity, but also helping our companies develop zero gravity research at a more affordable price.
It's amazing, this partnership. It seems like a partnership made in heaven, at least business-wise, because on one hand, you have the private entity SpaceX, which is allowed, they're going to be aggressive. They're going to push the envelope because they're private. They're worried about bottom lines. And on the other hand, you have NASA, who is a bureaucratic machine. It's the U.S. government, taxpayer funded, and they have to take things slower. But they have the research. They've got the data. They've got the experiments. They've got the history. And they've got the scientists who have the experience. What a perfect partnership.
Yeah, well, and let's remember what we were doing before SpaceX. We were paying Russia to launch our astronauts to the International Space Station. I mean, this was what we were doing. SpaceX came, they answered the call when the United States government was looking for partners to help us bring our own astronauts to orbit. SpaceX has perfected reusability. I think this morning I thought it was somewhere about their 475th launch with the reusability. I mean, they are really proving the model, and now everybody's doing it. Everybody is reusing rockets and making space travel more affordable. If we're ever really going to be interplanetary, we have to reduce the price of space travel because, I mean, you're dropping multi-million-dollar boosters into the ocean and having to rebuild them every time. So, yeah, it is pretty incredible what Elon Musk has been able to do with partnership with the United States government. And good on the United States government for recognizing that sometimes innovation can come from our private sector. And working together, we can accomplish amazing things.
Any truth to the rumor that we're going to send Katy Perry and Lauren Sanchez back up in a SpaceX rocket and just let them keep going? Just keep them. Let's not bring back we won't catch them with the chopsticks.
Eric, I don't know if those are rumors or wishes, but certainly if we're going to send Katy Perry back up, I want her to go much higher and maybe spend some time in orbit, like Boeing stranded those two astronauts for almost 8 or 9 months until Elon Musk rescued them.
As Disney says, sometimes dreams do come true. So this was part of a kind of like a news magazine, a documentary that we're putting together. We're fortunate to be involved with the crew from Mario and the Follows group. It's going to be fascinating. Yeah. It's called On the Ground, and we're going to go into some really, really interesting places you wouldn't normally see, like a space launch, but other places like behind the scenes in a combat zone. It will be embedded with some military types on both sides of conflicts, and in the Gaza Strip too, where there's still confrontation and danger.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, that's where journalism is going. I mean, you remember back in the day, you used to have to be associated with some big network and be embedded and have these credentials to go out and bring people information. And unfortunately, we've learned over the years that sometimes there's filters for that information and it doesn't get to reach to people in its purest form. What we've been able to do with this alternative media and platforms like Mario's, where we're able to go to the on the ground and actually bring you real information without corporate filters or narratives or talking points. And that's the real power of this new media that we get to be involved in, and that's bringing people truth, unfiltered truth. And so I'm really excited about the opportunity to get on the ground and share these stories with people.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's amazing. And this all born when Elon Musk was ticked off at CBS in 60 Minutes one day, and he literally tweeted or X'd, he said, if someone puts up a show called 69 Minutes, I'll fund it or I'll support it. And Mario got this deal, this group got the deal, and now there's a 69 X Minutes that airs every Sunday at 4:20 p.m. And then this On the Ground is a spinoff and a lot more to come. Final thought, David, before we go. You're almost a I guess you're an experienced space launch dude, right?
Yeah, I might as well be an astronaut at this point. I'm more of an astronaut than Katy Perry at this point.
You are. You absolutely are. I mean, she literally only, I think she was flying just above where a Delta flight would fly. But, all right, Dave, we're going to leave it there. I think the launch, and pun intended in this case, the launch of the On the Ground show will be, I'm hearing May 1st. But we'll let you know all about it. David Pollack, thank you so much for joining us.
Eric, thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, bye-bye. All right, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
It's a cargo spacecraft. It's going to come back about a month later. So they'll reach in with a robotic arm and pull those payloads out. For a space station itself, the operations are about $1 billion. Then cargo, crew, transport, about $1.5 billion a year. A bargain like you wouldn't believe. That's building the commercial economy.
All right, let's take a look at that. Where is that, Mad Dog? I'm as you can see, folks, I'm in D.C. I'm wearing this suit only because I was at the White House today. I'll get to that a little bit later in the show, so don't get used to the suit. But can't see the shot, the bump-in shot. Oh, Washington. Oh, look at that. I can see it on my Rumble feed. Look at that. That's the National Mall right there. That's, on one end is the White House, and the other end is the Capitol. Right down the middle, you have the Washington Monument. That's a beautiful shot. All right, folks. This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, Iran, and many, many others, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will obviously decrease, bringing down the value of those dollars in our savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from the theoretical possibility towards the inevitable reality of debasing the U.S. dollar. Very, very scary stuff, folks. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. It absolutely is. I don't have to tell you this. You don't have to read it. I'm telling you, it is. That happens, dollar goes down, gold prices go up. Just the way things work. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free info kit on gold by texting America to 989898 with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. Let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation info kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Very important. Text America to 989898 today. All right, folks, Donald Trump's first 100 days as president are officially in the books, because he did this once before. So this is the second 100 days. Got it. Despite what the media wants you to think, Americans are absolutely fired up about where this country is headed. Just listen to the reception that man got yesterday when he took the stage at the rally in Michigan, the blue state of Michigan. Listen to how much they love Trump here. Watch. It was wild. The place was going crazy for him. The president flew through several topics that we should all expect to hear quite a bit about in the coming weeks. He introduces this one thing. One big, beautiful bill is what he calls it, a concept that's being worked on at the White House that will, according to the president, make just about everything better here in America. Listen.
In the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that will include no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it will be the biggest bill ever passed in our country's history. It will include the biggest tax cuts, regulation cuts, military supremacy, and just about everything else. We will cut more than $1 trillion in wasteful and unnecessary spending. And in the next fiscal year, it'll all be done. We're going to have something that you won't even believe. We will end inflation, slash prices. We've already ended inflation, raise wages, and give you the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's already happening. With our tax bill, the average family's take-home pay will be at least $5,000 more than it was just a couple of months ago. We will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors with no cuts, and we will defend Medicaid for those great people that are in need.
Folks, if you didn't listen to it, I was down with Bannon last night at the War Room, and we listened to it. He was so fired up. He was living. He was feeding off the energy of that crowd, and it was very, very strong energy. Another key issue to the president, something very important to the president, voter ID. Something that the Democrats despise for some reason. I mean, what's so bad about making sure you're an American when you're going to vote in American elections, right? Well, Trump did hit on that topic last night, and here's what he said about it.
I also signed an order to require proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. That was easy. And the Democrats fought me on that. Think of it. Why would they want no voter ID? Because they want to cheat. Why would they want to have no proof of citizenship. We don't want it. We trust everybody. No, they want to cheat. That's all they want to do. Think of that, no voter ID. In Michigan, you must never allow ranked choice voting to be here. Never.
So right, so right. Of course, it wouldn't be a Trump rally if the Biden crime family wasn't mentioned at least one time. Here's Trump keeping old Joe's sinister legacy alive.
I stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell? Remember the laptop from hell? When you had the 51 agents, they said, oh, Russia did it. Russia did it. Russia did everything. Russia did it. And it was all like horrible, disgusting stuff.
He was in his element, man. He was just feeling it. He was feeling the love. He's funny as hell, too, by the way. The whiny liberals want to hate on Elon Musk and Doge. Yet this little Trump and Musk passion project has saved the American people boatloads of money. Don't take it from me. We'll listen to the president.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America? President Trump has achieved the most secure border in American history. He's fighting violent crime. He's fighting the drug cartels. He's cutting your taxes. He's cutting wasteful spending. He's draining the swamp. He's standing up to the radical left. He's standing up to the communists, and he's making America stronger than it's ever been. President Trump will never stop fighting for you, your children, and your family, and President Trump will make sure that in this country, not illegal aliens, not criminals, not gangbangers, but American citizens come first, last, and always. Thank you. And thank you, President Trump, for being the greatest president in American history.
Okay, well, that was obviously the passionate Stephen Miller, which you talked about a little bit earlier. He was amazing. That was just a great 47 seconds of Stephen Miller. But let's do talk. A lot of people are waiting to see what's going on with Doge, with Trump and Elon Musk. And earlier today, in the cabinet meeting in the White House today, they were very close. Musk and Trump were very, very close. A lot of people on the business community waiting to see if Musk is going to leave Doge. But take a listen to the president talking about Elon. Do we have that, MD? You got that soundbite?
No, I have the last one.
Okay,
I'm proud to be the president for the workers and not the outsourcers. A president who stands up for Main Street, not Wall Street. You know, I like Wall Street. Wall Street. I have a gorgeous, beautiful building on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. Anybody? You want a little space? I'll get you some space real quickly. Now I've got one of the most beautiful buildings in the world on Wall Street, but I still like Main Street because you're Main Street. I want Main Street over Wall Street. And we want to protect the middle class, not the political class. That's all. I haven't done this very long. We want to protect our people.
And that went on for a good hour and a half. So he was in the element. He had a great night, and that was to celebrate his first 100. Can't wait to see what the next 100 will be like. All right, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Okay, Mad Dog, is this, because my little return in the DC studio is really tiny, can't really see it. Is that by chance pickleball court, New Jersey? Is that
Actually, it's Bridgewater.
I'm looking at my dog.
Wrong last time.
But it's what you call pickleball court, New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, the first time. About right?
Yes, right. I did. It was. By the way, it was pickleball court.
100 days. 100 days. Well, 100 days plus one. That's where we are today. 100 days plus one into Trump's 2.0. That's just 100 days out of 1,500. I know that it's the marker, the one the media uses to neatly package the beginning of a presidency and what it means moving forward. But this isn't your typical presidency. I say it with honesty. It's not your typical president. President Trump wasn't just jumping into your regularly scheduled programming. He was completely erasing whatever programming was there, restoring the original factory settings and starting from scratch on presidencies. Completely topple whatever it is that the last 4 years, and maybe if you add Obama's 8 years, the last 12 of the last 16 years, what they were building and what they destroyed in America. This is called the long game. Trump's playing the long game. We've played the short game for too long. Where has it left us? All you have to do is look at this one fact to explain where we are as a country divided. California Democrats just voted for child trafficking in the name of equity, while the Trump administration actively tries to remove child traffickers from the country. That's right. That one fact right there, all you need to know. And the media, as we say here every single day, has learned absolutely nothing, which is why I was so surprised that President Trump would sit down with ABC for an interview, and watching it, you can understand why. When I heard about it, I was like, it doesn't make sense to me, but it was amazing what he did. He minced that guy, Terry Moran. Time to call out some of the best moments. Remember that pivotal point of Kamala Harris's campaign? The interview heard around the world as the world watched in shock and unavoidable discomfort, watching her word salad through and through, unable to explain her failures as a VP, unable to disassociate herself from the disaster that was Bidenomics. Well, this ABC news interview, was quite the opposite. I would place this firmly as an absolute W for President Donald John Trump.
Do you acknowledge that under our law, every single person who gets deported gets a hearing first to make their case?
Well, are we talking about people that are citizens of our country or not?
No, you aren't deporting citizens at this point.
Well, let me ask you, did they get hearings when Biden allowed 21 million, because I think the number is 20 million people to flow into our country?
Well, I got this guy, this interview, Terry Moran, he looks, I don't know, like ABC sent out one of their backbenchers, one of their most powerless hosts. Hey, backbencher, guy who sits the bench for this one, Terry Moran. Boggles the mind that they sent Terry Moran out there. I mean, they have Stephanopoulos, they have David Muir, but somehow Terry Moran was the guy. Maybe because Stephanopoulos and David Muir are fighting all the time and they couldn't decide who was going to get the big Trump interview. Well, the answer to the president's perfect clapback is no, they didn't. Kamala said, don't come. And then millions came right back in illegal invaders. President Trump is right. No legal issues bringing in 20 million invaders to vote for them, but it's somehow illegal to toss them out. Please help us make sense of it. That's nothing. It got really heated when Terry Moran asked about Hegseth. Watch.
A very good defense, hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't have 100% confidence in anything. Okay, anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question. Look,
it's a pretty important position.
I have no. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
What a stupid question. How about some of the other questions other than that? 100% confidence, propaganda. That's such a genuine and perfect answer to that question. Terry got a similar smackdown when asking President Trump about Vladimir Putin.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am happy.
Then you start hitting me with fake questions. You start telling me that a guy whose hand is covered with a tattoo doesn't have the tattoo. You know.
All right.
I mean, you're being dishonest.
No, I'm not.
Let me just tell you, do I trust? I don't trust a lot of people.
That was so good. I don't trust you. I don't trust. So good. And trust is right. That moment President Trump is referring to about the tattoos is about Abrego Garcia and the media's insistence on lying to the American people about Abrego Garcia's gangbanger status.
And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattoo.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
Right, we'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but
they're in your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at that,
Why don't you just say, yes, he does?
And then the topic turned to Joe Biden and his dementia, and this happened.
I was elected to take care of a problem. It was a unforced error that was made by a very incompetent man, a man that turned out to be incompetent, that you always said was wonderful, a great genius, right? And now you find out all of the media now, they're saying what a mistake they made.
What a mistake they did make. Here is the big guy, dementia, Mr. Dementia and sleep. By the way, just this week, proving that elderly abuse is a real thing in the Biden household.
Let's see. I'm just following my orders here. Staff, if anybody haven't spoken to, I ain't calling on you. I'm calling. I said I had 5 questions. Anita, VOA.
And you know, folks, this whole idea that over the weekend, the White House Correspondents Association gave an award to a guy who said, we missed it. We missed the Joe Biden demise. And somehow that was okay for them in hindsight after spending 4 years covering up for him. And then saying, they didn't apologize, just said, we made a mistake, we missed it, it's BS. As is Jake Tapper saying, writing a book saying we missed it. You didn't miss it, you covered up for him. And then you clap and applaud yourselves, pat yourselves on the back saying, oh, we admit we missed it. Well, you didn't until Trump won, and he's showing you the door, maybe even the door through that goes right through legal courthouses. All right. Done with the media. Before we go, I just want to tell you a little bit about a show that I will be hosting. Show you a little piece of trailer of this brand new show that's coming up only on X. Elon Musk is supporting a group of us doing some really cool stuff on digital. Take a look at this trailer, and we'll go to break right from the trailer. Watch. Every story has a beginning for us. It begins right here in the middle of a pitch black starlit night just a few yards from a launch pad. Attached to it, a smoldering rocket awaiting its final countdown. All eyes lifted skyward as fire and thunder carry a crew towards the stars. This is the debut of On the Ground, a series built on presence, on proximity, on bearing witness to moments that shape our world. From war zones and natural disasters to scientific breakthroughs and space flight, we will bring you closer to the human pulse behind the headline. On the Ground, we go where the stakes are highest and the access is rare. Okay, Dog, where is that? Because again, my return on
it is North Dakota
screen right now. North Dakota, excellent. Not as opposed to Kristi Noem, South Dakota, or Mount Rushmore. Are they making room? Let's bring in Steve Bannon and ask him this question. Are they making room for the fifth portrait on the side of Mount Rushmore for Donald Trump to be up there as well? Steve, what do you think? Is that happening? By the way, thank you for letting me join you last night for 4.5 hours of coverage of the rally. It was a lot of fun.
What do you mean for the join me? You were the wingman. You were magnificent. I had a great time. Tremendous feedback. Although I did think Ted Nugent probably stole the show from everybody, except for the president. It was fantastic. Loved doing it. Great feedback. And it was good to have you here and get to hang out.
Yeah, it was really good hanging out in the war room again. I hadn't been there in maybe 4 or 5 years. It was awesome. And to watch the rally with you, it's great.
No, it was great. And President Trump, let me ask you a question. When you talk about Mount Rushmore, was that Kristi Noem that was there meeting the president yesterday in his motorcade? Was that cosplaying Kristi? What is the story with this? Kristi Noem is like she's so in people's heads.
She would it was Gretchen Whitmer who looked like she was doing her best Kristi Noem impersonation, and she did a great job. And I don't know if I'm Steve Bannon, I'm talking to the White House saying, hey, get her in, put her in the administration, get her out of the way, and in 2028 she wasn't going to be a problem anyway.
Hang on, Brian Glenn confirmed it. He said he got off the back of Air Force One on the back steps where the media and the security come out. He looks down at the receiving line and goes, what in the hell is Kristi Noem doing here? That was the first thing in his mind. I don't know, man.
She's good.
I don't know.
She'd be a good MAGA. And you're teaching me embrace the left. That Lindy Lee, that friend, that lady who was a big donor and advisor to both Biden and Kamala, who now is MAGA as of November 6, 2024.
Hang on. Before you start embrace the Rumble chat in your show. Just embrace the Rumble chat. We'll go from there.
You know what, Steve? Last night, they were first mad at me about my tariff stance, and after we had a little conversation about Donald Trump and myself meeting at the surf club in the late 80s in New York City, and he danced with my date. And they I don't know, for some reason that was the turning point. You pulled that out. You snagged that little piece that helped a lot.
Hold it, hang on. Bowling. I don't know if a guy sending his bodyguard over to ask if your date will dance with him is you meeting Trump. I don't know if that's on the.
No, you're correct.
In the memoir, we're going to have to work that story.
Well, I think, so years later when Celebrity Apprentice happened, then Celebrity Apprentice, and then years later at Fox, and I reminded him of that story, and he does remember that night too, because she was beautiful, and she went over and hung out with him. I did get a chance to go to the White House today and meet with Caroline Leavitt. Do we have time to do this? You have Trump coming out, Mad Dog. What's happening? What's going on?
Trump is coming out right now.
The only thing we have to jump for, hold it. We're going to go into our show. I want to do this. It's fantastic. You guys are over there. The only thing we're going to jump for, as soon as the president walks in to give this technology speech, we're going to jump, and my producers here is going to give me the signal. But go ahead.
Well, we'll roll a soundbite, Mad Dog. See if we can get it in. If we can't, we'll bust out of the soundbite and go to Trump. Go ahead. Can you roll it?
Well, thank you very much. Please.
There we go. There's your answer.
Sit down. Please. Thank you. We have a lot of great political leaders and the biggest political leaders around, I guess you could say, but by far much bigger are the business leaders. It's not even close. I say that to my friends, the politicians. You have the greatest business leaders in the world here, so it's an honor. And this week we're celebrating the most successful first 100 days of any administration in American history. A lot of great political leaders and the biggest political leaders around, I guess you could say, but by far much bigger are the business leaders. It's not even close. I say that to my friends, the politicians. You have the greatest business leaders in the world here, so it's an honor. And this week we're celebrating the most successful first 100 days of any administration in American history. We're thrilled to welcome to the White House dozens of the world top leaders of all kinds, but in particular business leaders. And since the election, the companies represented in this room have collectively announced more than $2 trillion in new investments, and we have a total of close to $8 trillion all told. And there's never been anything like that in this country. We've never had anything close. I would say if you looked at the last administration, probably for 4 years, they did maybe less than one. And we've done almost 8. I would say we'll be above 8 in a period of 2 months. So something happened. I think two things happened. November 5th happened, and November 5th gave you tariffs, intelligently used tariffs and various other forms of incentive. But it's really amazing. I don't think there's ever been anything like this anywhere in the world. Together, we're going to bring back the most beautiful words. I always say made in the USA, the most beautiful words. We're going to have made in the USA like we haven't had before in a long time. In addition to the business leaders whose companies I will mention in just a moment, we have some great people, great senators. Marcia, where are you? Where are you, Martha? Marcia, thank you very much. Marcia Blackburn, Bill Cassidy. Bill, thank you, Bill. Ashley Moody. Ashley, thank you. And John Husted. John, thank you very much. And Representatives Byron Donalds, Buddy Carter, Rob Whitman, Mark Alford, Mike Rogers, Richard Hudson, and Abe Hamadeh. Thank you all very much. We have Mike Kehoe, governors, Jim Pillen, Kevin Stitt, Mike Dunley, along with numerous other members of my cabinet, and I want to thank you all for being here. How come my cabinet has such good locations? You should have given them up to the business leaders. We want their money, you know. They have very good locations. I'm not surprised. 100 days ago this week, we inherited the wreckage of 4 years of economic disaster under the previous administration. It was an economic disaster. It was a disaster at the border like nobody had ever seen before. And you probably see we've closed up the border 99.999%, meaning 3 people got in. 3. As opposed to hundreds of thousands of people coming in on a monthly basis, millions of people actually. There are periods where we had millions and millions of people pouring in on a monthly basis. We had 3 people. They buried companies in crippling regulations, waged war on American energy, pushed massive tax hikes, and gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. In Biden's final year, the United States had the worst trade deficit ever recorded, and we lost 106,000 manufacturing jobs. Other than that, he's done a fantastic job. But now all that is changing, and all that's changing very fast, because we finally have the president who wants to put our country first. You have a president who believes in America first. In the first quarter GDP numbers just out today, core GDP, now we're removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3%. But this is Biden's economy because we took over on January 20th. And I think you have to get us a little bit of time to get moving. But this is the Biden economy. But we still had and we've had a lot of things happen since November 5th that helped this economy, because it was indicating a strong private sector growth. And it only started after November 5th. The private sector started really heating up after the election. Even though I wasn't there, people knew what we were going to be doing, and the private sector growth was actually very good. Very importantly, gross domestic investment was up an incredible 22%, which they had never seen before. Every new investment, every new factory, and every new job created is a sign of strength in American economy and a declaration of confidence in America's future. We really do. We've never seen anything like this. Even Samsung, whose name isn't mentioned here, but I heard that they announced this morning that they're going to be building a very big plant because they want to be able to beat the tariffs. It's the only way to beat them. The entire Trump economic agenda is about making it easier to do business in America, to create jobs in America, to hire American workers, and to build your factories here in America, not in China or any other country. And we're dealing with many, many countries right now, I will say. And I think I can say for Scott and for Howard and for some of the people that are dealing, there are too many to handle. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd love to hire some of the people running these companies. Boy, would you do a good job. I could have Jensen negotiate. He'd blow my people away, wouldn't you? I think even Howard would say that. Howard would say, we'll take them. He'd blow them away. He would make deals. One deal would be the end. That would be it. But we've terminated the Green New scam. It was a scam. And halted tens of billions of dollars of money, wasteful deficit spending. It was like throwing money right out the window. And in the coming weeks, we'll pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And I think even more so, we'll be doing things for business like you've never seen before. You saw it in a little smaller version at the beginning of our last term. You know, we had the most successful 4 years that any president has ever had. The stock market was up 88%. The other markets were up almost 100%. And that's despite COVID and all the crazy things happening. But we had a tremendous 4 years. We've given credit for that, actually. But our big, beautiful bill, as I call it, our big, beautiful bill, we may name it that, actually, will include 100% expensing retroactive to January 20th. So that's all the way back to just about the beginning of the year. So expensing 1 year, you take a deduction 1 year, so you can build your factories right now, essentially almost tax-free, if you think about it. Nobody's ever been given that. And we're going to make that expensing for a 4-year period at a full 100%. So last time we made it 1 year, and you had deductions. You'd do from 100% to 80 to 60 to 40 to 20 to Zippo. And now what we're going to do is we're going to keep it at that level, and we're going to have it for 4 years. So I believe that was one of the reasons that we had such unbelievable growth. Also, we allowed you to bring money back from outside of the country. It was impossible. You had to have 15 different law firms representing you. It was so complicated. And worse was that the tax rate was 65%. I lowered the rate substantially, but still a lot. You know, we shouldn't take your money just to hold you hostage, right? So we lowered it to a reasonable amount. And we took in trillions of dollars, came back. Apple brought in a tremendous amount of money. A lot of the companies here brought in a lot of money. And the businesses represented today clearly understand that if you build your factory in the United States, your tariff rate is 0. And you have other advantages, too. And not the least of which is what I just said, having to do with the bill. Now, we have to get that bill approved. So call your local representative, please, and make sure that we get it approved, because I don't want to talk too early, but we're doing well with the Republican Congress. We have the Senate is doing great, and the House is doing great. John Thune has been spectacular. Mike Johnson has been spectacular. Marcia, you're in there working very hard and doing well. What do you think? Are we going to get it passed? We have to. Marcia, we don't get it passed, I'm blaming you. We have to get it passed. We will. I think we will. But I don't think we'll have any Democrat votes. If we don't get it passed, what would happen is your taxes go up 68%. Think of that. And we may not get one vote because they just vote against. It's Trump derangement syndrome, or maybe it's just they hate Republicans, or they hate what we're doing because they've lost their confidence. They've totally lost their confidence. They don't know what the hell is going on. And we are going to get it done. It's probably going to be fully Republican. Fortunately, we have the House, we have the Senate. And we may or may not have a couple of grandstanders. I don't know. But if we do, it would be good if you could work on anybody. I mean, if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for it 100%. Because I think it's very dangerous politically not to vote for it. Think of it, your taxes go up almost 68%. So, but it looks like we're in good shape, I think, and hopefully we'll get it approved. It'll be the biggest bill ever approved in the history of our country, and it'll be the biggest tax cut ever approved in the history of our country. And in addition to that, regulations, which I'm doing in and outside of the bill, will be as big or bigger than we did last time. We have the record for regulation cuts in the 4 years. we cut 4 times higher than any other president in a 4-year period. And we're talking about 8 years and 2-term presidents. We're 4 times higher than any other president in terms of regulation cuts. And I went to a friend of mine who happens to be in the room, one of the biggest business leaders. I won't mention him because I don't know, maybe he'll like it, maybe he won't. I said to him, so if you had your choice between the big tax cut last time and the big regulation cuts, which were the biggest, again, the biggest we've ever done, I would have said taxes, but he would have said regulation. I said, which was more important to you? And he said, if I could only have one, yeah, if you could only have one, he said, most important would have been regulation. The regulation was more important than the tax cut. And I mean, we cut your taxes from almost 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing your taxes down from 21% to 15%. If you build your product, make your product in the USA. So if you make it in the USA, those chips, those beautiful chips, will make those suckers in the USA, and you're going to be all the way down to 15%. And I think there's never been anything like it. So now we're at the lowest scale for a large country, by far the lowest scale. Our pro-jobs, pro-American economic policies are a major reason that businesses around the world have announced $5 trillion of investment since November 5th, and now we think it's up to plus $8 trillion, and they're really coming in. They're really coming in fast. Some of them don't bother calling us. Some of them don't even want meetings. They just start their plants and start their factories. I want to express my tremendous appreciation to the business leaders here. You are really an amazing group. This is a who's who. I don't want to say, there's an expression if something ever went off, the entire industry would be wiped out, but I won't say that. I want to think very positively, and that could never happen here, could it? But I want to congratulate you all on your incredible success and accomplishments. You've been amazing. You're the biggest and the best. So I'd like to introduce some of you, President and CEO of Hyundai, Jose Munoz. Jose, thank you very much. Fantastic. Jose is investing $21 billion, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which is a beauty. I saw a picture of it, which is going to create at least 1,500 jobs, just the plant alone. Thank you very much, Jose. Beautiful. Chairman and CEO of global shipping giant CMA CGM, Rodolphe Sade. Thank you, Rodolphe. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Investing $20 billion in creating 10,000 new jobs at least. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. You'll be very happy. President and CEO of Toyota North America, Ted Ogawa, investing $88 billion. Where's Ted? That's fantastic. Thank you, Ted. That's fantastic. Ted's investing $88 million for car production at its West Virginia factory, which is a beauty. I've seen it, actually. Congratulations. Thank you very much for being here, Ted. Co-founder and CEO of Anduril, Brian Schimpf. Oh, Brian. Thank you, Brian. He's investing $1 billion for a new manufacturing facility in Ohio and display. Next to me is their 125-pound Roadrunner drone. Where is that little sucker? Where is it? Which is that? Well, whoa. That's a nasty-looking thing. That's a nasty. I look up there when I'm having dinner outside. I used to look up and see the moon. Isn't it beautiful? Now you see the moon, but you see drones all over the place. And I say, let's get the hell out of here. That's a good one, isn't it, huh? I can see it. CEO of Worldwide Amazon Stores, Doug Harrington. Thank you very much. Thank you, Doug, very much. Investing $4 billion this year alone, and I know they said they're going to be investing a lot over the next 2 years. We appreciate it very much. Thank you, and say hello to everybody. CEO of Venture Global, Mike Sable. Mike, thank you very much, Mike. Investing $18 billion in liquefied natural gas expansion in Louisiana. That's going to work out good. Thank you very much. President and CEO of Siemens USA, big company, Barbara Humpton. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you very much. investing $285 million. Executive Global Chairman of Pratt Industries, friend of mine, Anthony Pratt. He's investing $5 billion. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. I read a report today he's the richest man in Australia, but who the hell knows? Do you think you're the richest man in Australia? Close. I don't like to put you on the spot like that, Anthony, but that's pretty good. Thank you very much. That's great. $5 billion. Founder and CEO, Chobani Hamde Oleaka. Where are you? Thank you very much. Investing $1.2 billion. Thank you very much. CEO of Bell Brands USA, Yvonne Girard. Yvonne, thank you very much. Thank you very much. $350 million. President of Schneider Electric North America, Amar Paul. Amar, thank you very much. Investing $700 million for energy infrastructure in its largest investment in its 135-year history. Chairman and CEO of Johnson & Johnson. Oh, I know, I've heard of that company, huh? Yeah, my hair looks so beautiful because of your product. Joaquin Duato, $55 billion manufacturing plant and research and development and technology. Thank you very much, $55 billion. That's a lot. But you got to catch up with Apple and some of the others. We got to get you to make a little, one of the few companies that could do that, right? Chair and CEO of Eli Lilly, a great guy. Every time I talk to him about drug prices, he sweet talks me. He tells me about the middleman. The middleman keeps telling me about the middleman. By the time I leave the meetings, I was telling my people, I say, gee, he's giving us a great bargain. You know. But David, you have done some job. David Ricks, you have done some job. I'll see you later too. $27 billion, doubling its manufacturing investment in the U.S., and he's got a very hot topic right now going, don't you? This stuff is doing really well, isn't it? Really hot company. Thank you very much, David. CEO of Novartis, Vas Narasimhan, and that's $23 billion. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vas. CEO of Genentech, Ashley Mugargi, $50 billion. Whoa, that's a lot of money. Good, thank you, Ashley. That's a big one. CEO of AbbVie, Rob Michael, $10 billion. Thank you very much. Thank you, good company. President and CEO of Thermo Fisher, Mark Casper, $2 billion. Thank you, Mark, very much. Chairman and CEO of Merck, great company, Rob Davis, $9 billion. Thank you very much, Rob. Chairman and CEO of Abbott, Robert Ford, $500 million. Thank you, Robert. Chairman and CEO of a company called IBM. Arvind, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. That's fantastic. $150 billion. That's all? That's great. Thank you very much. You've done a great job. You've done a great job with that company, too, I'll tell you. Chairman and CEO of GE Aerospace, Larry Culp. Larry, thank you very much, Larry. And Larry's investing $1 billion in manufacturing across 16 states, and with us as we have the model of their F-110 engine, which I hear is like, I must tell you, I hear it's the hottest engine there is. You got a gold mine over there, Larry, which powers our nation's finest fighter jets and other jets. And your big engine is really something that I hear is beyond anything that has been produced yet. So good luck with it. And Larry, I think we're going to ask you to say a few words, actually. So come on up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here representing all of my colleagues at GE Aerospace. We are today 125 years old, but we are inventing the future of flight. Today, we power 3/4 of the world's commercial airlines and nearly 2/3 of the U.S. military combat jets and helicopters. So what you see here with the F-110 powers 70% of the newest Air Force F-15s and the F-16s, I know you were in Michigan just yesterday. Yeah. This is the engine that will be under wing on the F-15EX Eagle II that the Michigan Air National Guard will soon be flying. We're excited about what's happening at our company. We're investing $1 billion this year, as the President said, across 16 states, not only in our manufacturing footprint, but with so many of the small and mid-sized businesses that constitute our supply chain. There's a lot happening. We're excited about it. Mr. President, thank you for what you're doing, not only to revitalize U.S. manufacturing, but helping ensure that the U.S. aerospace industry, one of our biggest net exporters, continues to lead the world in innovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. And he has done a really great job. You took over a slightly troubled company, and now you've made it hot as a pistol. So that's really an amazing job you've done in a short period of time. Also with us is Chairman and CEO of SoftBank, Masa. Where's Masa? Masa, come on up here, Masa. Masa has pledged $200 billion plus another $500 billion with Oracle and OpenAI for a total of $700 billion. Thank you, Masa. Come on up, please.
Well, first time of Trump administration, we made an announcement, commitment, $50 billion. We delivered $70 billion over 4 years last time. This time, I tried to commit $100 billion, and President Trump said, "Oh, Masa, go for more." So we did the $200 billion commitment, and then right after that, we SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX together, we announced $500 billion investment. This is the largest investment for infrastructure in the United States, investment. And I think this is more than the scale. The importance is this is the largest infrastructure for the AI, which is the future of mankind, I believe. It's going to change every industry, every way of how our mankind's lifestyle of the future. I am committed. U.S. is the center of innovation. U.S. must continue the leadership of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Masa. Been a friend of mine for a long time. These guys are mover. We got to say, you are really something. It's great. We appreciate it too. It's great spirit, great genius. Tim Cook from Apple is pledging. Not only pledging, is committed to $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the country, 7 or 8 different states. They've already started. And so I want to thank Tim. That's such a big investment for somebody that, had them pretty much in one location, as you know. Now they're coming into the United States, I believe, because of the spirit and the tariffs and the incentives. So that's Apple for $500 billion. And one of the most brilliant men that you'll ever meet, the man that's done in a short period of time something that is incredible. He's the founder, CEO, and president of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang. He's producing up to $500 billion over the next 4 years to manufacture the most powerful AI chips entirely in the USA for the first time ever. Jensen, would you come up and say a few words? This is a smart cookie.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here. NVIDIA reinvented computing for the first time after 60 years. In fact, Ervin at IBM knows quite well that the computer has largely been the same since the 60s. The IBM System 360 described really quite perfectly the computer that we use today. Central processing units, operating systems, the separation of hardware and software, I/O subsystems, multitasking. All of the words that we use to describe computers today were really invented in 1964, the year after my birth. Well, after all this time, we've reinvented computers again. This is what a processor looks like. It's on the right there. People say it's a GPU. That's one GPU unit, and it's 70 pounds, 60,000 parts, 10,000 watts. In order to manufacture it requires probably a couple of hundred companies in the supply chain. It is so heavy that it requires robotics to do. It's so precise. And just to test a supercomputer requires a supercomputer. And we're going to build NVIDIA's technology, the next generation of that, all here in the United States. Without the president's leadership, his policies, his support, and very importantly, his strong encouragement. And I mean his strong encouragement. Frankly, manufacturing in the United States wouldn't have accelerated to this pace. Manufacturing isn't about low-cost labor anymore. Manufacturing is about technology. And most of the factories that build these systems today are the most advanced factories in the future. And we're going to use artificial intelligence and robotics and omniverse digital twin technology to make it possible for us to create the factories of the future. And we ought to build it. We ought to build it right here. The really amazing thing is that this computer is the engine of a whole new industry. And this new industry is called artificial intelligence. And this new industry is a manufacturing industry in itself. That's a factory machine. Just as several hundred years ago, the dynamo was invented. Water would come in and electricity would come out. Now electricity goes into this machine and incredible tokens come out, artificial intelligence. In order for this industry to thrive, we need to build these systems, of course, but we also need a progressive growth and industry-oriented energy policy, which this president has really put his weight behind. I really appreciate that. Without energy, we can't possibly have new growth industries. And we now have the backing of the administration, the backing of President Trump to support the creation of a whole new industry. This industry is going to enable a whole bunch of other industries. What we now call the AI infrastructure is going to revolutionize every industry that we know. All of the many CEOs in the room today are great partners of ours for that reason. We're working on artificial intelligence for many industries, from healthcare to drug discovery to life sciences, financial services, education, so many different industries. And that's going to be possible because we have the fundamental infrastructure here in the United States. And so I want to thank you, sir, for everything that you've done and the strong encouragement and the great policies that make it possible for us. Thank you, sir.
Very much. Thanks. Another brilliant man. You know, we have brilliant people here, and we like brilliant people, actually, but we have a lot of brilliant people in this group, and it's an honor to be with you. Past 100 days have been fighting to reclaim our jobs and bring our country back to a level that it's never seen before, and again, renew the American dream, which is what we're doing. We have tremendous spirit. I don't know if you've heard, but it's become really quite a story. I see Pete's right over here, Secretary of Defense. We have the largest number of new enlistees or people enlisting in the military forces that we've ever had. And if you remember, 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody to sign up. And that's a big turn in a very short period of time. And November 5th had a lot to do with that, and our Secretary of Defense and a lot of the people that you see sitting here really had a lot to do with that. There's great spirit. I can say that also with the police forces throughout the country. We're having a hard time filling them up. It's a dangerous job, but now we have waiting lists at almost every place, and that's an amazing accomplishment when you think. It's amazing. And when I first came here, you remember just 3 months ago, I came in and they started screaming. The fake news was screaming. They were going crazy about eggs. I don't know about eggs. What's with eggs? Tell me. They said, their cost is up 50%, and you won't have them for Easter. I said, well, I'll have to get onto it. But this isn't my problem. This is Biden's problem. I've only been here for 4 days. They're screaming at me about eggs like it was my fault. I just got here. Didn't know anything about it. We got it taken care of, and eggs dropped 87% in the last short period of time. And everybody had eggs for Easter. In fact, we had a big Easter egg hunt on the lawns. We had 48,000 people actually came. And we had a lot of eggs. I don't know how many, but there were a lot. We didn't use plastic. They said, could you use plastic eggs? This is in early January. And I see our Secretary of Agriculture is here. Would you stand up? You did a great job. You got me out of a lot of trouble. Brooke Rollins. She got me out of a lot because they were trying to blame me for eggs, and I didn't know anything about it yet. Explain it to me. But we had plenty of eggs, Brooke, right, for Easter. There was no dearth. And we have another man in the audience who's maybe the most important man in the room because he's the head of the Environmental Protection Agency, meaning he's the one that approves all your plants. And when Jensen and some of the others came in about numerous of the others, especially having to do with AI, they came in, I learned a lot. Number one, I learned we need double the electricity that we have right now for the whole country, and really more than that. I mean, 2 times would be even better. It was like unlimited thirst for electricity. And at first I said, how's that possible? But that's, whatever it is, it's possible. That machine that you say you can barely lift is, I guess, it sucks up a lot of energy. But we need more than double what we have right now. So you take all of the energy, even the energy in this beautiful, incredible, is this the greatest? I mean, no matter, I don't care where you come from with your $50 billion plant, the White House is the White House, right? You got to see in the Oval Office, if you want to take a trip down to the Oval Office, any of you come down with me, I'll show you a beautiful office. It'll blow your beautiful offices away. They'll stop and they'll say, for a lot of other reasons, but it's a beautiful place. And if you want to, I'm serious, you can do that. But I told Jensen, I told Tim, I told everybody that's building these very big, incredible plants, really plants of the future, they were talking about hooking into the grid. I said, well, the grid is old, and it's subject to mishap. Things can happen, including storms and much worse than storms. And if you want, I'll let you build your own utility plant, your own electric plant along with your building. You can build it inside of the plant or you can build it outside of the plant. And I went to Lee Zeldin right here and I said, Lee, we got to get fast approvals for these people. They're going to do the best job. They're going to have the best engineers, the best everything. Would like to have them build their electric for them. They don't have to go outside. You become a utility. You become a great producer of electric, and if you have any extra, you put it back into the grid if you want, or you sell it back in. But you're going to be able to build, so this way we don't have to worry about do we have enough. Because if you look at California, they have brownouts, blackouts, and everything else. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Governor doesn't have a clue. But the last thing you want to do is be hooking up to the California grid so that we can go in and you'll say, gee, we have to close down the factory for a couple of days. We have a little brownout going on. So you're going to be able to build your own plant and produce as much electric as your beautiful heart's desire. And that'll be something that nobody's done before. And we're going to ask Lee to get those approved very quickly. And he'll get it approved before you can even imagine. He's great. He's great. He knows the difference. You can take years to get those approved. I would say previous to us, it would be years and years. Or you could take weeks to get them approved, and it'll be just as good. But they don't play games, and they're going to get it done, and they'll get it done very quickly. So that's going to be a big help because you're going to have unlimited energy, unlimited electricity. And I think it's going to really, we want to stay number one. We're number one right now by a lot. I will say this, if I didn't get elected, I would say get out of the AI business fast. Get out of all business fast, probably. Maybe get out of the country fast, because this country was heading in the wrong direction, but now it's heading in the right direction. I think it's the most consequential 100 days in the history of our country in certain ways. We had an editorial from a group that normally wouldn't give good editorials to people like me. And they said he's the most consequential president because of what he's doing with all of these policies that you're reading about, long beyond the electricity and the plants, having to do with many other things like secure borders and all of the many, many things. I could go down and name them. We're going to be getting tremendous amounts of drug and pharmaceutical companies going to be pouring into the country. They're going to have to. They're going to have to, and we're going to give them a lot of time to do it, but after that, there's going to be a tariff wall put up, and they won't be happy about it, but they'll be happy if they start building right now. Right now, it's going to be built, and after a certain period of time, it's going to get tougher, and then it's going to be real hard to do business in this country. So for the pharmaceutical companies, chip companies, a lot of different companies, we're all set to really grow. Groceries are down. The grocery prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We had some gasoline selling for $1.98 a gallon just recently in 3 different states over the last 2 days. It was at $4, and it was higher than that in some places. It was over $5. We have it way down. Energy prices are down all over the country. Mortgage rates are actually down slightly, even though I have a guy in the Fed that I'm not a huge fan of, but that's all right. These are minor details. Don't tell him I said that, please. As the cameras rock and roll back there. No, he should reduce interest rates. I think I understand interest a lot better than him because I've had to really use interest rates. But we should have interest rates go down. It would be positive, but it's not going to matter that much because ultimately what we're creating has much more to do with other things than it does just pure interest rates. But it would be nice for people wanting to buy homes and things. The prescription drug prices just saw the largest monthly decline ever recorded. So, David, I'm having a little bit of an impact, at least on you, as I just browbeat this guy. And he's got he looks like he's 25 years old. He has this massive company, Eli Lilly, and it has no impact on him whatsoever. But I just see this number just came out. It's the largest monthly decline ever recorded. Yeah, but it's probably about 2%. They did that to make me feel a little bit better. But I appreciate it. We have achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, and we're at a level that nobody thought we could get to in 2 years, let alone a couple of months. And I think Kristi Noem is here someplace. Where is Kristi? She's here. Stand up, Kristi. And Tom Homan. And I see Linda. Stand up, Linda. You're doing so good. Education. We're bringing education back to the States, where it belongs. And she's been incredible. She's very upset with Harvard. They have $53 billion in a fund, and yet they want more grants. And it looks like we're not going to be giving them any more grants, right, Linda? And, a grant is at our discretion, and they're really not behaving well, so it's too bad. But our country is roaring like never before. Nobody's ever really seen anything like this. And again, the big thing is whether it's $8 trillion or even more than that, by the end of the year, it could be a number that would be, I think it's already, there's never been anything like it, but this is in a period of a couple of months. I think by the end of the year, the numbers will be just staggering. It's really going to be something very special, and I'm very honored to be with you. And I'd ask if anybody has any questions, please. This is your time. This is your time. You'll be live on television, all the fake news back there. Now that'll keep them down, right? That's the way to keep them down, unless they're bad people, in which case, unless they want to make some news. Would anybody have any questions? Anybody? Business leaders? You want to know anything about depreciation? No? I love it. We've done such a good job, we don't have to take. Howard, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
The president talks about $8 trillion coming into America. And there's only one reason it's coming in. It's because he's finally set an industrial policy for the United States of America. We are the greatest economy in the world. We finally have a president who understands that we need to reindustrialize. We need to be made in America, made in the USA. And you feel it. You feel it with these leaders. You feel it across all your peers. Everyone feels it. It's coming back to America, and we are going to be rocking. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Great job. So thank you very much, everybody. And for the business leaders, if any of you would like to come down to the Oval and say hello, if you've never seen it, if you have seen it, just go home and enjoy your lives, count your money. But if you'd like to come down, I'm heading down there now. And again, thank you very much, everybody. Pam, you're doing a fantastic job. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
What a group of business titans in the entire cabinet stuck around, looked like, from the cabinet meeting today, which was quite historic. President Trump going around the room on the cabinet meeting for his 100th day, and just had tremendous feedback and great information from the cabinet officials. You're here at the War Room. It is Wednesday, 30 April, year of our Lord 2025. Do I have D.C. Drano? Is D.C. Drano with us? Okay, here's what we're going to do. He's up? He's ready to go? Okay, fine. We're going to get D.C. Drano here in a moment. President talked about exactly what we've been talking with D.C. Drano about, habeas corpus, and implementing one of his policies. Today, the president at the cabinet meeting summarized, I think, pretty succinctly where we've been in 100 days. He went around the table. It was pretty extraordinary, the action items people are talking about. Then he had to open, the cabinet meeting had to go a couple hours. President Trump disintermediating the mainstream media so you can get there and get it live. That's why Real America's Voice in the War Room, we're trying to get as much of this live as possible so that you can see it. It's just pretty extraordinary to have that kind of access. Right there, he gave a talk. You couldn't see who was in the audience totally, but it was a who's who of the Fortune 500. I mean, he had NVIDIA there, he had Eli Lilly there, he had all the big drug manufacturers, big tech companies. Masa-san from SoftBank, one of my favorites. He's there. He's the guy in back of putting $500 billion into one of the AI coordinating companies, I guess they're called, the data center companies. So much going on, and the president wants more and more commitments of folks making commitments to bring jobs back here to the United States. Today, and I talked to Navarro, and we've got a clip from him maybe we can play later in the 6 o'clock hour. We're also going to try to get Eduardo Bolsonaro is in town. He's in town. He's going to come by today and be there and be here for the 6 o'clock hour. We have a lot to go through. But I talked to Navarro. If you really deconstruct these numbers, the first quarter number is not really down. You got to back a bunch of stuff out of it to get to the real GDP. Peter went on Squawk today at 9:30 to do that. That's why the markets didn't overreact to this thing. It was a little bit down at the beginning, but then they realized a lot of these are just accounting and bookkeeping issues related to GDP. So nobody really cared. Of course, the mainstream media tried to make another mountain out of a molehill, but not to worry. It was not that importance. Huge news for the War Room Posse. In fact, I told Mike Davis he was going to start the show with us. I've told Mike, let's do it tomorrow. But if you remember the other day, on the day that Amazon came after President Trump by saying, "Hey, we're going to put the tariffs up there in a special kind of box so people can see it," and of course the War Room Posse in the White House had to back that off. President Trump actually talked to Bezos one-on-one, and they dropped it. On that same day, it was brought to our attention by many people that are in kind of the antitrust movement. And Mike Davis came to us and said over on Capitol Hill, inside this massive, the one big beautiful bill, and you're going to get a lot of this in this one big beautiful bill. You're going to really we're going to have to deconstruct it for you. In that bill was Jim Jordan and his team over there was trying to get rid of the FTC, and one of the reasons to get rid of the Federal Trade Commission is because they're the guys coming after Facebook. And Facebook's a big sponsor of Capitol Hill. This is how the system works. This is how the swamp works. You went to Article 3 project. You download the app. You've got your Bill Blaster. Grace Chung and the team there have built that. Everybody went to Capitol Hill and inundated. People blew their phones up and said, absolutely no way. We don't want to get rid of the FTC. We like the fact that President Trump has put together an incredible team of antitrust types. They're like Elliot Ness and the Untouchables. We want to break up the oligarchs. We do not want to be like Bernie Sanders. We do not want to be like AOC. We just want to talk about breaking up oligarchs. We want to do it. Today, folks, a huge victory. This is after, I think, 24 or 48 hours. It's announced up on Capitol Hill. Guess what got pulled out of the reconciliation bill? What's called the one agency. Move they tried to make. They tried to combine everything to an agency, and then nobody would focus on anything. That's gone. You're still going to have an FTC, and you're still going to have an FCC. And people say, well, Steve, you're trying to deconstruct the administrative state. We are. You got to do it smartly, but you still need some regulatory apparatus to keep these oligarchs on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley, in the global corporatists, to make sure that they're not out of control, because otherwise they're going to get out of control. Mike Davis is going to be with us tomorrow morning. We're going into more detail, but huge win for the Warren posse and the Article 3 crowd right off the bat. Also, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson's over at Axios right now. All of these kind of media groups and Semaphore, Axios, all these. One of the things they do is they put on these conferences. You get all the top people over there. You get the top corporate guys coming in. I spoke to at the Semaphore thing last week. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, is over at Axios, and the first thing they asked him, they say, hey, look, you got Bessent coming out and say July 4th. You got Thune saying sometime in the summer. You're saying it's going to be May. What's going on here? Are you going to put yours out first? They're going to respond? Are they working on their own? It's kind of confusing. And in that, and I want to give a hat tip to Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Ron Johnson came out a little while ago, and Grace and Mo, I don't know if you have I think I got it up on Getter, if you can push it out. He put up on Twitter, he said, hey, look, I've kind of looked at this thing. He says, let me be honest, to get my vote, and they're going to need his vote. To get my vote, I need $5 trillion in cuts. And I also think he said this thing's not going to happen through the summer. He says they're just at the very beginning of it. And he doesn't even see how the thing gets passed right now. And Ron Johnson, love him or hate him, he's a pretty straight shooter. He said, hey, I'm going to see, and $5 trillion, not a phony, let's go out to year 9 and 10 and, we'll cut 2.5 each year then. He's a pretty straight shooter. He says, I need $5 trillion of real cuts. And I don't think to see this thing happening. Is D.C. Draino with us? I think we're just going to wait through the break because I got a great cold. D.C. Draino doing God's work. The President of the United States kind of agreed with D.C. today, said, hey, I got a couple of tools in the toolbox. I may have to use some of these tools as the judicial insurrection steps up and tries to shut down President Trump. Okay, we're going to reorganize the show. We had something very special we were going to do for the 50th commemoration of the end of the Vietnam War 50 years ago today, the American withdrawal from Vietnam. We did something special this morning, even more special, I think, this afternoon. We'll see. But we're going to do that in the 6 o'clock hour. Want everybody to stick around. We're going to take a short commercial break. I want to thank Birch Gold. This is the road to the Rio Reset. On July 6th in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, there's going to be an incredibly important meeting of the BRICS nation. Now, if you say that to most people in the country, go, what the hell is he talking about? Making bricks? No. The War Room Posse knows what it means, and it knows it's going to be important. Birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Go there, get all 6 free installments. Get smart today. Talk to Philip, Patrick, and the team. The road to Rio as we run up to the BRICS nation's de-dollarization program.
tonight in your speech in Macomb that we're facing an unprecedented situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions, sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Yeah. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people?
Well, there are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much.
3 highly respected presidents of the United States. Who would those be? Let me tell you. Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses S. Grant, and FDR. Not a bad lineup. D.C. Drano, you're the one that got this ball rolling, sir. What's the President of the United States talking about right there, sir?
Well, I can't help but think he's talking about suspending the writ of habeas corpus, which is something you and I have been discussing on the show. This is probably the 3rd time in the last week, but it's kind of surreal that this went from tweet to war room hit to White House press briefing to coming out of the president's mouth all in less than a week. And this is not a typical policy idea. This would be something historic, but this shows the power of free speech. This shows the power of the war room posse, and this shows the power of good ideas. And so if you have good ideas, put them out there, because you never know. A week later, you could be helping shape some of our national policy.
D.C. Drano, what is the constitutional issue? Why is this even a topic? What is going on that's actually brought this to the forefront? Why is the president talking about this? And why is this, in your opinion, something that could be controversial but doable, sir?
Right. So what we've seen, we got another fresh reminder today. A California federal judge appointed by Joe Biden, who, by the way, went to an unaccredited law school, California, like Pacific University Law, ruled that Border Patrol must now get an arrest warrant to detain some illegal aliens. That's absolutely crazy. Right now, it's just a reasonable suspicion standard. We have, it's one of the carve-outs to getting arrested is if you're on, you're enforcing border laws, right? Hey, I got this guy crossing the border. Let me call a judge and see if I can get a warrant for these hundreds, thousands of people. It's crazy. It's completely bananas. But the judges are engaging in effectively a coup. A bunch of Biden leftist judges are trying to are actually infringing on the presidency's Article 2 executive powers to protect our borders, to deport illegals and enforce the laws. We clearly see they're engaged in this type of coup. And so what can President Trump do besides ignoring these orders? We don't want to go down that path. He has a constitutional power under Article 1, Section 9 to suspend the writ of habeas corpus, which has been done, as he cited, as we have discussed, by 3 of our top presidents. And you can do this only for illegal aliens. We're not suspending the writ for American citizens like those other 3 historic presidents did. Trump would be doing this only for illegal aliens. And I have to think that this would age very well. In the history books, you'd look back, it would say, under Joe Biden, we had over 10 million illegal aliens cross the border. And under President Trump, he responded with constitutional authority to deport all 10 million of them.
You bring up a fascinating point. Just give me a minute or two on it. The other presidents, particularly Lincoln, these were all U.S. citizens. President Lincoln were the writ was against U.S. citizens. This was during the Civil War. Talk about the big difference there. You're not advocating suspending the writ of habeas corpus, which goes back to ancient English common law. You would not suspend it for U.S. citizens. This would only be for illegal aliens in the sovereign nation of the United States of America, sir.
Yeah, and this would effectively just be restoring what our immigration laws have been for decades. Bill Clinton deported millions. Obama deported millions. They're jumping on Trump, the courts, and stopping him from using his Article 2 executive powers. But here's the thing. Like you said, to delay is to deny. All they have to do is run out the clock. Trump has 3.5 years. and really only a year and a half until midterm. So we have to start doing this now. Otherwise, the base is going to soften. They're going to say, what am I going out to vote for Republicans for if we can't do the one thing they keep saying they're going to do, which is get rid of these illegal aliens? So it's gut check time. It's spine check time. And even though he would be suspending the writ of habeas corpus only for illegal aliens, again, he would just basically be bringing immigration enforcement back to neutral, back to where it was before these far left judges started to unconstitutionally infringe on our on the presidency's powers and denying the American people the power of their popular vote. That's what they're doing. The guy ran on one platform, mass deportations, and they're stopping it. They're trying to deny us the vote. These unelected judges from unaccredited law schools are trying to rewrite how the Constitution works. And so this is just putting it back where it belongs. As they keep saying Trump is a threat to democracy. No, they are. Okay? They're abusing judicial authority. They arrested him 4 times. He almost got assassinated twice. And now they're trying to stop him from deporting this 10 million strong illegal alien army that they welcomed into this country. They made an iPhone app to help them get around. They flew them on planes. They used tax dollars to put them up in New York City hotels. This was an orchestrated invasion by our government. Guess what? Now comes the response. We rose up, we fought back, and we are going to deport these millions of illegal aliens.
From a Twitter comment by DC Drano to the War Room segment, to the White House press briefing room, a question by D.C. Drano, an answer by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, to the cabinet room in the voice of President Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. D.C. Drano, not bad work for a week, sir. Where do people go to get into your Twitter feed to make sure they get it first next time?
DC_Drano on all the major platforms, and Steve couldn't have done it without you and the War Room posse. This thing went viral. People, they retweeted it, they commented on it, they liked it. If it weren't for people echoing good ideas, this wouldn't have risen to the top. So it's on us to keep it going, spread the truth about what this is and what this isn't. They're going to say this is dictatorship. They're going to say he's deporting Americans. No, he's not. The War Room posse is armed with the facts. We have an independent media ecosystem. Let's go out and soften the battlefield for him so that we can get this done. It's in President Trump's toolbox. We now have confirmation. Let's make his job easier and start educating people so the media can't spin this.
Thank you, brother. It's not a good idea. It's a great idea. Short commercial break. The right stuff's going to take us out. DC Drano's got it. So's the War Room posse. Short commercial break. Eduardo Bolsonaro on the other side.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news. We're delivering the
truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community. Good evening, America, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from Washington, D.C. in the wired2fishcoffee.com studios. Wired to Fish Coffee is the official coffee of Just the News, and you can go right now to wired2fishcoffee.com and get a fantastic 10% discount. All you got to do is use the promo code Just News. All right, we're going to begin tonight's show with some major breaking news, some involving Real America's Voice and Just the News. But before that, we may have to go to the White House during this show because there's some really big news, Amanda. The Ukraine mineral deal may be signed tonight. That's what we're hearing. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, mentioned it during the cabinet meeting. Tell us what you know.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, obviously, President Zelensky was facing a fair amount of pressure by his home country to actually get this done. And in the interim, ever since this first came on the president's purview, there were other nations who were stepping in and saying, well, maybe we can work out a minerals deal with you. So I think the pressure was definitely on for Ukraine, and President Trump was able to, I think there is an amount of fidelity that President Trump had to that original deal. And it's something similar to what we saw with his trade announcement, that for those who were willing to come to the table and work with President Trump, he rewarded them. He kept his word on that, and he kept his word on honoring this commitment and continuing to work through the negotiations, which were long.
There's a lot of movement. I mean, nothing is sure in that region, especially with Vladimir Putin and Zelensky and all the distrust between their countries. But there is the offer of a ceasefire from Putin that seems real. Zelensky signing the deal. There's just some signs. We're going to keep close on it. If the president comes out to announce that deal is signed, we will break away and go to that. I want to turn to some other news that's a little bit more in our backyard.
I like it.
Amanda, tomorrow night, you and I are going to host the first ever American Border Heroes Awards right here in this studio on this great network, Real America's Voice. Just the News, Real America's Voice, and the American Border Story Project. A fantastic group of people are going to be here. We're going to have 21 families who lost loved ones to border crimes during the Biden years here. We're going to have the border czar, Tom Homan. He's going to be one of the awardees. We're going to give that up early. We've got other major award winners. Also, some scholarships that are going to honor some of the victims we've got to know all too painfully well. People like Rachel Moore and Jocelyn Ungary, and of course, Laken Riley. So we're going to get to that tomorrow night. 2 nights we're going to do this. We're going to break the award show into 2 nights. First night, honoring people on the front lines of the border who've closed it since Donald Trump came in and who got through the Biden years by protecting us as best they could. And then on day 2, the families. We're never going to forget the names, the stories, the failures that led to one of the greatest and most embarrassing tragedies in American history. Another thing I want to get to while we're on the topic of border security, Amanda, we were first. I know Fox News is crowing about it now, but Just the News broke this 4 hours ago that there is a second and new and disturbing domestic abuse complaint and restraint order that Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife filed against them. Not in 2021, that's the one we broke 2 weeks ago. This one occurred in 2020. Jaw-dropping allegations, including that Abrego Garcia took his wife and pulled her out of the car by his hair, dragged her across the street by her hair, hit her, broke the children's toys, locked the children into a room, and also, according to the wife's own account, to a court, meaning that she told us under penalty of lying to a court, he told her that he could kill her and no one would ever find her or he'd ever be held accountable. All of that up at justthenews.com, broke about 3 hours ago. Stephen Richards, our great colleague, had that. This is a guy that Democrats were trying to lionize. Got a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, the running narrative was that this was a devoted father and husband from Maryland, and he, in fact, is not from Maryland at all. He's from El Salvador. He was living there illegally. I would like to say that this is a shock, but you typically find in these domestic abuse situations that it is recidivistic behavior.
Yeah, I think it's right. Well, now you got 2 complaints in 2 years, plus the human trafficking allegation when he was stopped in a car, and his own admission he was here illegally. Amanda, what else is on your radar? You've been watching news all day today.
Yes, indeed. So I have a clip that I want to use. I think we're going to have to scrap my entire monologue, but I want to use this clip from Joe Rogan because, John, you and I talked about this heading to the election, how pivotal it was that Joe Rogan backed President Trump. He moved from a very, very far place to getting behind the president, but he has such a huge influence. He has, millions wide audience.
Oh, yeah. And across many generations, young to old.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And speaking of the deportation process, he had something to say about that. Check it out.
Joe Rogan said this. Joe Rogan, one of the leading podcasters, Trump supporter, about the deportation of Venezuelans. He said, quote, rounding up gang members and shipping them to El Salvador with no due process, he said it was dangerous, and added, quote, we got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. Is Joe Rogan right?
Oh, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, we want to be careful, and we are careful. We're doing something that has to be done.
I think that was a good response by the president. We do have to be careful. The recognition.
Terry Moran's response, he didn't expect that one coming. Like, whoa, wait a second, I just got flipped off my script. Where do I go?
Yeah, but it was a great response because there is an amount of sobriety that has to be utilized in carrying this out and making sure that I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Yeah, I think President Trump will get that process there when it needs to be in soon, so they can get the Supreme Court order lifted.
Indeed.
All right, we're going to have 2 members of Congress joining us in a little bit to tell us all the amazing things that have happened since Congress got back from Easter break. They're just finishing up voting. They're going to join us, so we're going to kick to our first guest today. Guys, if you could scoot up here. We've got Brett Manley joining us. I'm very lucky to join us. Brett, you've got a lot going on in your world. Tell us what's top of headlines with you these days.
Yeah, hey, John, appreciate you having me on. I mean, we're focused at the moment on, reshoring manufacturing, especially in the energy space. To that end, we had a piece out last week in the Examiner about how, bureaucrats connected to Biden are undermining the president's trade authority by using an obscure Department of Commerce process called AD/CVD, where they file charges against their competitors and then get tariffs slapped on them, not from President Biden or Trump, but from bureaucrats at the Department of Commerce, ultimately undermining the president's ability to negotiate trade deals bilaterally with individual countries.
Brett, the conversation around critical minerals 20 years ago, I think, would have been pretty far outside our normal nomenclature. It is now a regular part of political conversations, and we now have that breaking news, of course, from just a little while ago, that minerals deal with Ukraine will be signed shortly, and we might actually go to it live. How does that impact the markets, and how does that impact the energy sector here domestically?
Look, it's certainly going to help. I mean, at the end of the day, we're one of the most, our country is one of the most abundant in resources in the world. The one thing we don't have, though, is the refining capacity. So we have a lot of these things here in the United States. And of course, if we can sign that deal with Ukraine, that'd be great. Greenland, another thing that's on the table. But we ultimately will have these minerals, and then we'll have to send them in large part to China to refine them so that we can bring them back to the United States. I think what the president can do here after signing this deal, invoke the Defense Production Act, cut through the red tape so we can build some of this refining capacity here in the United States. AI offers us a great opportunity here, AI manufacturing. These aren't jobs that we have here. We're not replacing anybody. If we can speed up the cost of permitting, if we can speed up the production of these refining capacities, and we can use AI, we can replace the foreign refining capacity that we're relying on right now. But without that, we're going to be beholden to foreign countries for quite some time.
That's a great point. Yeah. It's one of the short-sighted problems that Washington allowed to fester for so long. But I want to ask a little bit about China and whether we can trust them in any future trade negotiations. We've had earlier deals. They were going to clean up the fentanyl precursor situation. They didn't really do it. We had a first order trade deal in the first Trump administration. I think Scott Bessent in the last few days said, hey, we remembered what they didn't deliver on that. We're going to consider that in the next negotiation. How do you see this unfolding, and what stick does President Trump have to make sure China delivers if they do sign an agreement this time?
Yeah, well, certainly I think going into the negotiation, you have a president certainly willing to engage directly and carry a stick where his predecessor may not have. One thing I think, the administration should look for is, the Chinese really look 10, 20, 30 years down the road when we formulate these policies. And while the short-term stuff is great, we need to make sure that we're doing these things so that the manufacturing comes to the United States. Tell the Chinese, hey, we can do business, but why don't we bring some of the technology here to the United States? Why don't we bring some of the, the brilliant people or the smart minds here to the United States so we can have access to those things. If you want to sell into our market, you should produce those things here in the United States. Conversely, we really have to reward companies that vertically integrate, that manage their supply chains, that buy American. Buy American has been kind of a joke on Capitol Hill for a long time because there's always a waiver, right? Every time, there's a Biden administration famously constantly waived Buy America requirements. Enforce Buy America requirements, because if you don't support financially the domestic supply chain, then you're never going to have the domestic industry.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
I want to ask you about what a future China trade deal could look like and how friendly this administration is going to be to meeting needs. To borrow a phrase from one of my favorite shows, you probably know it being a thin blue line family, The Wire on HBO. Famous quote, "If you come for the king, you best not miss." And obviously, China missed. Is this going to be a situation where the president and this administration make them pay in the form of this deal?
Look, I think the president has been engaged in rough and tumble negotiations his whole life, and he's got a strong personality. But everything I know about him, he's not a man to hold a grudge. Ultimately, he was elected by the people to do what's best for the United States of America, and that's what I think he's going to do here. And when he finds a deal that's good for Americans and it's good for the long-term stability of the United States, that's what we're going to see, which is really about bringing, again, manufacturing back here to the United States and looking forward to taking advantage of some of these technologies like AI, so we can really kind of cut through some of the competitive advantages that some foreign countries have, namely the cost of labor. There's a real opportunity here, and I think it's really exciting. And the more we can have those types of things happen here in the United States, the better we're going to be in the long run.
Yeah, that's a really great point. But I want to ask one more question, because I think a lot of people forget this. But just before Joe Biden's family got lucky with all those great deals in China on that Air Force 2 trip in December of 2013, a few months earlier, the vice president signed a memorandum of understanding with the Securities Exchange Commission and others too, that would exempt Chinese companies who are on the American stock markets from having to comply with Sarbanes-Oxley, which is a big compliance issue. Americans and other Western countries have to do it, but China didn't. That's the sort of deal that if things get tough in China, President Trump could rescind that in 30 days. That would get China's attention pretty quickly, wouldn't it?
I would think so. I mean, look, there are a lot of Chinese companies that operate in the United States, and they do so ethically and honestly, and they follow the American exchange law and currency exchange laws. Ultimately, the rules have to apply the same to everybody, right? So you can't be picking winners and losers, and that's what the previous administration did, is they really cozied up to certain companies and rewarded them, whether that benefited their family or politically connected folks. You saw it happen over and over and over again. So President Trump has an opportunity here to really make sure that the same rules apply to everybody. If you're going to do business here in the United States, and you're not an American company, you have to follow the same rules that Americans do. Otherwise, what are we really doing here?
Yeah, that's such a great point. It's also a point that gets lost in the mainstream media every day. We got to keep reminding people that fairness matters. Brent Manley, great interview. Thanks for getting us up to speed on all these big issues. We're going to get you back on soon, because a lot of history is in the offing. Good to have you on tonight.
Hey, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, really great. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We now know we have Congressman Tim Burchett. He's going to join us in a second. He makes us laugh, he makes us think, and he makes us look peer into the future. We're excited to that. But first, a quick commercial break. A few messages from our great sponsors here. Hey folks, if you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. When's the last time you checked on your home title? I know the answer. That's the legal proof, of course, that you own your house. If you're like me, the answer is never. The problem is, in today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, your home title has been transferred out of your name. That's not a good situation. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property, and you're not even going to know about it until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. That's why you need to stop what you're doing and find out today if you're already a victim. Use the promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HometitleLock.com right now and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. And while radicals torch Teslas in a show of fury against President Trump's vision for America, the more serious threat to that agenda is unfolding far from the headlines, deep within the machinery of Washington. And it's not the mob in the streets, but the bureaucrats behind the desks who are doing the quiet work of dismantling America first under the guise of trade enforcement. They are now targeting the battery add-ons essential to Tesla's electric vehicles, an attack cloaked in policy but driven by politics. We're going to talk about that and much more. But I want to get to the breaking news of the day with our guest, a frequent guest here on the show who we absolutely love having here for his wisdom and his humor. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Amanda.
Sir, I want to start.
You too, John.
Sir, I want to start with the breaking news of the hopefully signed Ukraine deal that I think we're probably going to take live when it happens. But this is a big win for President Trump. He talked about negotiating between Ukraine and Russia on the campaign trail quite a bit.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I got hearing aids. When I hit 60, it all just fell apart.
It was something important to him on the campaign trail, and this seems like another marker of that success. Yeah.
This is all part of the peace process. I think we get invested over there. I think it's an incredible way for us to recoup some of the $250 billion. That's just, to me, is such a large number that we've given them basically unchecked. And I think it's time we're not putting down roots really, but we're developing a business interest. And two, it gets away from the Chinese. These rare earth minerals are so often done by the Chinese in poor countries, and they use slave labor. You see the pictures. I've seen the pictures of the kids up to their neck and some kind of fluid that obviously is a carcinogen. And we get past all of that, and we can start developing technology with this stuff, and when there's going to be an American flag over there and American businesses, Russia will not want to mess with Trump in the White House. They will not want to bomb. They won't be killing people around there. And so I suspect, and a lot of those areas are in the areas that are close to the border with Russia, apparently where these rare earth minerals are. So I'm looking forward to that peace breaking out all over the place.
Yeah, and you're one of the first. A lot of this gets lost in the conversation in Washington, but Trump is very tactical here. He knew that if you create the mineral deal and American companies start mining there, Russia's not attacking Ukraine anymore, it's attacking the United States. So it's sort of he thinks in four dimensions. You're one of the few people that recognize this and mention it regularly. He's got a four-dimensional plan for this peace process, doesn't he?
I think he does, and I really do. I mean, he's playing chess, and the rest of these knuckleheads in Washington are playing checkers. They're on the floor right now, just disputing everything that's out there that Trump has done, and that's the Democrats' plan. Really, they have no plan other than to attack Trump, and nothing's working. They even when, shall I say, CNN puts out a poll and says that America is favoring our immigration policy under Trump by over 50%. It's a good thing. Don't read all the negatives. Quit reading the editorials. These are people that are angry with this country. They hate us. They hate everything we stand for. They hate our flag. They hate our God. They hate our military. And they want to destroy us. They're anarchists. They want to destroy it and create some kind of socialist Marxist wokotopia. And they're the only ones that'll be able to prosper, and none of us will. So I'm standing with Trump.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you about another piece of this minerals deal. Our first guest tonight was talking about how, it's great to mine the minerals, but then you end up having to refine them in China. And we obviously want to break away from that, but we would have to build those refineries here in the United States. We happen to have a builder in the Oval Office, so that would probably work out. But how can Congress help?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the good thing is who's running our EPA now is a great man named Lee Zeldin. Lee and I were in Congress together. I will say he's a better first baseman than I am, but I'm third string, so everybody's better than I am.
Tell him that too.
And Lee he's a good guy. He's got a couple beautiful daughters, and I'm a big fan of Lee Zeldin. He is a no-nonsense. He's he's kind of Trump-esque in his press releases. He'll call them out. Man, I love that. I love that. He doesn't let them, when they lie about him or lie about his department or his president, he lets them have it, both barrels. And you got some, and he's no nonsense. You're not going to take, right now we're looking at 30 years in Minnesota to permit these mines that have some other rare earth minerals that we'd like to get in our own country. And as it comes to find out, some of these rare earth minerals might not be so rare, but these so-called environmentalists, which are probably being funded by China and foreign interests. And that's the ugly truth about these lobbyists up here. They don't care where they take their money. They just want their money. And they'll put these arbitrary environmental laws on us that where we can't do things. We have to have endless hearings upon endless hearings. And then they drive it. There's no way for us to do the business. But guess where they can do the business? In China or in Central America, where China controls the slave labor market. So, yeah, this is a great day. I think Lee Zeldin he'll clean the field with this thing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So I want to talk a little bit about a storyline that Democrats and their media friends foist upon us for about a week or so, and that is that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is some hero. We should feel bad for him. He's a victim. Then all the facts came out. We got a new story today. Second domestic abuse complaint earlier, 2020. Heinous allegations about how he treated his wife from his wife, how he treated his children from his wife. But it seems as though like 3-4 days ago, the Democrats shut their radio off on this. They're not talking about it at all. Did they just get a dose of common sense, or did facts catch up to their narrative?
Facts caught up to their narratives. I told somebody, I think they're doing their polling in the federal penitentiary in the gang wards, because it's not sticking. This is not working for them. Their leadership up here sent the word out that was leaked out today that he said no more trips down to El Salvador. They're not letting anybody go south of the border. They're wanting this issue to go away. They got bit on this one, and it's because of folks like yourself and the independents out there and the people on the internet that just kept digging through these Freedom of Information Act. It really started really in Tennessee, because he got picked up. Right. He got picked up by our Tennessee Highway Patrol, which is an incredibly patriotic group of men and women. I've worked with them closely when I was in the state legislature for years, and many of them I've still got many friends over there. And they picked this guy up, and he had a carload of people that were obviously illegals, and he did not have a valid driver's license. And then under the Biden administration, their FBI apparently told them to turn this cat loose. And we're still not sure what happened there. And through Freedom of Information, we've come to find out this information through an outfit called the Tennessee Star. And so a buddy of mine runs it, and he just busted this thing wide open, and then it just snowballed after that. It's one of those things, you hear the story and you think, oh, that can't be true. That can't be true. And then it just keeps snowballing and snowballing. And now the national media, they will drop this guy like a hot potato. You will never hear of him or MS-13 from here on out. It's Dem-S-13, really. It's the Democrat Party has endorsed this guy. And clearly he is not a good person, and Trump did the right thing to get him out of our dadgum country. He's home where he belongs, in El Salvador.
Sir, before we get into President Trump's accomplishments in his first 100 and what he'll do in the next 100, there was another interesting thing that happened yesterday, and we're seeing a little bit of a cycle when you see President Trump come together with someone from the opposite side, and then they get photographed together, and now she has come to the Oval Office, and then she got called up yesterday to give some remarks. How close to being America First is Gretchen Whitmer?
I'd say not very close. I think she's feeling snake bit right now. Yeah, I mean, these people, how they gonna bite the hand that feeds them? It's so pathetic with these Democrats. They've got to have Trump. They got to have his support. They got to have the industry, and they know the working people are supporting them. Wall Street's not going to support Trump, oddly enough, since he is a product of Wall Street, but Trump sees it. But dadgummit, who does support him is Main Street. That's why you saw Hispanic folks, black folks, labor people, ladies like yourself, more so than in the past, have voted Republican. And it's because they see it. They're tired of this stuff. Like I said, they don't want Donald Trump teaching their daughter's Sunday school class. I know I don't, but dadgum, I like him in the White House.
So real quickly, because I think a lot of people are wondering, the second 100 days of the Trump presidency are going to be the most consequential because the arc of the presidency will be determined there by things that your own chamber will do. Can we get tax cuts renewed? Can we cut the size of government? Can we get trade deals done? President seems to have 20 or 30 of those about to come out soon. Tell us what you think your institution, and I know you're always realistic about it. That's what we like about you, but what can it accomplish to make sure the Trump agenda keeps marching forward?
Well, I think we're going to start moving. Steve Scalise found me on the House floor and said, "Hey, Burchett, we're working with the White House. The president wants to see your bill on defunding the Taliban out." I mean, that's $40 million a week. The State Department said it's $5 billion. I think you're going to see more and more things like that come out. You know, we're a party of limited government. And the big, beautiful bill is going to carry a lot of those mandates that President Trump has. But I'll tell you, we're terrible at messaging. We've got to get better at telling people what we're doing and what we're stopping and what we're working on. And frankly, I'm frustrated. I sit there and go, "Oh, what was that?" And I'll go, "That's a glacier that just ran by Congress." I mean, that's how slow we are. And it's by history and tradition, and we follow these antiquated paths of passing legislation, and they just got to change. We got to quit worrying about staff who is in bed, literally and figuratively, with our lobbyists, and start doing what the people have told us to do. Because President Trump won with a mandate. Congress did not. We're one flu season away from losing the majority. We're 3 ahead or something like that. And the reason we're not more ahead is because we ran on weak policies and not strength of America. President Trump ran on the strengths of America and what America needs to have. And I'm afraid some of my colleagues ran on with the lobbyist point, and that's why we've got some weak sisters in Congress. But I think that's fixing to change. I think America is going to wake up, and they're going to start putting the heat on us as representatives and telling us to pass Trump's agenda. We have got to codify these bills that come out. NPR needs to be cut off. Public television, cut them off. And we're not saying we're against we're not against the First Amendment. Now, I love the First Amendment. They can say whatever they want to, but dadgum, my tax dollars don't need to be sponsoring a bunch of Marxist agenda that I know everybody thinks I'm picking my ear. I'm putting my hearing aids. They keep popping out of my ears here. No. So anyway, but we've got to start pushing it. In the next 100 days, we've got to start endorsing President Trump's policies and getting them over to the Senate. I don't care if they're going to pass it or not. And if Republicans don't want to vote for it, we need to let people know how they're going to vote. We need to get some guts and show and be held accountable. And that's the way you do it. You put bills up.
Great advice.
Congressman, before we let you go, President Trump fights wars on many different fronts. He fights Democrats on Capitol Hill, even sometimes some Republicans, and he fights the media. But I'm seeing a different media warfare happening right now. Of course, Monday, President Trump and his administration put up those posters on the White House lawn, and they are strategically placed right in front of the tent. So it doesn't matter if you're ABC or CBS or CNN and you don't want to cover it, you are forced to because it's literally in the shot of your host. You've also got President Trump in this interview with ABC kind of verbally manhandling the host who was trying to assert that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not a member of MS-13, even though the symbols are tattooed on his knuckles. Is President Trump winning the media warfare this time around?
I think he is, and I think that's why you're seeing the numbers drop. Amanda, it's astute of both y'all. You both made some really good points tonight. But yeah, I think that's why media numbers are dropping from your so-called legacy media groups, and that's why I think folks like yourself are busting at the seams. And I'm out in public. It used to be when I was getting blistered, and I've got to go. But I apologize. I got to go give a speech. But that's why you're seeing the legacy media deteriorate out of control, and even some of our local news medias when they go woke, go broke. America's sick of it. One thing they did during the civil rights, they did a lot of great things, but during civil rights they cast their dollar votes. You watch these TV shows and these national shows, and they're selling a truck or a car. You call that dealership and say, "Hey, I'm not buying any more from y'all. Nothing personal against you, but it is against your corporation that's sponsoring this garbage." And the same goes for what's on your rolls. You ought to start patronizing the people that are on there. And that's why America, that casting your dollar votes is something they need to do. We need to start doing and paying attention, because y'all are doing the Lord's work, and I want to thank you for it.
Thank you, sir.
As are you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Scoot off to the floor. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
All right, everybody. That was Congressman Tim Burchett from the great state of Florida. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to hit it on the other side.
Hey, folks, what if I told you your retirement could vanish overnight? Now, that's not fear-mongering. It's a warning, because right now our government is over $37 trillion in debt. The dollar is weakening. Inflation is eating away your savings. And while most Americans are stuck watching the headlines, the smart money is already moving. Big banks around the world, well, they're dumping dollars and buying gold like never before. They know what's coming, a potential dollar reset that could crush the value of everything you've worked so hard for. That's why American Alternative Assets created a free wealth protection guide to help you protect what you've earned with time-tested precious metals like gold and silver. Go to johnlikesgold.com or call 1-855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your guide right now. That's 855-465-3340 if you don't want to do the spelling. Don't wait for a financial crisis to start protecting your future. Be early, be ready, be protected. Remember, go to johnlikesgold.com or call 855-GOLD-340. That's 855-GOLD-340 to get your free guide right now. Welcome back, America. Quick programming note: if President Trump comes out to announce that Ukraine deal, we're going to go break away to it. But until then, we want to have a good conversation. The question I hear all over the country when I'm traveling: can Washington get its fiscal house in order? Well, our next guest, he's an expert at this. He kept Florida's fiscal house in order in one of the best ways. In fact, Florida is one of the best run financial states in America. Now he's brought that expertise to Congress. Joining us right now, the newest member of Congress, Congressman Jimmy Patronis from the great state of Florida. Sir, good to have you on.
Hey, John. Thanks for having me. Hey, Amanda.
Great to see you.
We are so glad you're in Washington town. Washington has needed you a long time. We got to get this budget under control. I know you've only been on the ground a couple of days, but tell us a little bit about what you're seeing and hearing and what the art of possible is in Congress for shrinking the size of the government.
Yeah, look, we're going through the markups right now as we speak, and the Democrats are throwing all types of crazy ideas at us. So we have to sit there and go through the motions and vote down all this ridiculousness as they're trying to just drag things out and provoke a fight. But at the end of the day, we were sent up by the voters to save this country. And I'm proud to say, yeah, Florida is the best fiscal health we've ever been in the history of our state. And we're going to continue to bring that type of attitude with the message to the U.S. voters that we know you spend your money better than Washington, D.C. does.
Amen.
Sir, when you served as CFO for the state of Florida, I imagine anytime someone new steps into that position, there's some cleanup to do from the last administration. But with that compared to what you see on Capitol Hill, I mean, are we talking apples to apples or something very, very different?
You know, Mike Johnson has got his hands full. You've got the president who just won an incredible election, sending the message back to Washington that I want no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. The House is committed, as is the Senate, to have at least $1.5 trillion in cuts. And now we're hearing more out of the Senate that they might want more. So all these moving parts are big targets. So look, we've got to bring this in for a landing, but it's not going to be easy. And some of these desires of the way we did things in the past just can't be the priority right now. The election in November was a message, and we all need to listen to it, and we need to follow exactly why the voters elected a majority in both chambers and sent the message of bringing Donald Trump back to the White House.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Heed the American people, there's no doubt. So I want to talk a little bit about one of the debates that probably is going to end up in the Supreme Court soon, but it could also be settled by Congress before them. And that is when Congress appropriates money, is that a floor or is that a ceiling? And I wonder if in some of these discussions as Congress sets spending amounts, whether they would give the president the flexibility. If he can get the job done with less money, give the money back, we'd be fine with that. I know there's going to be a case working its way through the courts that are going to attest that, but members of Congress could set this message as well, right?
Absolutely. We can set the terms on those appropriations. You know, and it's very frustrating. We see it sometimes in state government. You see it in local government. They call it use it or lose it money. So at the end of the fiscal year, these offices, these bureaucrats, these agencies, they spend money on stuff they don't need, because if they don't at least spend the same amount of money that fiscal year, the next year they're going to be cut. And I mean, it's asinine that we are having actually this discussion that when dollars aren't spent, what is wrong with incentivizing those dollars to go back to the voters, to the taxpayers, whether in the form of rebate or savings or just being a better steward of the taxpayers' dollars. So, yeah, I think all that policy needs to be on the table, and Congress can do it right now if it wishes.
That's pretty awesome.
One of the important areas where it's not being cut is defense. This is an area that has languished under former President Joe Biden, but President Trump, you know, you had the announcement of the F-47 development, and you represent a lot of service members in your area, in your district. When you look at how the president is maneuvering and bolstering the military and boosting morale, what does that mean to the people who voted for you?
Yeah, so Northwest Florida has the largest military presence of any congressional district in the nation. 5 installations are there. So was I excited when Pete Hegseth got tapped? Of course I was. The war fighters' morale was beat down. So here you've got President Trump willing to make those commitments and those investments for the next generation fighter that is going to give us the air superiority to be able to have the threat to know that we can defend whatever we need to defend. At the same time, you've got a leader put in place, and President Trump, I appreciate him doubling down on the leadership of Pete Hegseth, bringing this historic recruitment level to levels we haven't seen in years. So changing the attitude, the personality of the military, the wokeness, the DEI that we have for the last 4 years, it's going to be refreshing. But we also have a commander-in-chief that wants to make the investments, too.
Yeah, so important. Well, sir, I know to many of your colleagues, you are a welcome voice that has arrived in Washington. We can't wait to see what mark you're going to leave on the budget and so many other things. Congratulations on joining Congress. Thanks for being with us today.
No, it's an honor to be with you. And if there's anything I can ever do, my door's always open.
We're going to take you up on that, sir. Thanks so much. It's a great honor. What a great conversation. What a smart guy. Mm-hmm. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we got to think about this. With fluctuating markets, how can you protect yourself? It's a kind of crazy topsy-turvy roller coaster time in the markets. We got a good idea. It's a 4-letter word, GOLD. We'll talk about that next, right after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. We have seen a lot of financial ups and downs in the last few weeks, but what you haven't heard much about is U.S. Treasuries and a possible risk emerging with them. Joining us now to explain is the CEO of American Alternative Assets, Shannon Davis. Shannon, thanks so much for being here.
Yes, of course. Happy Wednesdays.
Happy Wednesday. Okay, I think a lot of people expected maybe President Trump, well, yesterday morning when Scott Bessent had his press conference early at the White House, they thought maybe that's going to be some trade deal announcements. And then last night in Michigan, those didn't come, but I do think that they are in the offing. How is that going to impact the markets?
Well, we've got a trade war going on right now. There's no doubt about it. And, obviously it's the two big, head honcho, China and America. But more importantly, what it's creating is the R word, recession. I was just talking about this on a podcast a couple of weeks ago. These trade wars are tightening, companies' budgets because they can't afford to pay these tariffs that are coming. And it's becoming a problem, and we're starting to see the economy slide into a recession, which no one's paying attention to. It's cracking sector by sector, region by region, and the odds are shifting that we're going to have a recession based on trade wars. And we're seeing it now with our unemployment. 20,000 jobs UPS is cutting. And what I thought was interesting about that, it was because of the volume of Amazon no longer, having the volume to utilize UPS. As you guys know, they work with them.
Yeah. Listen, we had the economic report this morning, 3% contraction in the economy. A second quarter like that would be a recession. In that moment, a lot of things are going to happen. First, you got a lot of overvalued companies on Wall Street. They've been riding higher than their revenues ever justified. Recession contracts. You're sitting there, you got your retirement portfolio and your investment portfolio. What is the smart strategy, and how does precious metals help hedge the bet a little bit?
Yeah, it's a great question. We talked about this last time we had an opportunity to chat, and again, we are seeing very similar things that we saw in 2008.
Yep.
And when it comes to your retirement, 401k, IRA, whether that's a traditional, a Roth, TSP, which is a federally funded retirement account, you have the ability to make a lateral move into what's called a self-directed IRA and reposition those dollars, right? This is monopoly money at this point with how much we printed, $37 trillion. This is absolute monopoly money. Gold and silver are fundamentally sound. It's real money with no counterparty risk. So you can move those dollars that aren't worth very much today, that can go away very soon. Central bank digital currency is happening. Those dollars you can move into gold and silver and hold those physical assets in a retirement account. So it's about putting a hedge in place, because if you have a proper hedge in place of something that's adverse to inflation or the dollar failing, like gold and silver, so when the dollar goes down and inflation goes up, so do gold and silver. So it's a hedge against the correction we're seeing in the market. And I just read a report before we even got on this call together that the S&P, some are saying the S&P will correct by 40%. You don't want to be in that market. You want to be in gold and silver. You can always liquidate and go back. And that's what we're helping many, many Americans do, is reposition their dollars, not all of them, just some of them, to get a proper insurance plan in place for your money, just like you do for your car, your life, and your house.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a big correction. I want to ask you about the precious metals specifically, because there are some folks out there who like to actually have it in their possession. They want to put it in a safe, stuff it under the mattress, whatever means of concealing it that they can. Some people don't necessarily want that. They want it somewhere else that they consider to be safer. Tell us about how that works at your company.
Correct. Well, a lot of people do like that at home, in their coffee can, in a safe. They've got more lead than most people, some of our clients. But for those that aren't looking to store it at home, one of the safest places on the planet is a depository. Delaware Depository, DDSC, look into it. Everybody knows who it is. If you don't, just look them up. This is an international facility that gives you the ability to store your metals in a military-graded vault, armed guards, and it's insured through Lloyd's of London. So you couldn't store it in a better place. It's yours. This is a free and clear entity. And again, it's an international facility. I mean, this is where COMEX stores their metals. So it's a part of the actual process of rolling your money into a self-directed IRA, tax deferred and penalty free, by the way, and stored at a depository to stay tax deferred and penalty free. So there's no safer place than that. And that's where their metals would be held.
It's pretty awesome. You make things easy. You've got great guides, and we're going to get to that in a second. I want to ask one thing, because I'm hearing more and more concern about hedge funds in their stability, and then what the government would do if the hedge funds suddenly had a crisis. Walk us through what you're seeing, because I think you explain it better than anyone I've heard it recently.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get super technical, but there's something called derivative contracts that are used in the equities market. And this is just another way of leveraging debt, monopoly money. And a lot of those contracts are getting called, or they're losing money. And so these hedge funds are hemorrhaging losses. And so as they continue to hemorrhage losses, where a bulk of our money in the equities market is held, and this is where the majority of the money's held. And so they're having some issues with the contracts that they're holding and the stock positions that are in these hedge funds. And, they're going to need some help potentially from what we're hearing in terms of a bailout. And if that happens, all heck's going to break loose.
Yeah. And people are going to need some stability, that's for sure.
Storm
Shannon
clouds
Davis.
on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And everybody, if you want to learn more about them, go to johnlikesgold.com.
I do. Yeah.
Or call 855-GOLD-340 to get your free guide now. Again, that's 855-465-3340, or go to johnlikesgold.com. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the other side.
What a great conversation.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final segment of the show. We want to tease a special event that's going to be happening the next few nights. But first, let's get to a few news stories. A derecho plowing through Pittsburgh. I think about 200,000 power outages. They are obviously working to restore that. But you were just describing to me you were in one time.
I was just a little south of Pittsburgh. We were traveling back from Wisconsin. We were about to hit the hotel at the Hampton Inn, and we were on the highway. And the derechos are just straight winds. They're like 100, 120 mile an hour straight winds coming at you. Everything, hail, rain, goes completely horizontal, and they just rip the top off of roofs. They rip the top off of buildings. They rip wires right off any poles that are on. It's an intense wind, and it just travels down the road. The second you're out of it, it's gone. It's not like a tornado or something, but it is an extraordinary thing to have experienced. My wife and I were really shocked by its force, and it often takes a couple days for these to get prepared. It's a pretty intense thing. So we're wishing the best for folks in Pittsburgh and all of Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. All right, on the economy, President Trump, you know, I think he is more hesitant these days to use the stock market as a gauge of an economy because he learned the hard way that it's not necessarily the best predictor, but he has said to just be patient on the economy. Yeah. He predicts that there is going to be a boom like no other, and I know you talked about earlier in the show that the second 100 days, that's what's going to kind of set the arc for his presidency.
You did a great job telling us what that agenda is, too. You had a great story the other day. Listen, the first 100 days were about speed and just signaling change and creating the low-hanging fruit, but the big decisions that will change the course of this country, create a Trump doctrine, a Trump legacy of epic proportions, will live or die in the next 100 days. They've got to get tax cuts redone. They got to get some trade deals. If the trade deals start happening, the markets are going to go wild. And they've got to also cut the size of government to take pressure off of inflation. Right now, the difference between the prime rate and lending rates is growing. That doesn't make sense, except that people are worried. And you heard Shannon Lassing talk about Standard & Poor's and S&P. People are really worried about this overvaluation. That hedge fund thing is a very real thing, too. So Congress better get its derriere in action, because it's a very important partner on this. That big, beautiful bill has to get done by July 4th, or you're going to see panic across the world, not just in America.
Yeah. Speaking of panic, but on a slightly more humorous note, guys, can you scroll up to the details about the gorilla story? Because we didn't want John to see this. We didn't want John to see this topic before we hit it.
Succeeded. Good job.
So there is this question that is going viral around social media. Who would win versus 100 unarmed men? Right. So no rocks, no swords, no arrows, no nothing, versus a silverback gorilla?
Wow. We're going to go with the men.
I would too.
Yeah. This is just an unfair advantage. 100. Yeah. I mean, maybe 2 or 3. I'd be a little worried. I might be betting on the silverback.
You can afford some casualties with 100 men.
That's right. Yeah, you can throw a couple in there. Good thinking.
Yeah.
Not me. I don't want to be in the front line. So yeah, that one. So.
No, it's been amazing to see the diversity of both informed and uninformed opinions.
So how's it trending? Who's winning?
From what I've seen, it's humans. It's 100 men.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably
it makes
reasonable.
sense. Common sense.
Yeah. Okay. Another topic: the U.S. government has denied eavesdropping on United Healthcare CEO murder suspect Luigi Mangioni's recorded jailhouse calls in a Monday court filing after his defense attorneys claimed federal officials shared his calls with the New York County Attorney's Office. This is such an ugly case from start to finish, John.
Yeah, and also the people who think that what Mangione did was justified in some way makes it all the more uglier. That sentiment really is frightening and scary and poisonous. Tomorrow we're going to do something special. Actually for 2 days we're going to do something special. The American Border Story Project is an extraordinary group. They kept the true stories of the border alive when the propaganda media were giving us different. Tomorrow night, for the first time ever, here on Real America's Voice, just the news, Real America's Voice, the American Border Story Project. We're going to give out the first American Border Hero Awards. Tom Holman, we're going to give away one now, but there's a lot of other surprises in there. People you know, might not know. 21 families who lost loved ones in the Biden era are going to be here. We're going to have scholarships in the names of honored people. This is probably the most exciting thing I've been involved with as a journalist in a long time. We can never forget, just like 9/11, we can't let future generations forget what happened during these 4 years of insanity. And tomorrow night is the beginning of that. You're going to get to meet Nicole Kiprian, who runs the American Border Story Project. It's a great group, a great night, 2 great nights actually.
I'm looking forward to it because, as you know, before you and I teamed up to start our TV show back in 2022. Oh my gosh, was that 3 years ago?
3 years
Holy
ago.
smokes ago. But before that, I was out at the border a lot with Ben Bergquam, and I learned so much from him, and I learned so much from officials at the border. And I'm looking forward to this because I'm going to actually get a reunion with not only some of the sheriffs and border officials, but some of the families too.
That's pretty
some of
awesome.
these families who lost people even before the Biden administration, and they have been speaking out about it for so long. And you know, it is so important to honor the men and women who stand guard at our border and the people who support them, like Border Czar Tom Homan and the president, but also these families who, you know, so many of them have been on the front line.
Man, this network covered the border like no one else. And when you get a Ben Bergquam and all the time that Rob Sig and Parker Siv gave to the border when others ignored it, it's the perfect network to have this award show on tomorrow.
It is.
I'm excited.
And you know, even some of the road guys who were with us when we were at the border are going to be here. So it's going to be like a family reunion for them as well. It's going to be a really wonderful night. That's going to be tomorrow night and Friday night. So make sure you tune in for that at our regular time at 6 p.m. Eastern. Have a great night.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. So following the success of the Trump administration after this 100 days and all of the wins, I thought it's still very important to point out that we still face a massive battle ahead of us. A battle with the mainstream media. A mainstream media that is not going to give up. A mainstream media that is devious. A mainstream media that will exploit anything they possibly can to get the upper hand. This is what Terry Moran tried to do with ABC. Quite frankly, the interview was absolutely despicable, this Terry Moran interview on ABC. It started out with this debate over Abrego Garcia, you know, the Maryland dad who's an MS-13 gangbanger that's down in El Salvador, whether or not the tattoos on his hand are real. I will tell you this, they are very real. They are symbols of an MS-13 gang member. But let me play you how this all started to go down.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Well,
over
wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you.
Frankly, I never heard of you, Terry Moran. I will tell you, I think President Trump had one of his best interviews with this guy. He destroyed him. Now, on the one side of it, and this is what I mean, they will take every little thing and they'll exploit it when they know exactly what President Trump is talking about. So President Trump posted this picture on his Truth Social account. We can throw it up there. It is a picture of Abrego Garcia's hand. If you look very closely, there is MS-13 photoshopped above the marijuana symbol for M, the smiley face for S, the cross for 1, and the skull for 3. This is what every gang expert says. The MS-13 is photoshopped on top, the actual letters and the numbers. My assumption is President Trump was given this photo. Nobody told him that that was there as the definition of the interpretation. So if President Trump is actually talking about the MS-13 that was photoshopped on there, I guess he's wrong that it's not on there. But what he's really talking about is that Abrego Garcia is most certainly an MS-13 gang member. And one of the ways, one of many, by the way, that he's identified that way is with the marijuana, the smiley face, the cross, and the skull. A universal symbol that every gang expert I talk to says that is a sign of MS-13. Terry Moran knew this, yet he continued down this road.
He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted.
It's as clear as it can be that the symbols are MS-13. There is no doubt about that. And that is the takeaway from the interview. It's the only takeaway, but the media jumped on this. So in some respects, I do blame whoever was in and around President Trump that gave him that photo and didn't tell him the MS-13 was photoshopped on. Those are the only people to blame in this, including Terry Moran, who, when the president said, do you want to see the picture, Terry Moran should have said, hey, Mr. President, hold on a second. I think we agree on the same thing here. Let's look at the picture. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You tell me what you're talking about. And we just want to make sure we're on the same page here. And I think President Trump would have agreed at that point. But Terry Moran didn't give him that courtesy. This is why I say these people are completely out of line. This is the photo from El Salvador. Clearly, the tattoos are real, and Terry Moran almost made it seem as if the tattoos are not real. That tattoo is from El Salvador. You can clearly see the marijuana leaf, the smiley face, the cross, and, of course, the skull. Now, are there MS-13 above it? No. But I never believed that the MS-13 was tattooed on these fingers. So, again, Terry Moran should have done a better job clarifying what he meant to President Trump. And it's a shame that he didn't do that. One more.
The news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but
photograph.
they're there now, right?
No,
but they're
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
Well, we'll take a look at that.
It's you do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
It's contested.
You see, Terry Moran knows what President Trump's talking about. And Terry Moran could have literally said, you're right, sir. The marijuana leaf, and it all represents MS-13. I'm with you. Let's move on. But he doesn't do that. He continues to try to make President Trump look stupid. And President Trump, again, in total command of this interview. In fact, I would say this interview was so adversarial from the very start. And the worst part about it is Terry Moran of ABC comes in with a big smile on his face and then quietly asks the most controversial, adversarial, confrontational questions you can imagine, with no facts to back it up, by the way, including when he's talking about Doge, okay, and all of the fraud that Elon Musk and his team has found. He's asking about criminal referrals here. Where are they? Listen to how he asked the question.
A legal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department at any.
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been referrals to that? Are there criminal
How would you
referrals?
know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the Justice Department.
How do you know that?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not
Now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There has
Now I'm
been.
asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of
Of course there have been. Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars we give it to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course there have been.
I want to bring up.
You know what's so sad? Terry Moran has been covering courts for a long time. I've watched this guy for years. How do you think it works? You think that Elon Musk makes an allegation of fraud and then all of a sudden the DOJ writes an indictment? No. You make a referral. That's not public information, a referral. Pam Bondi or wherever else the Department of Justice then decides to dispatch FBI agents or IRS agents or wherever the agency of record may be. They put a case together. They get warrants. They go search offices. They go search. This takes months to put a case together. And Terry Moran says there's been no referrals. As President Trump said, you'd have no idea that. One more that I think is really devious here, because they skew the numbers because they don't tell you the full truth. It's another lie by omission deal, this one on tourism.
Travel is down into the United States from around the world. It feels like there's been reputational
The country's
damage.
doing great. Well, prices are down.
Not the tourism.
Gasoline's down. Energy's down. Tourism is going to be way up. Wait till you see the numbers. The tourism is way up.
Not now.
Now, Canada, tourism's doing very well. We're doing very well. We're doing very well. Wait till you see the real numbers come out in 6 months from now. Wait till you see the numbers.
I don't want you to brace yourselves for the mainstream media. They're all going to take that clip and they're going to report that tourism is down 12% this time of year compared to Joe Biden's time last year. Now, it's true the numbers say tourism is down 12%, but do you know why tourism is down 12%? Because legal border crossings are down, overwhelmingly down, huge numbers. Legal border crossings, people coming in from Mexico into the United States that was registered as tourism. Many of those people in Mexico were being told or afraid they don't want to come into the United States with everything happening on the border, so they consider that tourism. That's why tourism is down, because crossings from Mexico legally are way down on the border as well. Again, the mainstream media doesn't tell you any of this. I don't even think they do their research to figure it all out, because all of their goal is the same. Get Trump. Catch Trump. And right now, nobody's going to catch him. The guy's on a roll. I want to bring in with me now Media Research Center and Newsbusters senior research analyst. I was following a lot of his tweets today. Bill D'Agostino is with us. Bill, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Grant. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Bill. What did you make of the Moran interview overall?
I thought you had a pretty good breakdown of it right there. I mean, Terry Moran is a very slippery guy. And I think that that's probably best highlighted in the first clip that you showed, the debate over the MS-13 tattoos. And he was doing this technique that so many of these people do when they interview Republican politicians. They will take a nugget of truth and code it in just a completely false narrative, a lie, push a lie based on that little nugget of truth. So the truth in this case was, yes, there is technically no MS-13 on the guy's fingers, right? But that's not actually what the allegation has generally been. It's that he has MS-13 gang tattoos clear as day. And if he doesn't, then why is his wife photoshopping hearts over them in all of the photos that she posts of him now, right? So Moran takes the fact that there's just not those letters and numbers, like explicitly on his hand, and runs with that into, oh, the whole thing is photoshopped, which, as you said, gives people the impression that maybe he doesn't even have tattoos on his fingers at all. Moran knows that he's giving that impression. So by telling a technical truth, he's spreading a false narrative. And then when Trump brings it up, he pretends not to understand what he's talking about. This is his modus operandi. This is how he tries to dance circles around people. And the way you handle it is how Trump exactly did. The president wouldn't let him move on. He wouldn't let him make these snide little remarks. Well, that's actually been disputed. Anyway, on Ukraine, he stops him before he can move on and forces him to address the claim that he's just made. And then the whole thing collapses. But too many politicians, I think, let these guys get away with that. And it was nice to see Trump actually holding them accountable for it.
Along the way, you'll be surprised to learn, I worked inside the NBC system for many years as an investigative reporter, and I worked with some good attorneys. I was an investigative reporter, and they instilled in me, capture the essence of the interview. You can't always run everything live, the whole interview. Capture the essence of the interview. The essence of that interview was he's got MS-13 gang member tattoos on his knuckles. That's the whole essence. Terry Moran failed to capture that, and I think he did everything he could, in fact, to try to cover that fact up. You guys put together a montage of Terry Moran. Let me run it for you, and I know you put a lot of work into this, Bill. Check this out.
This is a court not of judges, but of politicians in judges' robes. Fight for Trump, not fight for America. He has the Republican Party as a personalized power like we haven't seen. It's a Caudillo, it's a Caesar, it's a Führer. We don't see that in this country.
All right. Does he have a history of bias against President Trump?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only does he have a history of intense bias against Trump, I mean, there he was comparing him to a Führer, which he's done multiple times. He's also called him a dictator and several other things. He was also one of the most obsequious fans of Barack Obama in the entire news media, which that's a pretty high distinction, right? It's hard to be Obama's biggest fan in the American news media, but somehow Terry Moran got pretty close. There was another clip that we threw into that montage where he says that Barack Obama was the first president who stepped down to enter the White House because apparently being a community organizer and then a freshman senator was somehow more illustrious, right? So the guy is as biased as they come. He's not just biased. I mean, he's a political operative in a journalist's hat, which is what so many of his colleagues are these days. That's why ABC is going down the tubes as far as credibility ratings go.
You guys, and I love the work that you do at MRC and Newsbusters. You did a study on coverage of President Trump. 92%, we can put this stat up that you guys have here, 92% of the coverage of President Trump. TV news hates Trump's second term just as much as they detested his first one. 92% of the coverage you're saying is negative. I mean, honestly, I thought it'd be 100%, but seriously, 92% is an insanely large number.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And if you look at the breakdown of how they focused on certain topics, it actually gets worse than that. Because the three most covered topics, the three Trump issues that they discussed the most, which were tariffs, Doge, and immigration, all of those were actually more than 92% negative. So the vast majority of the most interesting topics to them, at least on Trump, they're even more negative than that 92% average. The average kind of gets dragged down by a lot of the more scattered stories. But Doge was the highest. It was 97% negative. The highest overall was, of course, Pete Hegseth, who was 100% negative. Not a single positive comment about Pete Hegseth anywhere on ABC, NBC, or CBS evening newscasts. So, I mean, you can't call this journalism. You can't call this coverage anymore. Yeah. It's simply Democratic propaganda, right? I mean, it's as if they're continuing the Kamala Harris campaign after she already lost to Trump.
Well, we're not surprised by it. I guess if there's any good news out of it, it'll keep you and your organization busy. And it'll keep content coming for us. But it is a constant battle, and we'll keep calling it out. Bill D'Agostino with Newsbusters and Media Research Center, thank you, buddy, for coming on. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Good to see you.
Absolutely, and it's good to see you as well. There is other news today. President Trump's administration, and news media won't tell you this, but is the most transparent ever. How often do you see cabinet meetings basically televised live and cabinet members addressing the media? I think the big news to come out of this is that Elon Musk will be stepping down, most likely around May 30th. He's starting to slow his role there in the White House, but still actively involved. This is Elon.
A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country. Mm-hmm.
Oh, those are strong words that I happen to agree with. I'm sure many of you do, too. This is President Trump, who is so grateful to Elon Musk. I think the friendship between these two has just been fabulous to watch bloom.
but you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what can be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his.
I think Elon Musk deserves a round of applause, not just from members of the cabinet, from the entire nation. We owe him a debt of gratitude with billions, hundreds of billions of dollars now that he has uncovered in waste, fraud, and abuse. Here's what else came out of this cabinet meeting: that the Biden administration was filled with lies, constantly giving us phony numbers to feed the media, phony hoaxes. We had 100 days of success of President Trump's administration. We also had 100 days of media hoaxes. This is one of them, according to Kristi Noem.
One thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden deported more people than you. And it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false.
What? It makes no sense. But nothing the Biden administration did makes any sense. Why should we be surprised? Unless you're trying to ruin the country, then it made absolute sense. Well, I want to bring in now from Washington, D.C., host of Just the News, No Noise, right here on this network. My buddy John Solomon is with us. John, welcome to the program.
Yeah, good to be with you. I love that MS-13 segment because we've done a lot of reporting on Abrigo Garcia. I have in my possession the Prince George's Police Department, Prince George's County. That's a Washington, D.C. suburb. By the way, a very blue Democrat suburb. Their police department determined in 2019, using informants that they had inside MS-13, that Abrigo Garcia was in fact a member. He had a specific rank inside MS-13, and he had a street name. That is from the DC area Blue Cops and their gang unit. They had direct intelligence of his involvement. Forget the tattoos. They connected him with a street name and a title. And oh yes, that tattoo, if you talk to any gang member expert in the police department, that is the tattoo that tells people you're an MS-13 gang member.
All right, John, it's interesting because now you have possession of that police report. I saw another police report reported on, maybe it's the same one that you have, that he destroys phones, throws laptops, rips the shirt off his girlfriend, beats up his kids. Yep. The kids needed a protective order from them. Is that all in this report you have?
Well, this is a new report. It came out just a little bit ago on Just News, about 5 hours ago. Glad to see Fox News, otherwise catching up to us now. But there is an earlier domestic abuse restraining order. We've written about the one in 2021. The media and the defenders of Abrigo Garcia, it was one bad time. No, actually, it turns out his wife filed an earlier restraining report. The first was 21. The earlier one was 2020. What does it say? What does the wife tell the court under penalty of lying to the court? She says her husband dragged her out of the car by her hair and dragged her across the street by her hair, hit her, demeaned her, locked their kids in a basement room, destroyed the kids' toys, said at one point, I could kill you and get away with it. These are the things that the mainstream media does not want the American people to hear, but because we've got Real America's Voice and Just the News, we get it out every day. The facts are a stubborn thing. Abrigo Garcia, Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, he's just not a good guy. No matter how many times the media try to tell you otherwise, he's not a good guy.
Yeah, let's not forget he got caught with other MS-13 gang members as well, hanging out with them. You don't necessarily be hanging out with other gang members.
That's how he first gets rolled up. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of the evidence is against him here. You know what's really sad to me, John, is I've done some work trying to help women coming out of domestic abuse situations. This wife is still fighting for him to come back. I don't know whether she sees a money train or if many times they're just brainwashed by the abuser. It's like Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. She really accused him of some very serious things.
Yeah. In writing, it's very clear what is said and what the allegations are. And you got two separate reports a year apart. It's a pattern. And I think that at the end of the day, facts used to matter to our profession, Grant, when you and I were in the profession 2-3 decades ago in the legacy media, facts mattered, and wherever the facts led, you try to follow them. Today, facts are irrelevant. I mean, look at the White House Correspondents' Dinner this weekend. They gave awards to White House reporting. The White House reporting that told us for the longest time that Joe Biden had all of his marbles, when in fact we now know, and of course on this network, we knew all along he had lost them. So facts don't matter to this group. They're almost not worth watching anymore.
Yeah, it is a shame. That story I told about the NBC attorneys telling me capture the essence of the interview. That from NBC of all places. And that was 15 years ago when I go back and think about when that was. A lot has changed since then. Speaking of awards, real quick, just the news, Real America's Voice has a great event coming up. You're going to issue some awards that relate to the border. Can you tell me about what you got coming up this weekend?
Tomorrow night and Friday, a 2-night extravaganza right here on Real America's Voice in partnership with the American Border Story, a great group that kept the stories of the victims and the frontline defenders of our border during the Biden years alive and in front of the American people. Tom Homan's going to be one of the award recipients. I'm going to ruin one of the headlines there. A lot of other great ones, scholarships in the names of Lake and Riley and other victims who unnecessarily died during the Biden years. 2 days. 2 days of celebration. Why are we doing this? Because we want America never to forget what those 4 years were like. We can't repeat this mistake in a future generation. These awards, these scholarships, going to make sure that future generations know that the Biden years were a disaster. And what Donald Trump has done in just a few short days has fixed that disaster.
Well, that'll be awesome. And it's great that you're doing that. These men and women who will receive the awards and the scholarship recipients, most certainly deserving of them. They were under a lot of fire for the last 4 years up until now. And so this is a great little payback for them and what they went through. John Solomon with Just the News. Thank you, my friend. As always, I appreciate you.
Great to be with you.
You got it. Always doing great work, John is. All right, folks, are you tired of the lies, high taxes, and being treated like the enemy for loving your country? You're not alone. Patriotic Americans over 50 are absolutely fed up. You worked hard, raised families, believed in God and freedom, and now President Trump is back fixing trade, cutting waste, restoring Christian values, and I'll tell you, the battle still isn't over. And it's not President Trump's alone. It's also ours, which is why I stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. And right now, you can join AMAC for just $16 a year. Get AMAC magazine, real discounts, and fight for our country. Visit amac.us/grant. That's amac.us/grant. Stand with AMAC. They're on your side. All right, no surprise, California is overtly protecting child predators. Wait till you hear what California Democrats blocked in the State House next. back, everyone. What is it about Democrats that want to not just coddle criminals, but literally protect criminals? Do you know in California it is not a felony to sex traffic 16 and 17-year-old kids? That's what they are when you're 16 and 17 years old. Not a felony. Well, there was a bill offered up by Republicans, of course, to make it a felony. See, it is a felony younger than 16 and 17 to sex traffic kids. That's only recently, by the way, in California. Well, the Democrats blocked this. Why? Because they would think it would have an adverse effect on, you ready for this, the minority and gay community? What?
There is a provision of the bill that creates a new crime of loitering with the intent to purchase commercial sex. I'm concerned that the provision could unintentionally reinstate discriminatory practices that we all know that have historically and disproportionately impacted communities of color, particularly Black and brown communities, as well as members of the LGBTQI+ community.
So by his logic, only if you're Black, Hispanic, or gay or trans or lesbian or whatever do you loiter for sex with 16 or 17-year-olds? So that is going to have are you kidding me? He's not the only Democrat that thinks like this. Listen to this clown.
I'm not okay with any child anywhere being exploited, but the solution that we craft, the solution that we pass needs to make sense, it needs to be equitable, it needs to be comprehensive.
Equitable? The only thing equitable needs to be that you get the same size jail cell as every other pervert, okay? That's the only equity I want involved in this. How did we get here in California? They don't want to make sex trafficking of a 16 and 17-year-old a felony? Well, I want to bring in my own expert on California, my co-host out on The Morning Answer on AM 870. Jen Horn is with us. Jen, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Grant. I'm also an expert in perverts, so I'm glad to be with you tonight.
That's for another show. We don't want to know about that. All right, so let me ask you, because you laid this out on the radio this morning. How did we get here? I think most people are saying, wait a second, it's not a felony?
Yeah, this is the question, right? Instead of scratching our heads and going, what's going on? I mean, why is it not a felony to sex traffic? And just the quick background on this, Shannon Grove, who is one of the few Republicans in the California State Senate, last year had a bill that was going to make sex trafficking a felony again, because remember, we reclassified a bunch of crimes from violent to misdemeanor and from felonies to misdemeanors. So all of that is a piece of California's history. Well, Shannon Grove was amazed, and so was all of California, when Democrats blocked that bill. But there was an outcry from the public. Even in crazy California, people were saying, wait a second, we want to protect the youngest and the most vulnerable kids. We don't want them to go in the sex trade or work in a factory somewhere. So all of that outcry went to Gavin Newsom's desk, who said, uh-oh, I want to run for president. Maybe I better get with this. So he went to the Democrats. They made a deal with Shannon Grove to say, yeah, we'll pass this and make it a felony for sex trafficking if you keep it under the age of 16. So now the effort is to protect 16 and 17-year-olds, because those are actually the groups of that age group is actually the most likely to be sex trafficked. So why would Democrats say that it's Black and brown people, the LGBTQ community that's loitering like creepers in back alleys? I mean, that's offensive to me to hear something like that. If anything, you would think the equity here would be all about equitably protecting the kids.
Yeah. And it's not. And literally they have this backhanded racism, stereotypical stuff. It's horrible on behalf of the Democrats. They're gonna have a very bad look on this. They may win on this and block this legislation, but it's not going to bode well for them. There is some Republicans. There's not very many in Sacramento. Let me play one clip from one who's trying to talk some common sense, and it was colleagues up there in Sacramento.
These predators that we call Johns. And when we talk about demand, the greatest demand I have learned is among 16 and 17 years old. These are girls. And these are people that our society should be doing everything they can to protect. So why are we protecting the predator by removing this tenet?
Jen, you're friends with so many in law enforcement in California. Typically, most of them tend to be conservative. What are they saying about this?
Oh my gosh, they want to be able to arrest these people and actually have them prosecuted. I mean, think about this. You're buying a little girl or a little boy that's in the sex trade and you're going to get a misdemeanor. You're not even going to see a day in jail. You're out there again to go prey on somebody else. I mean, that's disgusting. We need to do better. And the clear evidence, it's not just law enforcement, but when it gets to Gavin Newsom, he actually came out with the statement, Grant, that said everybody should be prosecuted with a felony, or everybody should be assigned a felony with this charge, because it's even too crazy for Gavin Newsom. He's got those presidential ambitions. So once again, he's going to have to corral these Democrats that are just not thinking. I don't know. Look, right. I get that they want to let people out of jail all over the place. They are not a big fan of imposing law and order. But how can you actually allow people to prey on kids? It's really sick.
It is. It's sick, and I think anybody with common sense would say we got to do something about this. Real quick, I want to play two clips from Gavin Newsom. We'll go through them fairly quickly, but this is the first one. He has the audacity to talk about President Trump tearing things down and how easy it is, when literally it was Joe Biden and Gavin Newsom in California that do this, but they're hypocrites. Listen to this.
But I think the most difficult thing is when you're tearing something down, it's easy to get attention. Easiest thing in the world is tear something down. I can do all that in 10 days. I don't even need 100 days to tear everything down. It took decades and decades to build up. Building things is hard. Starting from scratch, improving things, reforming things. That's what we're promoting. Efficiency, engagement, better outcomes and results. That's real work.
It says on his podium, efficiency and engagement. Last I checked, it went from like $200-something billion budget to $320-something billion budget a year for California. That's not efficiency and engagement under his watch.
Finally, Newsom's telling the truth. He says it's easier to tear something down, and he would know because he has helped tear down California. Remember, we used to be the Golden State, the state of Ronald Reagan, the state of Richard Nixon. We used to be the state that actually people wanted to come to. Now people are screaming to get out. We can't even get a U-Haul to get out of here quick enough. So yes, Gavin Newsom knows about tearing things down. He has no money to pay for anything. Right. He's run us into the ground economically, from crime and safety to homelessness. The guy's destroyed it all. So finally, he's telling the truth.
Just because I have to, I got to get this one last one in because it's just classic. He thinks that people come to California to copy him, apparently. Watch.
Requests for proposals, lobbyists getting involved, and people, frankly, protecting incumbency. We created a sandbox to iterate, and people are able to iterate in real time. That's what led to nation-leading technology in firefighting. We announced all that a couple days ago. People always say, well, you need to do more in technology in firefighting. Well, people travel the world to see California's leadership as it relates to the introduction of artificial intelligence and what we're...
Travel the world to see California's leadership as he does his best Steph Curry imitation.
What is that? Is that like the Gavin Newsom shimmy shake? I mean, that is the weirdest thing. And let me tell you, our world famous firefighting, I mean, I can take you 10 minutes from my house and I'll show you just how great the firefighting was here in California. The only reason people would come here to see California's leadership is for the what not to do manual. Seriously, it's best practices on what not to implement in your country. He's embarrassing.
Well, Jen, he sure is. We'll be calling him out this weekend. Jen and I are going to be in Ontario, California at the Doubletree. Jen, Saturday, that starts 11 o'clock California time. If anybody out there is near there, come see us for our Unite IE Inland Empire Conservative Conference. Look, we even made a graphic. We're going to have a lot of fun. Riley Gaines is going to be there, too. am870.info. I got the address, right, Jen? AM870.info.
You did. I'm so proud of you. You got it.
I know. How about that? Jen Horn, as always, thank you. We'll see you on Saturday.
We will. We'll do the Gavin Newsom shimmy together. Thanks, Grant.
There you go. There you go. That's how he does it, just like Steph Curry. All right, folks, you need to learn about Energized Health and intercellular hydration. Supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, and dramatically increase your brain function. Look and feel years younger, all through a simple and natural process. Don't believe me? Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. Energized Health offers 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated, and they've helped thousands over 20 years. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. While you're there, check out the free masterclass. That's EnergizedHealth.com. You tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you, the guy that lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks on the Energized Health protocol. All right, sanctuary cities are working overtime to aid and abet criminal aliens. We go to Chicago next. Ben Berkwam is up with me. Welcome back, everyone. President Trump signed an executive order that will virtually defund at a federal level sanctuary states, cities, and towns. He just signed it this week. We reported on it here. There is no worse sanctuary city than Chicago. Well, all of them are bad, but Chicago's real bad. Michelle Obama, she's a Chicagoite. Listen to this.
And knowing that there's so much bias and so much racism and so much ignorance that fuels those kind of choices, I worry for people of color all over this country. And I don't know that we will have the advocates to protect everybody. And that frightens me. It keeps me up at night.
Keeps her up at night? You go into neighborhoods in Chicago, you know what keeps them up at night? A home invasion. A home invasion conducted by an MS-13 gang member or a Tren de Aragua gang member. A home invasion that didn't need to happen because you've got illegals here that should never have been here in the first place. I want to bring in now RAV border correspondent Ben Berkwam, who is live for us at an event tonight, which will call attention to these sanctuary cities. Ben, you were expecting some protesters, Antifa, to turn out tonight. Any sign of them?
It's drizzling outside a little bit, so they get wet, they go home. These are a bunch of coward punks. So far so good. They we've got law enforcement here, but the big thing was they were trying to get the venue to cancel the event. They're a bunch of cowards. They called the event. They actually got them to cancel one location, so we had to move at the last minute to this location. Thank God that this location had the courage to stand up, even though they've been getting bombarded by calls. But they're having it here. It's an amazing venue. The room is full. We're about to get kicked off. And so far so good. And I dare them to come. I would love Antifa to show up. I would love these little scumbags to show up so we can show what cowards they are. They're standing up for communism, for destroying this country, for protecting illegals. Excuse my language, but screw you guys. You're welcome to come. I'd love to have a conversation.
There's not many ones out there that are better at standing up to these Antifa goons and Black Lives Matter than you, Ben Bergquam. So they probably know you're there and are going to think better about it. Let me play you a clip, though. This is from one of the Law and Border episodes that you did, talking to a Border Patrol agent about Chicago specifically. Take a listen to this.
The fact that you're having to do this, going out into the public where this guy was incarcerated and was released, the impact of the policies, the sanctuary policies, how that impacts your ability to do your job?
A significant amount of time in the Illinois Department of Corrections. We did place a detainer on him. That detainer was not honored, so he was released back into the public without notifying us.
All right, Ben, they really are put in danger every time that one of these jurisdictions release a dangerous felon back into the community when they could have just picked them up at the jail.
Yeah. Every sanctuary community in America, every sanctuary supporting politician in America should be prosecuted. As you were talking about earlier, they should be defunded. And to your point, the sanctuary idea actually came from Chicago. It's from the Weather Underground, from the communist movements, from the communist churches like Lincoln United Methodist Church that's right here. All of those ideas came out of Chicago, and they've spread, they've metastasized like a cancer across America. That's why it's so critical that this Save Illinois coalition, this referendum to get sanctuary state laws and sanctuary city laws illegal in Illinois and in the city of Chicago is so important. If it can happen here, it could be a catalyst for the entire country.
Well, I'm sure no surprise that this is going on in New York as well. Most big blue cities, this is an issue. But the Democrats are literally training these illegals how to evade arrest. I'm going to pull another clip from one of your Law and Border episodes. This is you with agents in New York. Here we go.
No luck on our first suspect. Either he's refusing to open the door or he's somewhere else, blended in with 8 million other New Yorkers.
But now it's starting up again. I mean, it's all about education, right? And there's people out there that are educating them on, what they should and should not do if ICE comes to your door. So, which, makes the job a lot harder for us.
Ben, I'll give you the last word here.
Yeah, that's it. These sanctuary communities put every single community member, legal citizen, and illegal. They put everybody in danger, and it has to stop. It has to stop. That's the only way we save our country.
Well, I appreciate the work that you guys do out there. Oscar Ramirez, Anthony Aguero, of course, Ben Bergquam here tonight with us, and all of the community members around the country that get engaged with trying to take back their own communities, including where you are in Chicago. A big thanks to all of them. RAV Border Correspondent Ben Bergquam, as always, we appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. Have fun tonight, and have a cocktail for me. All right, folks, every dollar you spend either supports your values or works against them. Where you spend matters. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, lets you take a stand without sacrificing quality. Get exceptional nationwide coverage with access to all 3 major U.S. networks and 2 numbers on 1 phone, something the big carriers cannot match. Enjoy flexible, unlimited data plans with high-speed data hotspots and more. Switching is easy. Keep your number or phone or upgrade. Over 100% U.S.-based customer service team will activate you in just minutes. Join today at patriotmobile.com or call them at 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT, and tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, RFK Jr. is working hard to cut the junk out of our food supply. More on this next. At President Trump's cabinet meeting today, RFK Jr. spoke, and he talked a lot about getting healthy again and what he's doing to make that happen.
Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them.
All right, all of this stuff infects your system. How do you clean out your system? You got organs, especially your liver is so important. I want to bring in now from Pure Health Research, Dr. Holly Lucille is with us. Good evening, Doc. It's great to have you back on.
Grant, thanks so much. It's always great to be here. So exciting.
All right. So talking about the liver, we get bombarded from everywhere with toxic things going into our bodies. How does Pure Health Research help?
Well, okay, I think this is a really important. You and I have talked a lot about the liver health formula that they have. But I think what I'm going to talk about today, which I think is important, is from a manufacturing and a supplement company, just like RFK Jr. was talking, we talk about what's in it. We've talked about, what's in one of their supplements. They've got over like 40, 45. What's not in it? I think that's important too. So there are no pharmaceutical excipients. There are no artificial colors. There are no not or GMO type things. And so from a quality perspective, I just think that sets them apart from a lot of people that are in the playing field. But to your point, you're right. We are still assaulted. This is going to take some time, the cleaning up that's being done now. So we've talked about liver health formula. Your liver, huge detoxification organ, yes, but does over 500 different functions in your body. So we also have lymph system support from Pure Health Research, because it's kind of like the liver health formula would be, I'll loosely say, you going around your house, grabbing all of the waste paper from the waste paper baskets in each and every room and setting it outside. Now, if the garbage people don't come and take that out, have you ever been to New York City when there is a waste management strike? You see that garbage just pile up and pile up. So the lymph is super important in helping that final step. So for a good, clear detox, yeah, you have the liver health formula we've talked about so many times on your show, and also the lymph system support. The other thing that I'll say, and then I'll let you have a word about Pure Health Research, if you go to their website, purehealthresearch.com, each and every product, you'll see it's very intuitive. You can toggle over an ingredient that is in there, and it's always backed by a clinical study. So they're following the science as well. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, it's about transparency, right? And I think all the other companies out there that are not transparent will not do the things that you do on your website and those things. I want to get back to this lymph system idea. What does the lymph system do? Maybe I should know this. I'm 56 years old. I don't. So what does it do, and why is it so important? I know you talk about getting this garbage out, but explain to me about how this works.
So one of the best things I can say is anybody ever had a good massage, right? So a lymphatic massage, what they say is that these strokes are like effleurage. So you're lying on your stomach. And have you ever felt like after that massage, your sinuses, you're kind of having a runny nose, your head is congested? That's because that massage got your lymph system flowing. It is helping to flush out extra fluids, fats, and toxins. That's basically what it's there for. When the lymph system gets congested, you're going to see things like cellulite, to be honest with you. You're going to see what some women call cankles. That's just really fat ankles. And so like your calves kind of like run into your ankles, and there's just this one big thing instead of any, and we call it pedal edema. When you put your thumb into your let's just say any sort of tissue, and it kind of doesn't bounce back. It just pushes in. So there is accumulation of toxins that are doing nothing but re-toxifying your body. So lymph and liver work together to actually clear out and detox you completely.
I think you just gave the best sales pitch for purehealthresearch.com for women out there, especially. You want to cure cankles? Go to purehealthresearch.com, because no guy I know likes women with cankles. Just hate to break the news to everybody out there. Get rid of them. Get
for
your
the
lymph
next
system.
48 hours, right? 35% off anything that you order with your code.
There you go. It doesn't get any better than that. Dr. Holly Lucille, thank you so much for coming on, as always.
All right, Stinchfield, you got to know it. Shop there, Pure Health Research, next 48 hours. Thanks so much, Grant. I'll talk to you next time.
I'm going to tell people exactly. purehealthresearch.com. And for the next 48 hours, you can save 35% on your order with coupon code Stinchfield. All right, STINCHFIELD. All right, 35% is a good deal. All right, we all know America is the greatest country on earth. This woman is finding out the hard way. Why?
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
For all those folks who said, you know what, we're going to leave America when Trump comes in because we don't like him, he's a racist. Well, one woman moved to Ghana. She's black, she's an American. She has a message to all of you.
But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the fraud, the scams, the too expensive, the not having no snacks, the not having no food, the electricity.
No snacks. That's the biggest problem. No snacks in Ghana. And, of course, the robberies and everything else. That's going to do it for us today, folks. Thanks for watching Stinchfield's Army Rolls. Thanks to all of you. Have a great evening.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, April 30th. Glad you're in live from the America First warehouse. Good evening, everybody. Hope you had a good night. Paul Nolan is here with the news. Kevin Downey Jr. is here as well. Rick Delgado's got some news. Slick Rick's got some sports. Glad you're in on a Wednesday. Lots to do. 2 days left before we get to Friday Night Live at the America First warehouse. Oh, my goodness. Where we will see, I hope, start to see a lot of you here on Friday nights. It is going to be a great time. And, of course, the first one will kick off on this Friday. And we're looking forward to it. The boys will be all here, and we'll be rip-roaring to go. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your day today?
I had a good day today. Went out to a tulip farm, believe it or not. I really did.
Really?
Yeah, took the birds out there with the wife out in Riverhead. It was fantastic. Had a great time.
Did you tiptoe?
I tiptoed through the tulips.
Very nice.
I actually did.
Did you wear those boots?
I did not.
Okay.
Oh, my God. I did wear boots, though. I did.
Okay, very good. Well, I like the ones you're wearing.
Thank you.
Damn. Go with that outfit, that Brad Paisley outfit.
Yes, Brad Paisley.
I like that. So, what's coming up in sports tonight? Big news in sports?
Well, that's some story.
I know you have some bad stories.
John Elway's agent. That was just an absolutely terrible story. That one, we're going to obviously keep track of the NHL playoffs tonight, NBA playoffs, Big D. I got a little rodeo coming up as well, and Shador Sanders is still in the news.
Okay, very good. We'll get to all that. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm well.
How was your day?
It was good.
Okay, good. Pull that microphone closer to you.
Well, yeah, I asked about that earlier. Yeah, I played golf today, so that's why my day wasn't so good. First round of the year, they aerated the greens and then they sanded them.
Yeah.
So as if I wasn't an atrocious putter as it is, I 3-putted 8 times.
A little extra bumpy road to the hole.
It was like, do you remember what was that game, Plinko? It was like it was bouncing everywhere. So it was good because that gives me an excuse for being the worst putter on earth.
Yeah.
So at least now it made sense. The other people putted terribly with me, so at least I felt better about myself.
Misery loves company.
Yeah, it is an amazing game, right? You can play and have a horrible 4 hours, and you have one good shot somewhere close to the end, and boy, it brings you back.
That's the burn of it, because I was bombing my drives down the center. I was hitting approach shots. I couldn't chip a putt to save my life. At gunpoint, I was dead.
Well, you know what they say, Paul? Drive for show and putt for dough.
You know what they also say? Golf's a stupid game.
Yeah. All right, very good. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well.
How was your day today?
Filled with pollen and sneezing.
Oh, I know. God,
and
it's terrible.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yes, it's just terrible. My allergies are kicking my butt.
Yeah.
But I'm here, and I'm not going to sneeze, I hope, tonight.
Okay, very good.
Camera.
The man's a warrior.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Delgado will have the news. Last on the panel here, of course, is the man who has a radio show 9 to 11 weekday mornings on LI News Radio. That would be the Kevin Downey Jr. show. And that would be where I spent the 9 to 10 hour this morning. Mr. Kevin Downey Jr. here with us tonight. How are you?
Not bad. Thank you. Thank you, D. Thank you for coming on. You were a hit. Lots of calls and text messages. And don't forget, we got a little gift from Frankie. See ya.
Oh, man, that was beautiful. A little gift from my cowboy hat that I'm going to have to put on there. I hope I do it right. But, yeah, it was beautiful. I really appreciate that. So I want to thank him here if he's listening. But you can thank him for me as well.
Yeah.
But no, it was a great time on the show.
It was fun. Coming back on Monday, right?
I'm going to come back Monday for the full 2 hours.
Full 2 hours. The full Monty.
We had so many texts and phone calls this morning, we couldn't even get to them all.
A lot of stuff we wanted to talk about we couldn't get to either. There was news, and it was just another one. And there's probably 5 or 6 we never even got to, and they were coming in after you left.
Yeah, so Monday I'm going to go back for the full 2 hours, the Kevin Downey Jr. Show 9 to 11, LI News Radio, where you're listening to us right now on a Wednesday night, 103.9 Long Island, New York. So I'll be back on Monday, and KDJ's here tonight. What's coming up in your news? You got any? We did some fun stories this morning. You got some fun stories tonight?
Oh, yeah, I got a lot of fun stuff.
Okay.
Tommy's all over the joint.
Anything that's steaming your clams?
I've got some clam steaming going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Well, there's a lot of places to start. Scott Besson announces that we have a minerals deal with Ukraine. We'll get to that video here in a second. But let's start with the economic news, because we've been talking about it. And I saw this, obviously I saw this morning, and we have been debating whether the Atlanta Fed was completely out of their mind, or if they were just slightly out of their mind. Or if Howard Lutnick, as he said to Maria Bartiromo when she confronted him about this about a month ago, and he said, that's crazy. And she said, well, I don't know if you've read their economic outlook for the first quarter, but they have a negative outlook. Now, they were at like negative 2.8.
Yeah.
And this morning, U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter, despite underlying strength in consumer spending and business investment. So, yes, they were off because they had negative 2.7, but they were not off in that they were one of the only ones who saw a contraction, and that's exactly what we got. Gross domestic product contracted at an annual rate of 0.3%. The Department of Commerce said this morning as businesses rushed to bring in goods ahead of anticipated tariff hikes. The decline in the GDP marks a sharp reversal from the 2.4% growth rate recorded at the end of last year. This was the slowest rate of growth in the United States since 2022, when the economy avoided an official recession but contracted for 2 consecutive quarters. That's when we started changing the definition of what recession is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Final sales to private domestic purchasers, a closely watched measure of businesses and consumer health that is seen as a better predictor of future growth, expanded at a healthy pace of 3%. That's an acceleration from the fourth quarter of 2024's 2.9% growth rate. After tax, personal income rose 2.7%, up from 1.9%, and the strongest increase since the first quarter of last year. Consumer spending also rose 1.8%, the slowest rate since the first quarter of last year. Spending on durable goods, washing machines, things like that, fell, while consumer spending on non-durables and services increased at a slower pace than the end of last year. The contraction in overall GDP was driven by a widening trade gap as imports surged ahead of new tariffs announced by President Trump as part of its effort to reshape global trade and put the U.S. economy on a more sustainable path. Imports rose at a 41.3% annualized rate in the first quarter, including 50.9% increase in imported goods. So you can go through all the numbers. There's some good, there's some bad. Obviously, a contraction is not what we want to see. We certainly don't want to see 2 quarters in a row, and then we start fighting about the definitions of recession again. But listen, you can lie to yourself and say this is no big deal. It's at least a small warning flag,
right?
That the game we're playing, and I think rightly so, as we talked about Trump's first 100 days last night, and all the things he's done, rightly so. Trade being right up there, energy being right up there, the border obviously being the number one thing. But again, there is a backdrop of people's retirement, people's pocketbook, growth in the country, the big R word in recession, and Republicans in Congress. Let's get going. Let's make some deals. Let's get Trump's tax policies locked in. Let's stop going on vacation, because you run the risk at some point, as we talked about, people's outlook of the future changing. And that gets held against you in the midterms. You already are swimming upstream as the party in power. Don't make it that much harder by letting things like this go quarter after quarter after quarter.
Well, you know what I like about it is that it's out early in the first 3 months, because that gives plenty of time to kind of readjust everything and get towards that positive news. Because again, by this time next year, people are going to be looking at their at their 401ks, at the stock market, at the money in their pockets, at their credit cards, and they're going to be making a determine: am I doing better than I was during that last 4 years? And hopefully, that's going to be the case. Now, according to this from CNBC, it says that imports soared 41% for the quarter. That was driven. And that helped push that number negative, but that was driven because, of course,
people trying to get
ahead of the tariffs. And imports subtract from the GDP, so the concentration of growth may not be viewed as negatively at the time. And exports only rose 1.8%. So you had a couple different factors in there that they were looking at. That I guess it isn't as bad, because everybody's going to run with the headline, right? Because everybody on the left's a headline reader. What does it say? It's negative. Oh my God, he's killing us.
Exactly.
But like you were saying, it's about getting out in front of these things and then setting it up for the future. Because let's face it, everything that they did the last 4 years was all about trying to get their agendas passed, trying to get money, trying to move this. Like the guy described, we were throwing gold bars off the Titanic, right? Yep. So, of course, that's going to have an effect as well. So maybe some of this negativity right now is not a bad thing. And hopefully it, makes that change in the coming quarters. And remember, yesterday, who was it? Scott Besson, I think we played, where he was talking about, you guys write about these articles. Where's a story about how the NASDAQ is now up? Instead of it being, oh my goodness, it's the worst since the Depression, now it's up. And nobody's writing any stories about that.
Right,
so.
if it leads,
if it bleeds, it leads.
And same thing with the financial markets. And, the narrative of the worst approval rating over the first 100 days on polls that are completely skewed, especially when this entire financial system has been a house of cards since 1913, essentially. So I'm not worried about any of it. The charts, according to the guys I follow, are really good at, their predictors. I think we're going to be fine. I'm really not concerned.
Well, there's a couple ways to look at this number today. And again, the first way you can just simply say is that the Atlanta Fed had it at negative 2.8, negative 1.5, excluding record gold imports. And we were nowhere near that bad.
Right.
Also, if you take out the two negative components, which obviously was net trade and then obviously government, the number was actually unexpectedly strong. So you really got to dig and parse through the things. But like you said, the problem is so many people just look at the headline, look at the contraction. If you get another contraction, then they start throwing around the R word. You're already hearing Trump derangement syndrome to the nth degree. I saw Dan Goldman on today with with what's his name in the afternoon there, and Will Cain. Oh my God! I mean, he was just apoplectic on Trump needs the 25th Amendment already. I mean, this is where they're going.
God.
And Will Cain was like, what?
Was he wearing a wig and talking with an Indian accent?
No, did you see
a couple guys remove themselves from that impeachment, right?
Jimmy Fallon.
Right? Didn't a couple of Democrats say, remove me from this
Yeah, one of them was Hakeem Jeffries. He's just like, he kind of stepped away from
was,
it. Hakeem the Dream.
Nadler, who pooped himself.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted as far away from that turd as possible.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the first one he wanted to be away from. I mean, they're just absolutely out of their mind. Dan Goldman, or is it Goldman, was on with Will Cain, and I mean, the level of TDS, the fact that he's, like you said, he's killing everybody, he's pushing Granny off a cliff again. We're back to where we were in the first, you know what I'm saying? First impeachment.
Yeah.
And then you got this, like Paul said, this crazy guy who looked like a Saturday Night Live skit. Who did you see Carrie Lake take him apart on what's his name show?
No.
Oh my God. She's like, with all due respect, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but this is pathetic. And the guy's sitting there staring at the screen going...
He's looking like Latka Gravis.
Yeah, just shaking his head. She's like, yeah, no, I don't know who you are or where you came from, but
thank you very much.
This is pathetic.
Thank you very much.
Where'd this guy come from, she says. All right, live from Studio 6B, just getting started at the America First Warehouse on a Wednesday.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Join the over 2 million Americans who love this country. Join the over 2 million members who love America. Join AMAC.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday at the America First Warehouse. Glad you're in, everybody. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. I want to let everybody know on Real America's Voice on 103.9 tomorrow night. You want to be tuned in to Real America's Voice as the first annual American Border Heroes Award at 6 p.m. hosted by the great John Solomon will be on Real America's Voice. Again, the first annual American Border Hero Awards airs tomorrow night, 6 p.m., hosted by John Solomon. I know John's been doing a lot of work on this great program. And you want to tune in tomorrow night, 6 p.m., the first annual American Border Heroes Award with the great John Solomon, and I'm sure a lot of other great personalities that you know from RAV will be on tomorrow night, 6 p.m., so check that out. 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday. Slick Rick's going to do some sports. Delgado's here. Kevin Downey Jr. in the house. He's going to have some news. Paul Nolan will have some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Can't wait to see you people here on Friday. If you're making the trip, we appreciate it. To the America First Warehouse, you will not believe this place when you get here. And if you're late to the party, right there, you can scan that QR code that's on your screen right now to go right to their website and get information on how you can get here and get tickets.
Oh, yeah.
And, man, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be a great time. We're going to see the show. It's going to be a party. There's going to be food trucks. It's going to be all kinds of great stuff.
We're going to hang out after as well.
Slick's going to sign all your T-shirts.
Come on. Let's go.
He's going to buy steak sandwiches.
He's going to buy steak sandwiches for everybody on the old American Express.
Delgado will be playing cornhole in the parking lot.
Oh, man. Come on.
That's better than where he usually plays.
At 11 o'clock, we're going to play some Delbert. So it's going to be fun. All right, let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. MyPillow, LFS6B is the promo code to use. All the great stuff at MyPillow. Our code will give you a great discount if you're buying anything for Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthdays, whatever it is. LFS6B at checkout is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
Our Big D playoffs are wrapping up. First rounds are dropping like flies here. NHL and NBA. We got NHL action tonight. Capitals blanking the Canadians 2-0. Ovechkin with an early goal to lead the Caps there. And right now, that's Game 5. Washington looking to close that series out, up 3-1. There's 16 minutes to go in the second period. With a minute to go in the first period, good game down in Tampa. Lightning and Panthers tied at 2. Tampa's also playing for their lives as Florida leads that series 3-1. The Blues and the Jets is the nightcap out in Winnipeg, and that series is tied at 2. This is a Game 5 and a good one at that. 9:30 p.m. is the puck drop there. We have NBA action. To the hardwood floor we go. Down in Houston, the Rockets absolutely bombing the Warriors 52-24 with 7 minutes to go in the first half. This is a West first round. Game 5, Golden State leads the series 3-1. So Rockets also in a must-win series. They missed game there. And the Lakers at 10 p.m. They're at the Crypto.com arena there, take on the Timberwolves. And, Minnesota leads that series 3-1. So LeBron is looking, and Doncic are looking to keep their lives going there, Rick, as well. So that's a 10 p.m. tip-off there. So we'll keep you up to date with the scores on that. And I get to some sad news in the sports world. Jeff Spurbeck, John Elway's longtime agent and friend, dead at 62. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart reporting here. Jeff Spurbeck, a friend and business associate of Broncos legend John Elway for the better part of 4 decades, died Wednesday after falling off the back of a golf cart Saturday night. TMZ News Sports reports. TMZ Sports reported earlier Wednesday that Elway was behind the golf cart wheel at the time of the incident. Spurbeck struck his head on the asphalt and was transported to a nearby hospital in critical condition. Elway called 911, and there is no indication that he was at fault for the accident. Spurbeck, Elway, their wives, and Elway's son were returning from a party after the Stagecoach musical on Saturday evening when the accident occurred. Spurbeck was placed on life support, though doctors doubted he would survive, TMZ Sports reports. Elway and Spurbeck began working together in the 1990s. Their friendship eventually led to a joint business venture in 2013 when the two started Seven Cellars Winery. So just a terrible story. He was 62 years old, young man at that. And wow, I mean, you feel bad for Elway, obviously, and anything like that with your friend, your agent, your lifetime sport, partner there of sports is, just a terrible story. I know we were talking about it earlier, but like Big D, you said earlier, when did you ever hear of anybody falling off a golf cart? And then Paul had a quick story, right, about a friend that fell off a golf cart like that. I got hit by a car, right?
Yeah, Yep.
Yeah, I guess when I first heard it, I was thinking like on the golf course this happened. And I was thinking, like, God, I've never heard of an accident where someone dies on the golf course. Right. But I guess they were driving the cart just off of the golf course.
Yeah, apparently in a parking lot or whatever. But, it's just a shame, the story. So, but I'll also have a follow-up on that. Bill Belichick came out today to clarify what his girlfriend said on that CBS
Was that
report.
Goo Goo Gaga? I missed
my God, that thing is... The poor
She
guy's
said,
on...
Mama, kid, Baba.
Bill, give your man card back, would you
my
please?
goodness. It's the book tour from hell for that guy.
11?
Well,
how old is that kid?
Oh, my goodness.
24, I think. That's a rapid
They
sports
say
big
the
D. Back to
darndest
you.
things at that age, Rick.
Yeah, I know.
24.
Grandpa, I want ice cream.
My daughter's 24. I have no idea what to talk to her about.
That's what people say. What do they talk about?
I don't think they do a lot of talking.
Something that rhymes. Something that rhymes with it. That's a rapid D. Back to you.
Belichick is such a
walking.
Yes, exactly. Hand in hand, Big D.
Stud.
Right.
Okay.
He's no Bob Barker.
All right, very good. Slick, we'll do some more sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell,
Why could you want to
LFS6B.
spend time with
So
him?
here's the clip. Have you seen this clip of Carrie Lake? All right, so here's the clip of Carrie Lake taking apart this moron on the Trump impeachment here. If we have
You
this,
mean
Aaron.
Sri Theolanda?
Yeah, here's
there
Carrie,
he is.
here's Carrie Lake with him. She's down there at the bottom of the screen with him. Here it is.
I think you're doing this largely because you want to get your name out there, because the Democrats have no front runner. No one knows who's in charge of the party, so everyone's clawing to the top of the crabs in the barrel to try and be the pick me for 2028.
All right, Congressman. Congressman, you're just doing this because you're a narcissist, basically.
Well, look, in the first 100 days, his numbers are lower than any other president. You had to go back 70 years. And the only other bad numbers for a president in the first 100 days was Trump 45. So people have spoken.
Is that why you're doing it?
People are having a buyer's remorse. People are, I've spoken to many of Trump's supporters, and they are deeply disappointed by his actions, by his failure to fix the economy.
Maybe they said, I'll have the rocky road
on people's minds.
Okay, Carrie, what's your response to the congressman? Because there are lots of people saying this, and the Democrats have got their gander up a bit now. They're beginning to marshal their so-called resistance in a better way, because Trump's giving them a lot of opportunity to do that. At what point politically do you start feeling twitchy if the tariff war doesn't work how Trump intends it to?
First of all, where did this guy come from? With all due respect, this is an idiotic thing to do. And it's proving that the Democrat Party has no play. They don't know what to do right now because Trump is winning on everything. He's strategizing how to fix the economy that Joe Biden drove not only into a ditch but off a cliff. And this is why the American people were suffering. And it sounds to me like this is a political move to try to put him in good graces with the AOC crowd and the very, very far left radical crowd ahead of another election. This is ridiculous. The American people were sick of the previous attempts of impeaching President Trump before. They don't want to see this again. And I'm embarrassed for this gentleman. I'm embarrassed for that congressman that he's doing that he's fallen to that level.
Does he know she's talking about him?
I don't think so.
In his first 100 days as he tries to save us from the serious missteps of Joe Biden and that administration.
He's
that
Jeffrey
almost, broke the backs
That's what he's doing.
of every American in this country. What about the fentanyl that's no longer pouring across the border? What about the lives that are saved there? What about a president who's trying to end a war that's killing thousands, tens of thousands of people and costing all kinds of our treasure over in Ukraine? What about that?
I'm
he's
here,
trying to
right?
concentrate on something to make people all of a sudden know who he is so that he can raise
Smiling
money
like a Muppet.
and run for re-election. I find it despicable. I really do.
Yeah.
I think you're doing this.
There you go. With all due respect, where'd this guy come from?
Wow.
Is that the guy from Michigan?
Yeah. Oh, makes sense.
Well, not originally.
No.
What do you expect, right?
I think he's originally
Another wingding from
Sri Lanka.
Michigan.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
It's most time for a microwavable burrito and a squishy slushy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Very Good Customer. Please come again.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So, to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States walking Liberty half dollars, minted from 1916 to 1947, in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
Being able to have something to always protect myself, this Byrna allows me to have that peace of mind no matter where we're really at.
It provides you with peace of mind. Not only that you can thwart the threat, but that you don't have to take a life in order to do so.
With the Byrna, you have the situation where now you're able to make yourself prepared for what might actually happen once you get there.
Of all the materials I use as a realtor, Byrna just fits in with all of that, and it's something that I don't think I'll ever need, but I'll be really glad that I have.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. We're live at the America First Warehouse, where we will be here today, tomorrow night. Get ready to see you all on Friday night. Live show here with the studio audience. We are looking forward to it. Paul Nolan's here with the news. Kevin Downey Jr. is coming up. He's got some thoughts. Slick Rick will have some more sports in hour 2. But right now, let's get to Rick Delgado. He's got the news. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
All right. Well, I've got a plethora of stuff. Plethora.
I like that word.
Do you know what a plethora is?
Yes, I know what a plethora is. Yeah. Anyhow, but I'm going to start with this one since we were talking about our favorite Simpsons character, Representative Shri Theanander, whatever his name is.
Well done. That was pretty impressive. You nailed it. Thank you.
After he got his butt waxed there by Carrie Lake and the rest of the panel there on that clip, here he is getting his butt waxed once again in cut number 2. Man, oh man, confronted by one of his constituents on why he voted the way he did on the Lincoln-Riley Act. Check this out. This is cut number 2.
You were one of 67 congressmen to not vote for the Lincoln-Riley Act and one of 10 senators. So 77 out of over 600. There must have been something in there that made you not want to vote for that because you were such an outlier there. Can you please tell us why you didn't vote for the Lincoln-Riley Act?
We thought that the Trump administration would misuse that to harass people. We'll get you more information on that.
He wasn't president then. This was over a year ago. He voted against the Lincoln-Riley Act.
Not a good idea.
Good boy. 30 seconds.
No, what was your answer?
I appreciate
the big fella's going to throw him off the stage.
That's every guy in Michigan that I grew up with. Yeah.
But yeah,
they might as well be those big country Canadian boys.
Yeah.
There is the representative that wants to have articles of impeachment against President Trump. He can't name the one reason why he voted against the Lake and Riley Act. He said, "Hey, you know what? I'll get you some. I'll get you an answer. I'll look through some paperwork." But he couldn't figure out that this is probably something he should have voted for.
It sounded like he said "good point" to them when they pointed out that it was Trump wasn't the president. Like, oops, you got me. I'm an idiot.
Yeah. That's the only thing I understood.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You're right. He is
good point.
He is an idiot.
Yeah.
So there you have, again, Representative Shri Thanandar. I think that's what it is. I think I got it now.
Sure.
From KDJ's old stomping grounds in Michigan. Again, you know, just reprehensible. But as we can see, he's just trying to get his name out in the papers, trying to gin up some support because, well, he sees an opportunity with the rudderless ship called the Democrat Party. So there he is out there. And I don't know if you guys caught this. This was interesting. Coming from RFK today, talking about what was going on at HHS. Basically, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claimed that HHS under former President Joe Biden's administration has been a collaborator in child trafficking and sex and slavery as well. He mentioned this during a cabinet meeting earlier today. Kennedy thanked President Trump for his extraordinary leadership over the past 100 days of the administration, and he highlighted how HHS and the Food and Drug Administration had announced that petroleum-based synthetic food dyes would be phased out in the U.S. supply. But then he kind of rolled this one out. Take a listen to this for yourself. Again, it kind of catches, I think, some people off guard here. Cut number 11, as RFK Jr. outs HHS for their role in child trafficking. Check this out. This is, again, cut number 11.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
Yeah.
If you saw some of the follow-up on that, there was departmental evidence that they were not allowing local officials and local law enforcement to contact them when they had leads on where some of these kids went. This is a really ugly story that I'd love to see. I would just love to see somebody hang for some of these crimes
definitely.
Against humanity. I mean, the most unspeakable crime possible. These kids are helpless, and it's reprehensible. What do they say? A kid could be traded 6 to 8 times a day?
Yeah, it's amazing. According to this, John Binder, according to Breitbart, reported that a HHS whistleblower from the Biden-Harris administration claimed the administration had created a white glove delivery service, Damon, in which the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, took custody of the unaccompanied alien children at the U.S.-Mexico border, then handed them off to HHS. It's almost like they're laundering money.
Exactly.
You know, you got a couple different shell organizations. Before you know it, it goes from this agency to that agency to that agency, and they're gone.
And it's just like it's almost the same playbook as what happened in Haiti.
Yeah. The whistleblower, Tara Lee Rodas, continued to note that the children were preparing to work grueling overnight shifts in slaughterhouses, restaurants, and factories, adding that some children may die today in jobs they don't even have knowledge of or skills to do in order to repay the never-ending debts to their smugglers and traffickers. And she also added that that children were also being sold for sex for at least a decade. HHS has been responsible for the suffering of countless children, according to this whistleblower. And again, this is a stunning admission from a whistleblower directed at the people in charge of HHS and Department of Homeland Security.
And don't forget, Joe Biden decided we didn't have to test DNA, no more DNA testing when people were bringing kids over the border.
Right.
And they were using that to say, all right, let's just make sure that you're his parents. And he just said, nah, But he said, we don't have to do it anymore. Just bring the kids over. 330,000. Whatever happens.
Yeah. I saw one guy talking about this.
Isn't it amazing, though, to his point, like when Trump was in the Trump first term, all you heard about is like the kids didn't separate from the parents, the kids, and they had no idea if those kids were those parents were with that kid. Now all of a sudden, we got to make the DNA. We got to make sure. Before it was like,
they didn't care.
Who cares?
Right. They didn't care. I heard one guy talking about this today and how they're going to be able to try and track all these kids down, or a good portion of them. It's going to be like a Doge type effort where they're going to have to create something to start kind of linking all these people that had a hand or a touch where they came in contact with these kids, and see where this kind of leads them. So it's going to be a tough thing to do. He says it'll take time, but he thinks they can pull it off.
Which is really astounding.
Yeah.
That it's gotten this far, and the fact that we still have Ghislaine Maxwell in jail, charged with trafficking, but to no customers.
Right.
We can't have her list.
Yeah.
Getting very frustrated.
We got 3 of the kids who were now 3, adding Guthrie on there. 3 of the girls who were trafficked.
Suicidal messages. Yeah.
That are now dead, but still, none of the Johns, none of the people that actually did the raping, behind bars, or we know who they are. Definitely, they're not in handcuffs. So that's I know it's kind of an eye-opening story, unfortunately. That and we've heard where they said, the U.S. leads the world in child trafficking.
It's unbelievable.
And human trafficking. It's sick. It's unbelievable. Anyhow, I got a little something here about Michelle Obama. I don't know if you heard about this, Damon.
No.
Well, everybody's freaking out over this.
Is she still in the? Does anyone still care?
Well, no, she's got a podcast. She had almost 800 people watching.
I was going to say, I heard there's nobody watching or listening.
So
whatever the hell it is.
You want to take over here?
No, apparently she's got more than that.
I went to a handful of Big Mike's podcasts.
Uh-huh.
Every single comment looks like a bot. If you just see the comment, you're fantastic, you hit the character, count was made 1 hour ago, 2 days ago. So it's incredible. It's all like fake.
It's manufactured.
It is. It's
fake.
We use that in our chat.
Who thinks she's still relevant? Who has an interest in her, even in the party?
Well, not even
that. They
don't
talk about the two of them anymore.
Not even that. She's not even interesting, right?
No.
If there was something there where people like, you know what, we got to check this out because she is such a great person that gets to the heart of matters. She's not Michelle Rogan. Never going to happen.
Yeah.
Nobody likes her.
Right. She's not interesting.
Right.
She's not relevant. She's not political.
She's not clever.
Yeah, she's nothing. She's not well read. She doesn't offer anything up. She's not well thought through.
Oh,
there's no pictures of her as a teenager. I'm sorry, I went too far.
But Damon, she is really good at pointing out the black and white issues.
Oh, yeah,
because it's all about race when it comes to Michelle Obama. This video clip circulating on X has as far as me and Paul are concerned, has not reignited. We've always thought it. Long-standing conspiracy theories about Michelle Obama's gender, falsely claiming she referred to herself as a man during a recent podcast episode. Not sure who actually sat down and watched this, but they caught it. It's kind of funny when you think about all the times Barack referred to her as me and Michael. You simply do not make that mistake. Here's that clip that we're talking about. You've probably seen it, maybe you haven't. Cut number 4. Check this out for yourself as Michelle Obama talks about trans kids. Oh, it's about trans and being black. That's what it is. Cut 4.
I wanted to talk, Marlon, a bit about just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a black man. Would you care to share that journey of?
Well, I learned. I love how she pats herself on the chest as a black man. It's so out of context, obviously, but it's going to make for such great memes.
She's talking to Marlon Wayans.
Yeah,
right?
she's talking to Marlon Wayans, of course.
Who also is highly relevant these days.
But of course, it seems like everybody. I guess that's the new thing in Hollywood. You got to have a trans kid. And some people have more than one trans kid. It's amazing, isn't it?
Someone just came out as trans today. Was it De Niro's daughter or granddaughter or something? Someone just popped out as trans.
Yeah.
Just I'm kind of tired of this wiener.
Yeah.
This wiener's getting a little old. Taking off my wiener, everyone. Look at me.
It's like the one place that just won't, like we talked about last night, we talked about the cultural shift with Trump. And obviously Hollywood is just the one place. I saw a segment that the morning show did this morning with Justine Bateman, who seems to be one who obviously in her later career, I think she's probably about my age, maybe even a little older, has finally said, these guys just don't get it in Hollywood. And it's, you see the Snow White movie.
Right.
Like they just refuse to get out of there where the rest of the country is on these issues. Yeah, they just won't get out of it.
Yeah, they refuse to, they have an agenda. They think this is going to make me popular. And they're finding out the hard way that's not very popular. Kind of trading on mental illness. That's what they're doing. They're trading on these poor kids' mental illness, and a bunch of them just want to be trans because everybody else is trans, and look how special they get treated. So maybe I should be trans.
Yeah, I could be extra weird, and I could finally be different and stand out. And now they're addicted to pharmaceuticals for the rest of their life.
Right.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night at the America First Warehouse. Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan coming up right after this.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night at the Real, what is this place called?
The America First Warehouse on Real America's Voice.
The America First Warehouse on Real America's Voice and on 103.9 LI News Radio.
If you see Joe the Box tossing Big D around, just be careful. We got to get the name of this.
I don't think anybody's tossing Big D around. I got news for you. Not in this lifetime.
At the America First Warehouse on a Wednesday night, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Paul Nolan is here. Got out of my trunk for the night. Mr. Nolan, what's going on in the news?
Well, we were talking about RFK before. I'll just go through this pretty quick because obviously he's been in the news quite a bit. Even spoke of chemtrails, blaming it on DARPA. I don't know if anyone had noticed that, but that was a pretty interesting story. I'd like to see some follow-up on.
What was that story?
About chemtrails and DARPA. I don't know if you know much about DARPA, but, it's a military agency. It kind of does whatever it wants, whenever it wants. It's like CIA squared kind of a thing. But, in that news, if we're going to stay on there, EPA is actually demanding there's a startup company that's an unregulated geoengineering startup that's dumping tons of sulfur dioxide into the air, and the EPA is looking to stop them. So when people say chemtrails aren't real, you're just being silly. It's 24 states are trying to ban it. Mexico has banned it. Other nations are in the process of banning it. You don't ban something that doesn't exist. Supposedly it does help change the climate and cools the earth, but no one really knows the side effects of it. But I didn't want to dwell on chemtrails on this show.
But he's
I'll do
talked
that on
about
your show the day you had me on.
He's talked about this since he's taken over this position, just recently?
Yeah, he was asked and addressed it at a town hall type meeting, and he said, I believe DARPA's in control of that. It's not my agency, but I would like to know, essentially I'd like to see it addressed as well. You've seen those planes that leave the trails that they just stay all day. They can it goes from a sunny day to overcast, in like 4 hours. So anyway, Health Secretary also is requiring all new vaccines be tested against placebos before being licensed. This is a requirement that's a radical departure from past practices, a spokesperson from the DHS had said. Except for the COVID vaccine, none of the vaccines on the CDC's childhood recommended schedule was tested against an inert placebo, meaning we know very little about the product and the risk profiles of these products. The placebo, obviously, we all know, is nothing against it, and how they don't do this is essentially astonishing to me, but good to see somebody's going to be on this. Some experts are saying that the placebo-controlled trials for established vaccines such as measles, mumps, rubella, MMR shots would not be ethical because it would deny participants in the control arm of the vaccine. But I say poppycock, give it to them later. Anyhow, I'm happy to see that this is going forward, and I wanted to just add to the story that at University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Institute of Global Health and Infectious Disease told the Epoch Times in an email that they believe the placebo-controlled trials are not ethical for infectious diseases, which, let's be honest, that's the spot where the COVID and vaccine had started. That's where Obama rushed it out. If you guys remember, 2015, like December, early January of 16, rushed all of that research over to Wuhan. Lo and behold, a couple of years later, we're all pummeled and the whole nation shut down, and we saw the greatest transfer of wealth. So I'm not buying that it was anything that comes from Chapel Hill there. So I just figured I'd start there if we want to save some time for sports.
All right. Anything else, Paul?
Yeah. If you want to stay with this, and at a Breitbart, Senate Majority Leader John Thune targeting the July 4th as the deadline to send the reconciliation plan extending Trump's tax cuts to the president's desks. I don't know if you saw that story.
Yeah, we talked about that he laid that down a couple days ago, that the Congress better wake up because that's the deadline. He wants, trying to do this in parts, the big, beautiful bill, as the president refers to it, and the tax stuff really needs to be done by July 4th. And not only that, by the way, but just attention to anyone in Congress. Why don't you try to figure out what it is you're actually going to message and get somebody to actually go out there and message it to the American people so they actually understand what you guys are doing, so they don't just keep hearing people on mainstream media go, like Dan Goldman today. Do you think that the tax cuts, do you agree if they're going to do the tax cuts that it's going to blow a hole in the deficit, that they're giving a tax cuts to their rich friends and they're going to blow a hole in the deficit? We have to have an answer for that, and one that people understand, because that's all it's going to be. And when confronted with today, there was no good answer. And Dan Goldman gets away with saying that we're just giving tax breaks to our rich friends and we're going to blow a hole in the deficit for it. So Republicans better be able to message what it is that they're doing.
Yeah, it would be nice to see them all on the same page with the unified message. But if I'm going to stay on this, I just wanted to see, did you guys see this story? I don't know if you did it yesterday or not. China makes a stunning accusation about which country should be blamed for the COVID outbreak. Did you guys see this one yet? This is out of the New York Post. China is pointing its finger at the United States for originating the COVID-19 epidemic, claiming they were trying to shift blame after President Trump declared that deadly disease was leaked from the Wuhan lab. The communist regime argued that substantial evidence suggests that the COVID came from the U.S. earlier than the outbreak in China, while insisting the lab leak theory was extremely unlikely in their white paper study. The U.S. government, instead of facing squarely its failure to respond to COVID-19 and reflecting on its shortcomings, has tried to shift the blame and divert people's attention, and shamelessly politicizing SARS-CoV-2 origin tracing is coming out of the official Chinese medical department. So we have more.
Well, that's what you were talking about earlier, though.
Yeah.
Talking about UNC. That's exactly what you were talking about.
And that's why I wanted to kind of link them up together.
Yeah.
So, we can't trust our government anymore. And maybe we should lock the door over here at the warehouse so
they don't find us.
Barging in, so.
Yeah, just have some guy at the door going, no, they're over there. You're at the wrong building.
What's the password?
By the way, big brother, this is me trying to be nice.
KDJ's here, the Kevin Downey Jr. Show. You hear right here on 103.9 LI News Radio, weekday mornings 9 to 11. KDJ, what's going on?
Oh, I got a good one, boys. I love this. Trump, he just fired hundreds of climate change wackos. Now, here's what's going on. Hundreds of scientists and experts who are working on the government's report on how global warming is affecting the country have reportedly been dismissed by the Trump administration. Yay! And here's what's going on. Every few years, they have these knuckleheads talk about how climate change is going to affect us in the next few years. None of what they have predicted. None of it goes. All of the eco-doomsters, even Greta Thunberg, I think 5 years ago, she said, or maybe 6 years ago, she said, 5 years, it's all going to be over. And that was 6 years ago. 2006, Al Gore said there's going to be a major climate catastrophe that's going to throw the world off balance. Never happened. They said the West Side Highway in Manhattan would be underwater. Last time I checked, still dry. None of it has come through.
No, it's covered in urine, actually.
It's amazing. And, well, folks, remember, I've said it before, climate change is nothing more than a vehicle by which to control you. Everything they want to take from you, they're going to say is bad for the climate. That includes your house, because there's going to be a bunch of our replacements looking for a nice big ranch, and they don't want to build another because that's bad for the trees or something. So they're going to take your house, you empty nesters. Get ready. It's coming. They've already done it to people who own summer homes, vacation homes in the UK. You don't need that. That's bad for the climate to build more. Everything is about control. These guys were just coming up with government nonsense so they could control us. And now watch the clown that Canada just elected. Man, did you guys make a mistake. Yeah, you got some good hockey players, but this guy's he's all about climate change. On climate change, you're going to lose more guns, more rights. You're going to lose your cars. And you know what? I'm not coming back.
I mean, after however many years of Trudeau, you end up with this guy. I mean, it's just you're beyond help at that point. I don't feel sorry for whatever happens.
Yeah.
No.
Like, if you didn't learn your lesson with him, you're never going to learn your lesson. And that's just where the place is at.
And that's how they got him elected. They removed Trudeau from the equation, because if he was on the ballot, Polvier would have won that easily.
Yep.
But they pulled him out and be like, oh, look, now he's gone.
100%.
This guy looks normal now, right?
Yep.
All right, that's a quick hour one at the America First Warehouse. We're back hour two coming up right after this.
Introducing the Ungun, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load 5-round magazine and is powered by an 8-gram CO2 cartridge. Byrna launchers fire a 68 caliber chemical-filled projectile using a patented pull-pierce technology where the CO2 canister is only punctured on the first trigger pull, meaning your launcher is always at the ready. It's capable of incapacitating an attacker for over 30 minutes and is accurate and effective at over 60 feet. It requires no permits, no background checks, and is interstate travel friendly. With Byrna, you will be prepared to defend.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
All right, hour two, live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse, 103.9 LI News Radio, and of course, the mothership, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Hour two on a Wednesday night. Slick's going to do sports here in a second. Kevin Downey Jr. with more news. Rick Delgado's got headlines. Paul Nolan's got news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down on a Wednesday. And we're looking forward to Friday night here at the America First Warehouse, where we'll have a live audience. A lot of hopefully chat will be here with us as well. It's going to be a good time here as, you get a chance to kind of sit all around this stage and get a bunch of great angles of everybody and kind of watch as we do what we do. And we'll, of course, get Kevin Downey Jr. out into the audience with you as well. We'll do a lot of that. So it's going to be a great time. On Friday night, we kick it off with the show number 1 here at the America First Warehouse. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now if you're interested in tickets. If you're on Long Island, of course, I mean, it's just almost like a given. You got to be here. Suffolk County, Nassau County, wherever you are on Long Island. If you're within driving distance, man, I think it'll be worth the trip. It's going to be great food, great energy, great show, great after party. Slick's going to be signing anything you want signed. Slick's going to be...
I'll be signing steak sandwiches, too.
Slick's going to be buying steak sandwiches with the old American Express black card.
Yeah,
Come on.
sure. Yep, LFS 6B black card, that is.
No, that's not one of those.
Yeah, that's a carbon copy.
That's exactly right. So it's going to be a good time. So Kevin Downey Jr. was doing the news. We didn't get to do too much. We ran out of time, so let me go back to him first. KDJ, host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11 weekday mornings, right here, 103.9 LI News, where I joined him this morning, and man, it was an absolute blast. Cool digs over there at the warehouse. You got great studio over there, 103.9 JVC Broadcasting, and I'm going to come back on Monday for the full 2 hours.
The full 2 hours. You know what? I think we're going to break records with calls and texts.
Hey, DJ, can I listen to that show? Can we listen to that show? Can we listen to it?
You can listen worldwide at LI, stands for Long Island, linewsradio.com.
Can I listen to the replay of this morning's show? That's what I want to talk
about. Okay. I can. I'll have that in a day or two. I'll send it to you.
Sorry, Big D.
Now, my question to you, Kevin, is did Damon, like he does for the show, did he dress up?
You know what? Someone texted, is Damon rocking his flip-flops? And I went, yep.
Yeah, I sure was. I had my Real America's Voice hat on.
Yeah.
Had my sunglasses on. I was too cool for school. Yeah.
Taking pictures in the parking lot.
And you know what? I really dig that feather that Frankie C sent you.
Oh, man. Frankie C gave he gave it to you, right?
Do tell.
It gave it to me to give to you.
Yeah.
And I got 1.6 pounds of fudge.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'll be getting my foot cut off.
Make sure Nathan's not looking for you.
I'm cutting the foot off. There's a diabetes.
Sounds like a good time there.
Kevin's going to have diabetes, but I'm going to have a nice feather in my cap.
Yep. Tickle.
Well, you're supposed to use that feather while you feed him the fudge.
That's for Saturday night.
Right, exactly. Saturday night. That's the third hour.
Yeah, exactly. KDJ, what else is going on in your news tonight?
I've got more news. You know what? I found good news today, man. Look at this celery-ophobic fat chick who works for the FBI. She took a knee. Celery-ophobic. She took a knee during a BLM riot, as you do when you're in the FBI. DEI hire all the way. All the way, and they're redistributing them. You know how Obama redistributed wealth? Yeah. They're redistributing these FBI agents to places no one wants to be an FBI agent. The reassignments all over the joint. They're moving them around. They're saying, all right, well, if you want to be a Marxist, you can go be a Marxist in Searcy, Arkansas, or wherever they're sending them. That's a real place. I've been there. I performed there. Hey, don't be jelly. And check this out. And here's the fun part. From Dan Bongino, kind of related. Dan Bongino said, I know everyone is waiting for someone to be arrested. You think it's not coming? Things are happening. I can't tell you. Things are happening. And I've also heard through the grapevine that law enforcement people who went after Trump specifically, and some Trump supporters, they're looking at charges. Hasn't come out yet, but supposedly from the underground, we're hearing that the FBI is in for a real shakeup. This is the first step, taking these Marxist, LGBT FBI people and sending them wherever they don't want them. Well, sending them taking them away from where they are. To send them where they're not going to miss them. And of course, the FBI is all cranky. How dare you? I've been serving, but. That is why we have DEI in the FBI, to go after, the Catholics. That's why we're seeing such a DEI push, folks. DEI is Marxism. And if you can get your people in, and especially, so there's a former FBI agent. He's gay and he's running for some office. And he was saying, I chased the January 6th insurrectionists and people were wondering, why is the FBI picking on Catholics? It's because you get people who hate Catholics and they're happy to do it. That's why they want a woke military, because the purple-haired Gorgons are going to blow you away if they get half a chance. And if I don't know who's next, Kamala, whoever wins, they're going to be more than happy to shoot at we the people. And that's why Pete Hegseth is de-woking the military and making the military great again. The recruitment numbers are way up, and that's what we got to do, folks. De-woke everything. Otherwise, they're just going to come back.
Well, also to your original point on cash, and I didn't see what you're referring to, where he said or tweeted that things are happening. Don't worry, it's coming. But all the more reason that we need to see somebody who was involved with anything like that was illegal or anything else needs to be arrested, because if nothing happens, when they get back in power, there's no deterrent. It's like the judges. I see this judge in California today. You see this judge in California today, this ruling that ICE cannot arrest anybody without a warrant, which is the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard, because this is what they do all the time on suspicion of something up. And now you're going to try to hand tie them. So again, the judges she needs to be ignored, and she needs to be arrested if she doesn't fall in line, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, we can't keep obstructing justice and paying these people to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and the same thing with Cash and Pam Bondi undertaking. If we don't see arrests of the ones who were as dirty as the day is long when it came to Trump and targeting him and all this other stuff, it just will never end.
Nope. You know, speaking of the January 6th, guys, I still feel like with all the evidence about Nancy Pelosi, all the Fedsurrectionists, all of the, paid operatives, all of the agent provocateurs, there is so much evidence around this. And what's the one big thing the left continues to hang their hat on? The January 6th insurrection.
Right.
I got to be honest with you. Part of me feels like we're never going to get through the secret society, let's call it, of the Jeffrey Epstein, Les Wexner, and all those billionaire class. I feel like we're never going to get through that. It's been covered and redacted, and people are afraid. This, to me, feels like, all right, let's tackle this one, and let's start peeling the onion back on its outer layer. Let's not try to get right to the center of it, because wouldn't it be great to prove to these wackadoodles that this was an inside job, to say the least, and these people who got arrested for walking through the velvet ropes for years on end, treated with absolute, like third world prison type circumstances, they deserve some kind of retribution, in my opinion. I want to see that unraveled first at this point.
Illegal Haitian rapists were treated better in the United States than citizens who walked through an open door, fist bumped the cops who could have arrested them and chose not to. But that's where we are.
Incredible.
Yeah. It's sick.
It's amazing.
All right, what time is it? 8 minutes past the hour. Hour 2, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Since we didn't, go ahead, Kev. Did you want to say something? Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Slick's got it. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D. Well, Bill Belichick breaks silence on interview debacle.
Yeah,
Belichick.
I'm a wuss, he said.
Yeah, well, sounds like she's running the show there. Belichick took issue with so-called selectively edited clips. This is Ryan Gatos of Fox News. North Carolina Tar Heels football coach Bill Belichick broke his silence on Wednesday after a TV interview sparked backlash toward him and his girlfriend Jordan Hudson. Belichick appeared on CBS News Sunday morning and was asked a question about how he and Hudson met. Belichick was promoting his new book in which he describes Hudson as his creative muse. And
is that what they call it these days?
Is that what it is?
It's amusing, I'll tell you that.
Wow.
Naturally, a few questions came up about their relationship as interviewer Tony, I guess it's Docupel, asked how they met. Hudson shut down the question. The interaction sparked a ton of backlash toward the couple. Belichick attempted to squash it all in his statement. I agreed to speak with CBS Sunday morning to promote my new book, The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. Prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book, he said. Belichick said he was surprised about getting the questions about his relationship, and when Hudson stepped in, she was doing her job. He went on to accuse CBS of creating a false narrative, sounds familiar, with so-called selectively edited clips. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly expressed to the reporter, Tony DeCupel, and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book, he said. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help focus the discussion. She was not deflecting any question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. Some of the clips make it appear as though we were avoiding the question of how we met, but we have been open about the fact that Jordan and I met on a flight to Palm Beach in 2021. So, yeah, then one goes on to detail the rest of the story.
Bill Belichick, you're doing an interview interview, right, about Bill Belichick.
Right.
About what? His book, the Bill Belichick book. It's not bring your daughter to work day, dude. Leave the girl at home if you don't want to answer questions. So as soon as they bring it up, you're like, I'm not talking about it, and then you move on. You don't have to worry about your kid popping up and going, now you can't talk that way. We're not going to talk about that. It's ridiculous. It's like, why are you bringing this person with you? They are not the story. You say you're the story. You have if she had a book, she'd probably bring you along because, let's face it, nobody will want to talk to her about the book because you're the famous one. She is not the story. You're the story.
Do you think it's something to do with, hey, Papa Bill, can you please bring me on the interview so I can get some TV FaceTime and I can get some ink?
And I can get
maybe get a famous
increase my social media profile. Yep.
Which that's likely going to happen. Yep.
You know, Slick, everyone's taking a dump on that guy, but in the world of the 75-year-old, you go into a moose lodge.
He's a kid.
Say, what do you think about Bill? Go into the moose lodge. Oh, here's Bill Belichick. How you doing, Mr. Belichick? Yeah, he's a god to them.
Yeah, well, the guy, I mean, what, he won six Super Bowls? I mean, he's the greatest coach of all time. I mean, I think you could argue Lombardi and different, but he's just about got the credit. He didn't set the all-time record, but he does have the 6 rings, which is absolutely amazing.
And I'm not knocking his choice of partner. Anytime you see something like that, you're like, way to go, bro. Just don't bring her to work. You don't need her. You don't need her at work.
Yeah, they have a holiday for that, right? Bring your daughter to work.
Right.
Yeah, that's another story.
So, Slick, sticking with sports here for a second, President Trump was doing a town hall, I guess, tonight, I guess within the last hour or so, on News Nation, and Bill O'Reilly was hosting it, and he had Chris Cuomo, and guess who the third person on the panel was? Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, gosh.
And this is a moment from that tonight with Stephen A. and President Trump. I think this is the first time Stephen A's ever spoken to him.
Oh, really?
And here's what Bill O'Reilly set up quickly.
Stephen A. Smith may run for president, as you know. Do you have any advice for Stephen A. If he launches the run?
No, Stephen A. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. I love watching him. He's got great entertainment skills, which is very important. People watch him. You know, a lot of these Democrats I watch, I say they have no chance. I've been pretty good at picking people and picking candidates, and I will tell you, I'd love to see him run.
All right, there you go.
Whoa. Stephen, I did not expect that. Wow.
There you go.
From downtown.
Yeah.
Wow.
That guy's more attention hungry than Belichick's girlfriend, though.
Definitely.
He's everywhere.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. What a clown.
He's on a
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, Order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night, America First Warehouse, Long Island, New York, on 103.9 LI News Radio. And, of course, Real America's Voice. Slick's doing sports. Rick Delgado's going to do some news. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Paul Nolan's here as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Just before we get back to Delgado with some news headlines, couple things quickly I just want to go over. Scott Bessent put out a short little video about this deal that is now a done deal, it sounds like, with Ukraine on the minerals. And, of course, remember when that little punk Zelensky was in the Oval Office, things did not go too well. And then I guess him and Trump obviously got together at the Pope's funeral, and they threw Frenchie out of the room and then got together, the two of them, and talked. And now Scott Bessent today put this out earlier in the day. Here it is.
Thanks to President Trump's tireless efforts to secure a lasting peace, I am glad to announce the signing of today's historic economic partnership agreement between the United States and Ukraine, establishing the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. This partnership allows the United States to invest alongside Ukraine to unlock Ukraine's growth assets, mobilize American talent, capital, and governance standards that will improve Ukraine's investment climate and accelerate Ukraine's economic recovery. The Development Finance Corporation will participate and help to establish this fund in collaboration with the government of Ukraine. Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine over the long term. It's time for this cruel and senseless war to end. The killing must stop, and both the United States and the government of Ukraine look forward to quickly operationalizing this historic economic partnership for both the Ukrainian and American people.
Okay, there you go, from the Treasury Secretary before. And again, the deal will grant the U.S. privileged access to new investment projects to develop Ukraine's natural resources, including aluminum, graphite, oil, and natural gas. Do we think this is one step closer to peace now?
It sure seems that way, right? Because this was one of the tenets that Trump was talking about when he had the little squirrel in the White House before he kicked his ass out, right? Was that there was going to be a mineral deal, there was going to be some investment there. Hey, as long as it doesn't include any sign of a Hunter Biden involved in getting kickbacks to it, I think it's a step in the right direction. And of course, now that gives again, we talked about it when they talked about this deal in the first place. It gives the U.S. now we have skin in the game, because now it's like, well, this is our investment dollars. So if you want investment dollars and you want to make sure that Russia doesn't take over your entire freaking country, we would have to. Now we have an investment, so we have to protect that investment, right? Mm-hmm. And how do we do that? With military might, if need be. So I think it works towards that collaboration that we were looking for, and to end the war.
All right, Doug, out a good lead in, 20 minutes past the hour. What else is going on in the news?
All right. Well, President Donald Trump, I think we've seen some clips already with his sit-down interview with ABC News anchor Terry Moran to mark his first 100 days back in the White House and set the record straight on some of the topics. During a heated back-and-forth conversation with Moran, Trump promised everything's going to be just fine when speaking about the controversial duties and, of course, the tariffs and everything that's been going on. As a matter of fact, this was probably my favorite part of the interview as Trump closes the interview. This is cut number 8.
I don't trust.
He closes the interview with a Patrick Swayze style roundhouse kick at ABC and at the interviewer Terry Moran. Check this out. This is cut number 8.
Do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across the stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thanks.
By the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
You see the other clip? He says to him, "I don't trust you.
Yeah.
You came here with your gotcha questions."
Yeah.
So good.
Good for him.
I love what do you have the one where he says, the reason I picked you?
I think this is in part of the cut number 1.
I don't want to give it away.
Where Trump basically burns up the ABC interview. This is courtesy of the Dilly Meme team. They kind of put together, I guess, a bunch of these clips, so you could check it out for yourself. And again, it's just Trump being Trump, basically saying what everybody else is already thinking, right? When you see these deep state maggots, cut 1, check it out.
Illegal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any.
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Amy, get the Neosporin. Somebody just got burned.
Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
Ooh, a second-degree burn.
He had MS, as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news. So I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst. I have to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Wow.
That is the worst insult to anyone in show
that's
business.
beautiful.
I've never heard of you.
That is a bad one. You're right. That's a good one.
And that's exactly how to deal with these people.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, and he can do it better than anybody else. But that is how you have to deal with them.
Yeah.
They don't deserve any
They
respect.
ask you know the questions they're asking. They're asking them to try to get you, to try to prove to all their other friends in the mainstream media that they're tough enough to do it.
Right.
And you just have to cut them off at the knees and absolutely smash them.
It's
That's
like
what
a
he does.
form of virtue signaling.
Yeah.
It's like their way to get to the top of the jackass food chain.
Right. It's their shot at their 15 minutes. They all want to be the next, what do you call it, Jim Acosta. I'm going to have my Acosta moment.
How's
it's
his
going to be
podcast
great.
doing?
Yeah, exactly. Finally, from President Trump, here he is responding. We were talking about the judges, of course, issuing these stupid things. Oh, well, the border protection guys, you can't protect the border. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Great rulings from these judges. Here is Donald Trump, President Trump, responding to the question about rogue judges today in the White House. Here is cut number 12. Check it out for yourself. Cut 12.
Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people?
Well, there are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected, and hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that.
Yeah. So there you have it. I guess there's something, some secret, double secret probation thing they can do to these judges and kind of take them out of the equation.
Didn't we see Biden do that with the student loans? Didn't he say we're not going to listen to?
Yeah, we're just going to ignore it.
We're going to ignore the constitutionality.
Supreme Court, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The judge today is U.S. District Judge Jennifer Thurston. And let me just say, if you saw a picture of Judge Thurston, she looks the part. As I keep saying, they always do.
Blue hair and a nose ring?
Yeah, close. She's issued an order. Just listen to the order. Banning Border Patrol. It's kind of built into the name what you do. From arresting illegal aliens, quote unquote, unless they have a warrant. Now, Border Patrol routinely arrests without a warrant when they acquire probable cause to believe a crime has been committed. As a matter of fact, 8 U.S.C. 1357 expressly authorizes Border Patrol to make warrantless arrests for immigration violations, particularly if the person is entering the U.S. illegally. But, oh well. I say so, you must follow.
They do that with the IRS? You can't take my money anymore?
All right, live from Studio 6B, more news with Paul, Kevin Downey Jr., more sports with Slick. All coming up right after this.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday at the America First Warehouse, Long Island, New York. And, of course, on Real America's Voice and 103.9 LI News Radio. Welcome on in, everybody. Make sure you follow us on social media at LFS6B, pretty much everywhere. Instagram at LFS6B Show. And, of course, head over to livefromstudio6b.com and make sure you visit the what's the America First Warehouse website, Joe?
www.theamericafirstwarehouse.com.
TheAmericaFirstWarehouse.com. Make sure you visit TheAmericaFirstWarehouse.com as well. And, of course, Real America's Voice. Follow them on social media at RealAMVoice. And, of course, you can scan that QR code on your screen right now and go right directly to the America First Warehouse website where you can see information about the live shows here starting this Friday night. We're excited to see you guys here over the next coming weeks. We hope you make the trip to Long Island, New York. People think about New York City and how obviously deranged it mostly is. But, Long Island, there's a lot of beautiful things to do on Long Island besides come see us. Long Island has a lot of stuff, and it's a pretty red area out where we are. And there's a lot of sanity out here. It's not all the craziness that you think of when you think of New York City.
As Joy Reid said, she felt like she wasn't part of her America. It's American flags everywhere. It's pickup trucks everywhere. It's salt of the earth people. And this place is, as the kids would say, it's dope.
Yeah.
It's dope. So if you are in the tri-state area, anywhere nearby. You say dope?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, when he's talking about us.
Exactly.
I'm glad you load that one up.
It's a cool place. You really can't believe it until you're here.
Yeah, and you know what? No one's going to drink Ipecac and power vomit on your Cybertruck.
Ipecac syrup. That's the best stuff.
You're fine here. It's not going to. It doesn't happen. This is red out here, man.
Yeah, your Cybertruck
we should do that
is safe.
for a show. We should all drink Ipecac and see who runs to the can first on a 2-hour show.
My friend and I, after high school, someone we didn't like, we would go to Taco Bell. We'd eat up, and we take Ipecac, and we go out to their front porch. And
Wow. All right, 31 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do
I want to party with you, Kevin.
I was going to say, that's a pretty good lead into KDJ, Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11, weekday mornings, where I was this morning, and we had a great time. From 9 to 10. Man, the calls were coming in. The texts were coming in. We covered all kinds of great stuff. I just wish we had more time, and we will on Monday.
I think he's going to be a regular.
2 hours.
He's going to be a regular on the show.
2 hours extravaganza.
Yeah, I may dump you on. I just may dump this show and start guest appearing on Downey's show.
That'd be an improvement.
KDJ, what's going on in your news?
Thank you, Big D. Check this out. Tim Walz does not get it. He says, "I know why I was picked to be VP."
Oh yeah.
Do you see that? Because
clip, yeah.
Because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck.
Yeah.
Doing that. I could put them at ease, says the man who put tampons in the men's room at high schools.
You want to see the clip?
You want to see it?
Hold on a second. That wasn't a gag. I saw that, and I thought it was a parody.
No. You have to see the clip. Here it is.
He really thinks so. This is cut 6.
This is cut 6. Yeah, roll it, Aaron.
I'm a team player. I'm with it. And there's folks that I recognize are smarter than me. They analyze this. You put your input in. Running a campaign that had never been run before, 100 days, in the situation we were at, running against a very unusual opponent on the other side. Mm-hmm. And look, my job was to do. Look, I knew I was on the ticket. I would argue because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota to improve people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
But you could be giving them permission on TV every day. You could have been messaging that way, and that isn't necessarily how it shook out.
Exactly.
That's not exactly how it worked out.
If you men need advice on whether to wipe front to back or back to front after you pee-pee, I'm there for you. I can code talk to you.
Yes.
I'm a sits pinkler.
Especially with sits when he pees.
Especially with the especially with the videos of him that came out in the leather pants doing the Beyonce dances and stuff.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he was code talking. Yes, exactly.
That's the guy who I want fixing my pickup truck.
Yeah. That didn't register with men all across the country. You're kidding me.
Hey, Tim, the bullets go in the back of the gun, and they come out the front. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, there is a second clip. Do you want to see what else he has to say?
Yes. No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
Oh, my God.
It's cut 7. Here he is being, telling us how amazingly qualified. Kamala was. Yes.
Yeah, here we go.
Cut 7.
Get the
Check
bomb
it out.
ready.
It is not second guessing or anything. I think it's fair to go back on and look at this. Look, we had the most qualified person who'd run for president in this country's history at the top of the ticket.
History?
That
Why
in
would they run
itself
a
should have got
history,
this thing
Aaron?
won. We had.
That's enough.
He did not say history, did he?
He did.
History.
The most qualified.
In the
Did
history.
not say that.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God. That's not AI.
No, that's
Eating
not AI.
mushrooms.
That was TW.
Oh my God.
AI, absence of intelligence.
Well, I mean, honestly, joking aside, they actually believe that's why the party's at where it's at, right? It's where they are. Even if you acknowledge the challenges that Trump has when you look at the economy and how people feel about their, especially moving forward, how long this is going to take. Are we going to make deals? Is China going to play ball, or is this game of chicken go on? Does the market continue to go down? Do we officially now in stagflation? There are a lot of legitimate questions you could point to if you wanted to argue about where we are in the economy. Where will we be in recession next year? I think those are all valid points you could talk about. But that party is not ready to even make arguments on that level and try to take advantage of that, because they have people like this who actually believe stuff like that. They're still caught up in that. Yeah. They're caught up in AOC plus 3. They're caught up in Bernie Sanders still. They're caught up in Jasmine Crockett. They're offering no solutions on any of these things where they could actually have legitimate conversations about it.
Right.
I mean, it's just nuts.
But they're not honest, and they're not smart enough to realize that we're on the losing end of every single argument that's out there right now, and they're just too dumb to realize it, or they just think, you know what, you knuckle dragging mouth breathers, you're too dumb to realize this is utopia, and you guys missed out on the most qualified candidate to ever run for president, who had never received one vote to run for president because she dropped out 4 years earlier because she couldn't cut it.
Right. Speaking of this is the same one that Trump just won this lawsuit with Paramount, $20 billion over the 60 Minutes. They had to doctor the most qualified candidate. This just comes in that they gotta pay $20 billion for lying about a presidential candidate in just another mainstream media scam.
Yeah.
This is the most qualified. Oh yeah.
$20 billion with
Yeah.
a B?
With a B?
With a B.
Oh, my God.
Did they
Ready
settle?
to settle the $20 billion lawsuit. They're ready to settle. I don't know the dollar amount yet, but it's coming out.
I see. He was.
Wait, settled or ready to settle?
They're about to settle.
Right.
Oh, okay.
They didn't settle on $20 billion. But
No,
they're
we're not
ready
going to get
settle.
$20 billion.
Right.
But it's just funny to me that they're going to have to doctor her lawsuit. You know what I mean? Her interview. It's crazy, man. I don't know.
You know what the problem, I think, Big D, is they're still relying on, like, James Carville, who's gone on to become the Charlie Manson of the Democratic Party. You know what we need to do is you need to do more for those illegal immigrants they're kicking out. That's where we need to focus, on the illegal immigrants kicking out and the trans kids. We need to focus on that. And no one wants that.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about Carville now? When you look back at what Carville used to be doing with Begala back in the 90s for Clinton and all that, and I mean, you look at him now, he's so far off the reservation from where he was. So that's one point. But now they're getting people who are even more off the reservation, where it's now starting to bring him back almost to the center left where he was, because now you got people like David Hogg. Here's Carville with David Hogg, because David Hogg's been arguing against primarying their own candidates because he doesn't think they're radical enough. They're not AOC plus 3 and even more to the left. Here they are together. Here's Carville to Hogg the other day.
I called on Joe Biden to drop out of the race in 2022. Where were you? Where was the young cool generation coming? Did they step in there and say something? I spoke out against the horrific language of identity politics. Where was everybody else? I said we should have a contested convention. No one else came together, other than President Obama, who was trying to call people on a day that President Biden dropped out. So I'm just saying, I want to beat Republicans. I don't want to beat Democrats. That's my life mission.
Yeah.
That last still of him was great.
The last still of David Hogg, he looked like an emoji. And just held it the whole time.
But that's where the party's at.
Yeah, they're nuts.
Yeah. What else, KDJ? Anything else in the news?
Oh, yeah. I got a ton of stuff. Now, I know everyone is cranky because we'll see that Trump will try to kick someone out. And here comes a judge, and they stop it. People don't realize, though, he's kicked out so far, arrested 66,000 plus, and 65,000 of them have been kicked out. 4,000 student visas revoked, mostly from the Middle East and it looks like India. And these kids, 4,000 of them are gone. These are the the guy in he's in prison in Louisiana now. The Mahmoud. That guy, it's more of them. And 4,000 now. 4,000 are not coming back to school, which I think is hilarious. This is great news. This comes from the post-millennial. I should read in my broadcaster's voice. Anyway, in the real world, it is true that the Trump administration has revoked the visas of 4,000 foreign students, mostly from Asia and the Middle East, and that is something that every American should celebrate. And then it goes, it says, it's going to be very entertaining to see the leftist journalists stand up for the rights of these criminals, but after they made heroes out of and Kilmar Abrego Garcia, there's no stopping them. They're double downing, They're double downing, on these things that no one wants the illegal immigrants here, and that.
Speaking of that, I don't know if you noticed, the Maryland man they just uncovered another spouse abuse report in 2020.
I saw it.
So, good.
And that interview where Trump's clown slapping that Moran guy, he says they're killing people. He goes, yeah, 2. They haven't killed 2 people. I contacted the guy. He runs a website on people killed by illegal immigrants. He goes, and I said, how many? And he goes, if you want to go back 20 years, easily. No, you're going to want to go back 25 years. It's easily 18,000. 18,000 Americans killed.
Wow.
And now some of those are DUIs, and some of those are just things that don't make the news. But to say 2, that's absurd.
Yeah,
that's insulting.
They're only counting the 2 that they remember the names of.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Which are the most recent.
Yep. You know, you can go right now. Go to DuckDuckGo and search arrested migrant murder and see how many come up. Because there's going to be Jocelyn Nungary. There's Molly Tibbetts from like 5-6 years ago, 2018, I think. There's hundreds of them.
Yep. Yeah. And further in the Maryland father story, there's the Post, New York Post had a headline today. Kilmar Abrego Garcia bragged in new evidence he could kill his wife, what Paul was just saying, and get away with it. She claimed in a newly unearthed protective order request that she had put in against him. Oh, we didn't hear about this. He could kill his wife and get away with it, he said. So the Maryland father, we continue to find out more and more that maybe not.
Yeah, total scumbag.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where the Democrat Party is spending their time, down in El Salvador, waiting on this guy. All right, live from Studio 6B, we'll wrap it up. One more clip we've got to get to that I don't think the boys have seen, and oh, is it a doozy. We'll do that when we get back right after this.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot copperhead. Plus, copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B at the American First Warehouse, Real America's Voice, 103.9 LI News on a Wednesday. Glad you're in. Let's do some sports before we wrap it up. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster's got it. Slickster, what's going on?
Well, Big D, before I get to the scores, I want to just mention a baseball fan plummets from stands to ground during Pirates-Cubs game. The game was paused in the 7th inning. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. The game between the Pittsburgh Pirates and Chicago Cubs was paused in the bottom of the 7th inning on Wednesday night as a fan appeared to have fallen onto the field. The game took place at PNC Park. The fan was spotted on the warning track in right field. The game was stopped as stadium personnel came over to attend to the person. A graphic video posted to social media showed the fan tumble over the railing and drop about 20 feet to the ground. The TV broadcast showed Pirates star Andrew McCutchen standing on second base with his hand over his head and in shock. Players took a knee as a medical cart came out for the fan, who was on his back. The game was delayed for about 10 minutes before they resumed. The condition of the person was not immediately known. So, well, we pray for them. Hopefully that was an accident there, and hopefully this person does survive. That is just absolutely terrible news. Getting to some playoff scores. Capitals right now up 3-1 with 1:29 to go in the third period, and they are looking to close out the Montreal Canadiens, and it looks like that's going to happen. The Panthers lead the Lightning 4-3. Boy, they came back with a few unanswered goals. 16 to go there in the third. Florida looking to close Tampa out in that series. They're up 3-1. Blues and Jets series tied at 2. Nobody's going home after this one, but it should be a good one. 9:52 puck drop there. Warriors right now trailing the Rockets by 14. 113-99. 5 to go there in the fourth. Rockets also fighting for their playoff lives as they trail that series 3-1. Another 3-1 series is the Minnesota leading the Lakers, looking to close out the Lakers at home in Crypto.com Arena for LA, and that's a 10 o'clock tip-off as well. And Big D, that's a wrap in sports. I'm going to throw it back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, LFS6B. So, sitting at home working in the office, and I had on, I think I remember, I think I had Real America's Voice on, and I had some other news on in the background. And then I heard this clip, and it stopped me in my tracks, at least the first 30 seconds of it. And I said, this might be, I didn't think it was possible for Hank Johnson to tip over and give us a better video than that. But this may be it. And as he tries to do his best impression I don't know, maybe his childhood days. I don't know who he thinks he is, but here's Hank Johnson today in a congressional hearing. Roll that, Aaron.
You know, first they came for the Latinos outside of the Home Depots trying to get work.
What a freaking racist.
I don't listen to hip hop. And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latino at the Home Depot. Then they came for the Hispanic-looking folks.
Oh.
Wearing hats backward with tattoos. And they deported them to El Salvador. And I didn't say anything about that because I don't wear my hair backward. And I don't have any tattoos, and I don't look like a Latino.
Really?
Then they came for the Latinas at home taking care of the children.
How long is this?
Scooped up the Latinos and the children, some of whom were American citizens, one of whom was receiving treatment for cancer. They swept them up, took them off, and deported them.
What's happening?
And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latina. I'm not a little child who's an American citizen.
Who's got cancer?
Then they came back for the students studying on the college campuses who were here on student visas. They sent jackbooted thugs wearing masks to pick them up.
Wow.
Take them thousands of miles away and put them in a private for-profit detention center where they languish at taxpayer expense.
Language.
Yes.
And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a student.
That's for sure.
On a foreign visa.
Or a MasterCard.
Then they came for the Jews, and I said, cool.
Diners Club.
Came and arrested a white female judge, a state court judge, presiding over her courtroom and the litigants therein, managing the affairs of her court.
Love this guy.
And they came and arrested her and perp walked her to jail. And I didn't say anything then because
I wasn't a judge.
I'm not a judge, a white female judge, state court.
How many minutes does this guy have?
They came for me.
Oh.
And I looked around.
He's not me.
And there was nobody left because I had remained silent. And they had taken everybody off. Now.
And they sent me to Guam, and I tipped it over.
That was awesome.
I mean, is that the greatest clip you've ever seen?
They should come for his weed. He's smoking way too much.
That's for sure.
I mean, what in the hell is that?
God.
His gummy
Entertaining.
That was his take on the Nazi poem, right?
Yeah.
Right?
What the hell is he talking about?
That was the whole thing. First they came for the communists. Right.
The Home Depot.
Yeah.
That might be better than Tivova.
Oh, my God.
And it's amazing because he's so freaking racist in the first few seconds.
Yeah.
Because all Latinos hang out at the Home Depot.
Yeah.
Looking to get jobs so they can feed their kids. As a matter of fact, up until recently, I did go to the Home Depot. I haven't been gone in a while, simply because of him now.
I'm not a Latino with the Home Depot.
And he's not a white judge.
Well, he doesn't do
He's
anything.
not
I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't say all the time. I didn't say anything. What do you do?
I'm surprised you didn't say, then they went to the welfare line and got some more Latinos who wait for the welfare.
I mean, that is
it's so racist.
That is gold.
And they talk about crazy town, man.
That is gold.
That guy continues to offer it up.
What's KDJ's line? And then they came for the Jews, and I was like, yay.
What do you think possesses people to keep voting for that?
I mean,
that
in Georgia, no less, right?
Oh, man,
Georgia.
I think, Kevin, you pointed it out in your question. You gave us the reason because of moments like that.
Yeah.
Where else can you get that?
You know what? If all I cared about was laughing at politics, I would elect him again and again as a guest.
Oh my God.
We got to get him as a guest.
He's the type of. If I ever met him, I would be over the moon. To me, he's a celebrity.
He is.
Like, I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy is actually real. I have to get a picture, and just bathe in his dumbness.
Latinos at the Home Depot.
Yeah, now shopping at Lowe's Life.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? You're right. That's a T-shirt to sell.
I can't wait for
Latinos at the Home
meme
Depot.
with the hip hop music with that.
I could not believe when I heard that in the background. I went like this. And I went, what is this clip? Holy cow.
Oh, that's glorious.
All right, Paul Nolan, quickly, anything else on your radar?
Not really. I think we just kind of covered it.
Delgado, any other headlines?
Too many to count.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Too many still to count?
Still to count. I got the Marco Rubio about the
RFK,
what do you call it?
Not allowing them to eat?
No. About the dossiers that they were keeping, basically chilling anybody who decided to follow Trump. They were keeping tabs on.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that tomorrow because it's kind of chilling.
Keep them all for tomorrow. As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, all emergency personnel, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks to Joe the Box, Martin, and everybody here at the America First Warehouse. Aaron Fran, great job as always, guys, on the show. As always, fantastic. And we will see you not only tomorrow night back here, but we will see you Friday here in person, live from Studio 6B. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody. We'll see you then.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use. And their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Over 50,000 LA County workers are on strike, which prompts me to ask the question, there's 50,000 people working for LA County? Also, Tim Walz reveals the real reason why Kamala Harris picked him. It's not surprising, but it is hilarious. And also, another activist judge is trying to put more restrictions on how we can deport people who are illegally in this country. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. Thanks so much for tuning in. My name is Joe Bob. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, we have to talk about this GDP report. If you didn't know this, I'm sure you probably have figured this out already. The Commerce Department put out a GDP report of President Trump's first term. So, with everybody panicking about the 0.3% decrease in GDP during the first quarter of President Trump's term, it might be worth explaining some pretty important factors. First of all, GDP is measured relative to the previous quarter, which means that, well, if the last quarter was artificially high, that might be something that you want to mention. Lots of investors are telling CNBC and a bunch of other media outlets that the GDP numbers from Q4 last year might have been skewed by a 41% increase in imports to get ahead of the new incoming tariffs, meaning companies bought a bunch more stuff in advance, which were added to Q4 instead of where they normally might have been, therefore possibly artificially inflating the Q4 numbers. Second, and I think everybody should know this, federal spending alone last year in 2024 was almost a quarter of the GDP, which to me is crazy. That'd be like me giving my daughter an allowance of $1,000 a month and then saying, yes, our household income went up by $12,000 this year. Not sure how much you should include federal spending in the overall GDP, especially when the new administration has a goal of saving taxpayer dollars by decreasing federal government spending. So if that's the case, then the decrease of federal spending, which the Trump administration promised, obviously would affect the GDP. Leaving this out would be incredibly dishonest, but of course the mainstream media is not known for being dishonest. Lastly, and I think this is also very important, the people who estimate these numbers are often wrong. During the Biden term, these GDP initial estimates were often revised in the negative direction after further consideration. And I know it's not the same metric, but we can't forget the time where the Biden Labor Department overestimated American labor by over 1 million jobs. So in all, is the GDP report stellar news? Honestly, probably not, but let's maybe calm down a little bit and make sure we include some of the caveats that are positive for the American people, like the fact that the federal government is hopefully saving money. And if that hurts the GDP a little bit, you know what? I'm okay with that because I don't want to be spending more tax dollars than I should be spending on stuff that is waste, fraud, and abuse and isn't working. Here to comment on that and so much more is Turning Point contributor Savannah Hernandez and comedian and commentator Kay Vaughn. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us, Joe Bob.
Thank you.
Savannah, the media and the anti-Trump establishment is wetting their pants over this, again, 0.3% decrease in GDP. And kind of like all of the stuff that I hopefully explained reasonably well, there's a lot of caveats in that number. Overall, I guess, is this just another instance of the media trying to take down President Trump in a way that probably isn't fair if you include all of the nuances that should be factored into that?
Oh, absolutely, Joe Bob. Look, the media was put in place to inform the American public about complex issues like GDP or the economy that the average person has no idea about. But the only thing that we can know for certain is that the media is always going to be lying to us. The media is always going to be selling us the scariest possible situation, especially when Donald Trump is president. So regarding what is currently going on with the economy, just looking at Donald Trump's first term, I'm going to go ahead and venture to say that we're going to be okay, Joe Bob, and the media is kind of overreacting, which, as you said in your monologue, right, is a very big surprise. We're not used to the media lying to us. We're not used to them overreacting. They've been very honest the last 8 years. So that's my kind of takeaway from where we're at in the economy.
Yeah, I can't imagine a mainstream media that would lie to the American people. Kayvon, speaking of the mainstream media kind of manipulating these numbers, I actually don't know if a lot of people were aware of the fact that the Department of Labor overestimated jobs added, I think during 2022 of President Biden's term, by 1 million jobs. I feel like that's a pretty big miss. But again, the media didn't report on it. Do you think that people are starting to become aware of the fact that, hey, if there's a big headline that says something super negative about the president, or a missed headline that doesn't say something negative about the libs on the in the legislation, that they might be a little bit more inclined to do some of their own digging?
You would hope so, Joe Bob. After everything we've been through and how often we've been lied to by the media, Savannah's exactly right. They also did things like push data under the rug. Biden had multiple quarters of down growth, and they refused to call it a recession.
True.
And now that we're doing it again, like, okay, now here's the recession. The recession is here now. And it's like the media is just in the pocket with the left. For some reason, they keep doing it. But I'm not optimistic like you are, because I don't think people really notice. We notice, we're paying attention. But you can go to any college event with Turning Point USA, and there's a few thousand people there, but how many millions are just sitting at home, listening to what the media tells them and going, I guess this is right. The media would never lie to me.
Yeah, that unfortunately is a good point. I was watching a little bit of the local news in the Los Angeles area, talking about things that I happen to know quite a bit about. And I was like, oh my gosh, if people actually believe this, we are doomed. Speaking of things going on in Los Angeles, there's like 50,000 Los Angeles County employees on strike. They are striking for bigger pay, which kind of leans into the fact that, well, the government has a lot of employees. I didn't know a single county could have 50,000 employees. Now, speaking of that media report yesterday that I was watching, they said that, well, 14 people peacefully took over the 105 freeway and blocked traffic. Those people were arrested and then released immediately the same day. Doubt they're going to face charges. Overall, Savannah, you kind of, again, are super familiar with these protests, especially in these deep blue cities. One, it's crazy that the LA County has this many people working for it. And two, the people that have been arrested for, again, illegally blocking traffic, do you think anybody's going to face any sort of penalty? And ultimately, will the unions get their way with the American taxpayer dollar?
I mean, yeah, you go to California to commit crimes if you don't want to face any repercussion. I think that that's a history that we've seen time and time again. And regarding these unions, I was looking into the article that you had sent over, and apparently LA County is facing an unprecedented stress on their budget, right? And so I was just thinking about, how did California get to this point where you have these 50,000 workers that are so upset about this? And it's like, yeah, it's probably because they have bad leadership, and time again, the left wing eats their own. Again, Joe Bob, let's not forget that Gavin Newsom just had to sign a $2.8 billion bailout because they were allowing illegal immigrants to be a part of their healthcare program, or how they allocated $24 billion to homelessness, and then homelessness rose 20%. So it's clear that there's just very bad leadership in California. And that would make me venture to think that the unions will absolutely get their way. And the reason they're striking due to these, unprecedented budget shortfalls, that's not going to get solved anytime soon because of the leadership.
Yeah, and speaking of the budget shortfalls, this I thought was pretty fascinating. Kayvon, the county is citing financial pressures because they had to settle a $4 billion lawsuit for childhood sexual assault claims and $2 billion in wildfire-related costs in January 2025. In other words, the taxpayers footing the bill for the mismanagement on top of having to renegotiate with the unions. Kayvon, I think in all of this, should public employees have the ability to have unions, or do you think the taxpayers willing to negotiate with them individually on an individual basis? Because again, this is union driven, and if the unions get their way, the taxpayer is going to be paying the price again.
Yeah, it's a great question. I know a lot of people want no unions. The companies will do anything to keep their employees from forming a union. And a little personal story, I went to France once on a little vacation. When we landed, all the pilots went on strike, so we couldn't get the door open. When the door finally opened, then all the baggage claim people went on strike. And then when we finally got our bags, then all the food service people went on strike, so we couldn't even get on the next plane to go to Germany. So what I'm saying is the left are masters of social unrest, no matter where they are in the world. And California looks at France and goes, hey, that looks like a pretty good idea. We should do that. The state of California is the golden goose, but they keep thinking you can just hand out money to everyone who has their hand out, and it's going to kill that beautiful bird.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now, in private companies and their unions is a little bit different, but the public sector, where people work for the government and then effectively try to negotiate against themselves being the taxpayers, where I think a lot of people have a big problem. Speaking of things that are a big problem in California, another activist judge now wants warrants for any arrests of suspected, the word is suspected, illegal immigrants. A judge saying, hey, now you have to have a warrant. Savannah, how much is this going to slow down the process? Because if ICE now has to get a warrant from a judge who doesn't want to give them a warrant, I mean, it's already as difficult as it possibly could be in the state of California, and this is going to make it a little bit more difficult, it seems.
Yeah, Joe Bob, I'm at the point where it's like, ignore these judges because they're clearly just activists. And I think that what we are seeing right now in terms of this judicial activism is just how out of control our country has become. We elected Donald Trump to be president so that way we could have mass deportations. This was one of his core promises to the American people that got him into office. And now you have a portion of the government that is deciding to come in and say, yeah, we're going to go ahead and halt everything that Donald Trump is doing. Because, of course, as we know, Joe Bob, it's not just this judge. You've had so many judges who have halted the end of birthright citizenship that Donald Trump tried to sign. They are blocking Venezuelans from being deported. That was SCOTUS that did that. You had another judge that even said, hey, requiring proof that you're a U.S. citizen to vote, we're going to go ahead and stall that too. So we really need to get all of these judicial activists under control, because we're at the point where our own judges don't even interpret the law neutrally. They interpret the law via their activism, and it needs to be stopped at this point.
Yeah, at this point, it's become a little bit ridiculous. I, for one, am probably not for advocating to ignore judges, but at the same time, you need to expedite the appeals process. Kayvon, I realize, again, I'm asking comedian to comedian here. This is not policy experts, but do you think the process of appealing this sort of stuff needs to be quicker? Would you be a proponent of that? Because if this judge decides to issue something that is ridiculous, but in a week it gets overturned because of how fast the process could work, I feel like that would be a good thing.
Yeah, you've got the executive branch that can't get anything done because they'll do judge shopping on the left and find just some judge in Seattle that says no to what's going on in Texas. And I think that's going to come to an end. Supreme Court, we're depending on you for that. What I think is even worse, though, is these judges aren't just activists. They're also harboring the criminals. I think we saw one judge that was taking selfies and found illegal, and he knew that the court was after them and ICE was after them. So he said, you can stay in my casita. And then another judge said, you need to get out of here. You can go through my chambers because in the hallway, ICE is there right now. And that judge is being called into favor for maybe getting a little jail time as well. So we can only hope that happens more. I did have a question for Savannah. My family are immigrants, but they came here the legal way. Do you get a lot of hatred from the radical left, like Latinos going, how dare you say deporting, needs to happen?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But guess what? I'm an American citizen at the end of the day, and I care about, my country. So we need these mass deportations as soon as possible today.
Yeah, according to the Lib Media, I think all three of us might be on the chopping block for deportations. Obviously, that's not true, but that's what the New York Times would like you to believe. Savannah and Kayvon will be right back after the break to discuss something that everybody knew, but it's still very, very funny. Tim Walz, whenever he gets a microphone, we all get a laugh. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent Monica Page back in D.C. after a flight to Michigan to witness President Trump's first 100 days rally. Monica, before you get into any of the substance, I have a question for you. One of the big, most fun things at Trump rallies is when he points back to the media and says, look at those lying media, and everybody turns around and boos the media. Unfortunately, you're back there too. Do you feel some of that, or are you like, they're not talking about me?
Yes, I do feel that, but then I also kind of wave and I say, no, it's not me, I promise. And I'll show like my mic flag and it'll be, whatever. It'll say Frontlines TPUSA. I'm like, we're not part of that. Don't rope us in with that. But it's always fun. The energy actually at this rally was off the charts. I mean, it was definitely one of his smaller ones, given the fact that it was in the middle of the week. But the energy, the volume of the people in the crowd, it was loud and it was a lot of fun, actually. So they were playing along with President Trump. It was a really good time.
Yeah, talking about some of the stuff that he's accomplished in his first 100 days, a bunch of the media has decided they're going to take shots at it. Can you kind of talk about what MSNBC is talking about, what CNN blurting out all of the lawn signs, his interview with ABC last night? Can you kind of just give us a lowdown on what's happening?
Yeah, the mainstream media was on full-blown attack, firing on all cylinders against President Trump, clearly after his very monumental rally that he hosted his first 100 days. And he was outlining all the successes from the economy, immigration, for culture, faith, you name it. President Trump was listing them all off. And here at the White House, just a day before the rally, you saw all these yard signs of the illegal aliens. And yes, that is exactly what it was. And showing all their crimes and their mugshots and the fact that they are illegal aliens. There's actually one rogue one that's still left up here. It's right here, and it's the big fat lady who was arrested for dealing fentanyl. They kept that one up on purpose, I believe, which I think is pretty funny. But the fact that MSNBC, CNN were blurring the faces of the mugshots in the background of their hits or in their reporting or whatever, you name it, it was very telling. And the reason why they did it is because they didn't want anybody to get in trouble. God forbid an illegal alien listed on the side of them for a heinous crime is caught or is misrepresented or is being said that they did a crime that they didn't do. That's kind of what the vibe was, the reason why they decided to blur out the faces back here. And then you had ABC just right after, moments after President Trump gave his 100 days rally. Terry, whatever his name is, he was actually here, by the way. I passed by him here at the White House. He's on the White House grounds. Not entirely sure what he's doing here. But he returned back to the White House. I guess he didn't get enough of President Trump the first time. But President Trump did a fantastic job at countering ABC's questions and just attacks, constantly bombarding him with, "Oh, are you sure that you're friends with Vladimir? You're not friends with Vladimir Putin? You can make a deal with Ukraine? Do you trust Vladimir Putin?" Just all these questions and their obsession with Vladimir Putin on full display last night. But President Trump knows exactly what he's doing. His successes speak for themselves, and he has the numbers and really the first term and the first 100 days to prove it.
Yeah, the immigration statistics coming out are fascinating, especially with how much pushback he's gotten. Renegade activist judges issuing injunctions on him. It was also fascinating, too, how they continue to die on the hill of, we need to bring back this illegal criminal gang-banging wife beater who's now in El Salvador, and he's a citizen of El Salvador. It is wild that is the hill that they continue to choose to die on. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks so much, Joe Bob.
Thank you. Always fun to check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Speaking of the White House, we are all glad that a person who is not close to the White House in any way, shape, or form isn't, in fact, close to the White House. I recognize that I don't know how much utility there is going back and relitigating or remaking fun of things that happened in the past, but Tim Walz, just every single time the man gets to a microphone, it's a little gift for mockery on our end. He was giving an interview in front of a crowd and expressed why he was on the ticket. Let's bring our panel back. Savannah Hernandez, Kay Vaughn are joining us to discuss this and a really interesting story out of Europe. But before we get your reaction, this is what Tim Walz said as to why he was the pick for Kamala Harris in 2024 and whether or not it worked out. Watch this.
Improve people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of those votes.
But you could be giving them.
Savannah, I just, how many people, I guess ballpark number, would have been a better conduit for a normal average guy than freaking Tim Walz, Tampon Tim, as we sometimes affectionately call him?
I'm going to be so honest with you, Joe Bob. The Democrats could have handpicked an illegal immigrant who could barely speak English, and that would have been a better choice than Tim Walz, because what did I just listen to? Did he just say that he was basically the permission for white people to vote for Kamala Harris? I saw this clip on social media, and honestly, Joe Bob, I feel like I have PTSD from the Biden administration, so I just don't watch anything with Kamala or Tim in it. But I'm baffled at what I just heard right now, and this is why they lost, because they were awkward. Tim Walz himself, he's so weird. He really is such a weirdo. And like I said, the Democratic Party truly could have covered their little eyeballs, just pointed at a random American citizen, and anybody would have been a better choice than Tim Walz.
Yeah, Kayvon, he kind of made some points. People that are just out barbecuing and doing manly things. We obviously made fun of Tim Walz when he posted his hunting picture. The man clearly has never shot a gun in his entire life, probably, especially in that particular context of him hunting. I guess, how far off base do you have to get before you start to recognize, hey, maybe the average American male doesn't want to put tampons in boys' bathrooms?
Yeah, the Democrats told us for years walls don't work. Then they went and picked Tim Walz, and he didn't work. So they should have known better. I just can't stand watching the guy. He has a deep self-hatred for white people, and white people, I give permission for them to vote. Everything about the left is about race, and I'm just so sick of it because they're the ones telling us every day about, racist this, racism that, KKK. We would never see swastikas if the left would stop scraping them into the side of cars that they don't own. So I'm over it. I'm so glad he lost. I'm so glad we have Donald Trump, just so we can go to merit-based hiring, merit-based achievements, and be done with this whole white, black, brown, Latino thing. It's horrible.
Yeah, the self-hatred thing is super weird. Speaking of self-hatred, I thought this was fascinating. This is not a super widely covered story, but I wanted to talk about it just because I guess the self-hatred is kind of permeating around the world. Last year, there was a big push in Southern European countries to not have tourism. Spain specifically, this year again, says they're going to start squirting the people, not the government, by the way. The activists who don't want tourism, anti-tourism activists, are going to start squirting pedestrians again with squirt bottles. Let me play this video clip for you, and I want to get your guys' reaction on this. This is just a weird thing to be this upset about. Watch this. So that I think is in Spain. France is also kind of the same way. So Savannah, they are more than willing to accept millions of people from third world countries that are going to come in and change the entire culture. But American tourists who are there spending money, by the way, Spain, 15% of their entire economy is tourism. The people that are spending money now, we don't want those people, and we're going to squirt them with squirt guns until they leave, I guess.
Yeah, Joe Bob, leave it to Europeans to protest working and GDP growth. Okay, I don't know if you saw this meme this week, but it was this photo of these Europeans, and they're like, the American mind could never comprehend, and it's them smoking a cigarette and not working at 4 p.m., right? And in response to that, Americans have just completely roasted them and been like, the European mind can never comprehend, and it's like GDP growth or an air conditioner or ice cubes in water. And so I feel like my main takeaway from this is it is so European, it is so on the nose for these people to protest against their own economic growth, to protest against working. I mean, these people are literally doing everything but work. They will protest having to work before going to work and welcoming tourists into their countries. It's just so European.
Yeah, and I also, too, I feel like it plays into the fact that none of this is possible. Their social programs, their early retirement, their 4-hour workday or whatever it is, without the U.S. military protecting them, right? That's the whole thing that Donald Trump was talking about in his first term and continuing on this term. Kayvon, I mean, does this give us more leverage to say, all right, Europe, if you want to act like a bunch of little sissies that don't like economic growth and can't protect yourself, go ahead and just be free, and we're going to just worry about ourselves.
Yeah, me personally, I love it because I'm single, so I don't have to travel now. Ladies are not going to ask me to take them to Europe. It is not safe. I'll just show them that video. We're good. I live in Las Vegas, so if you want to see the Eiffel Tower, we have it. We have the Venetian. We can go on a little Venetian river thing and go through the channels that way and go see the New York, get it all done in like a weekend.
Yeah, there's a certain point, too, where I wonder if the European officials there maybe arrest people. Can you just squirt people with water bottles? Like, I don't think that would fly here. And I guarantee you people wouldn't be, well, I mean, I'm not going to go that far. I wouldn't squirt me with a water bottle is basically what I'm saying. Don't use squirt guns here. But I wonder if
in the summer in Europe, it's hot. It could be refreshing. I don't know. But that's just what, yeah, it could be nice.
And also, Joe Bob, the police are too busy arresting people for saying mean things and posting memes online. So they probably won't have time to arrest the protesters.
Yeah, but I could do California father assaulted by people with squirt guns. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Game on,
add your ethnicity in there.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time. We'll have you back soon.
Please.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thank you, Joe Bob. Bye-bye.
Coming up here on Turning Point tonight, actually, Savannah's going to stick around with us because we got a fantastic report from the front lines at Turning Point that we're going to dig into a little bit about harm reduction. Is it actually reducing harm, or is it doing literally the exact opposite? Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Hey, a little bit of a change up today. Not having Alex Clark's Cultural Apothecary podcast because we got some Frontlines news to report. If you don't know, Frontlines is Turning Point's on-the-ground news reporting, probably the best in the business. We have this clip from Savannah Hernandez, who was just joining us and will rejoin us again. But first, watch this package from Savannah Hernandez about harm reduction and whether or not it works.
This is Savannah Hernandez in Austin, Texas, standing in front of the Texas Harm Reduction Alliance. Now, this is one of the places in Austin that is handing out free needles and free glass pipes to drug users across the city. And to be quite honest with you guys, so many people kept telling me that Austin's homeless and drug crisis was comparable to San Francisco or even Portland, and I thought that was crazy until I started touring some of these homeless encampments, and there were exposed, dirty needles everywhere. Now, after touring these encampments, Alliance, of course, I wanted to know where all of these needles were coming from. And very similar to Portland and San Francisco, this organization is handing out free needles, free pipes. They even gave me 4 different kinds depending on which type of drug use, I was interested in. They also, again, are handing out Narcan, condoms, even the cookers and the rubbers that anybody needs to use for proper drug use. These are very similar to the programs that have completely destroyed San Francisco, and I was truly shocked to see this here in Austin, Texas. Now, this area labels itself a safe space for drug users, and when I came to this location to pick up this harm reduction kit, there were so many people outside of this area that were strung out on drugs. One of the first things that I experienced in walking in was a man who was screaming about how his wife was gang raped and then forced into an abortion. The staffers were kind of just listening to him talk and then laughed him off. They took me to the back and they gave me this big bag of supplies. And once I was inside, there were so many signs on the walls reading, hey, you can use drugs in the bathroom, just make sure to tell somebody, and basically encouraging drug use. Now, not only that, but a woman was sitting on a couch and her dog apparently had gotten into her drug supply, so the dog was freaking out. It was just a very chaotic environment, and this is right next to other small businesses, by the way, and we're also about a half a mile away from a church. So I just wanted to give you guys an example of some of the organizations that are here in Austin. I was truly shocked to see this. This isn't the only one, by the way. There's another one called Vivint Health LifePoint. They offer similar services. I am just genuinely floored that the drug crisis in this city has gotten this bad. I mean, I was even sitting at a stoplight. I'm here to do a documentary on the homeless crisis, and as I'm sitting, a homeless woman comes and picks up what looks like a weapon off of the ground, is threatening somebody and screaming at somebody, and I'm just there at the stoplight with other drivers. She then is starting to scream and point the weapon at us. We can't go anywhere. We're just stuck. And this type of story is very common in Austin. So I just wanted to come highlight the various programs that are being allowed to prosper here. Free needles, free Narcan, free cookers. It's just disappointing because I have seen how these exact same programs have completely destroyed San Francisco. I've spoken to other addicts as well who even say that these programs have destroyed their cities and only enable drug addiction, and even the homeless agree.
Wow, that is depressing and interesting and horrifying all at the same time. Savannah Hernandez continues to join us. Sav, I actually have when I was watching that, you got a bunch of that sort of drug paraphernalia, which I guess I kind of want to clarify. Did you go into those facilities and they just gave it to you? Is that what happened?
Yes, that is exactly what happened. They even asked me specifically if I wanted a certain needle size. Wow. And again, this is happening in Texas, right? Typically, I would report on this exact type of thing, and I have reported on it in San Francisco, in Philadelphia, in Seattle, in Portland, but this is even happening in Texas. And like I said in that report, I was truly shocked because I know that our homeless crisis has gotten bad. I mean, it's kind of cleaned up right now even, but people were comparing it to a lot of these West Coast cities that have completely degraded, in which you might be walking around at 4 p.m. downtown and you'll see a drug overdose. This is something I actually experienced while reporting in Portland. And Texas is really starting to look like that now. So it's pretty crazy and shocking, truly.
So here's the thing that I'm wondering about. If you're walking in there, you're a well put together individual. You don't look like a drug addict. There was nobody there that said, hey, you actually might look like you have your life together. Maybe you shouldn't ruin it with meth. They just gave it to you. There was no intervention whatsoever. Or did anybody say like, hey, there are other options? What was that experience like?
Well, again, Joe Bob, with all of these programs, and that's why so many various activists and locals in areas where these are offered speak out against them, because there's never any offer for, hey, let's get you to a rehab. Let's get you help. Let's get you off drugs. Like I said, you walk into this area and there are multiple signs encouraging drug use. I mean, they even had signs that were like, even Jesus drank wine. No matter what your use is, it's okay. We accept you. This is a safe space. And this has been a huge problem. For example, when I went into one of these centers in San Francisco, again, they are handing, and in San Francisco, they hand you a big cardboard box of 100 needles, and they give you 2 big bags of supplies, and they don't give you any resources for rehab, for, again, getting off of drugs. And I've spoken to former addicts themselves who say this is only exacerbating the problem, obviously, because when drug addicts know that they have access to paraphernalia, to drugs, when they know that they're not going to be arrested or face any consequence, it only makes the problem 10 times worse. And these programs are always called harm reduction, but I would venture to say that they're causing more harm, because if you go and walk down the public trails in Texas now, Joe Bob, there are exposed needles everywhere. I mean, children could potentially be picking these up. And like I said, this is a half-mile away from a church. So it attracts a lot of drug users. I was uncomfortable walking in the area, but I was like, okay, I got to go for my report. But imagine being a tourist in Texas or, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Seattle, Portland. You're walking along the street. You're seeing exposed needles. You're seeing drug addiction. So in some cases, I've seen drug users that are just slouched over, a needle still in their arm. I mean, this is a really huge problem that we need to get under control in this country. And the fact that it's happening in Texas just goes to show that we truly have no cities that are off limits or safe.
Yeah, and it's wild. So you mentioned harm reduction, right? That is the floofy word that I think people just kind of in general, like, oh yeah, I'm for harm reduction, but clearly that's not what it's happening. And the reason they use that language is in order to push stuff that nobody actually would vote for. And so I'm curious, is there any other language kind of being used in a way to mislead people about these sorts of programs? Because I would imagine, like, I just don't believe that if a person understood what was happening, that they would say, yes, this is a good idea, we should continue it, let's vote for more of these sorts of things. Are they manipulating the language in any other way other than the harm reduction?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, they talk about a safe space, or they talk about safe drug use. And this is the manipulation tactic that a lot of these programs use, where they're like, well, drug users are going to use, so we just want to make sure that we're stopping overdoses and that people are using safely, which then leads to programs like we're seeing up in Canada, where the government up there will literally give you fentanyl. If you want meth, fentanyl, crack, take your pick, and the government will give it to you, and they'll give you a safe space to do it. But then, of course, that leads to a huge issue with drugs. So again, I think that that's another one of the very manipulative and sinister things that are said is safe drug use, safe space, harm reduction. It's insane, Joe Bob, and anybody with common sense can see that these are bad programs. And that's why I've really tried to hone in on these. And I've been reporting on these programs for years because they're very dangerous. They attract a lot of mentally unstable people. I've been attacked outside of a harm reduction center myself when I was in Philadelphia, because these people are strung out on drugs. And it's so sinister not to help these people, but to instead enable their addictions and allow them to be slaves to their addiction and give them no actual help.
Yeah, well, all of this just goes to show how important this stuff is to be covered, and glad that you and Frontlines are taking the front lines approach in helping people become more aware of the fact that, hey, these things called harm reduction or safe spaces are really, really terrible for all of the people that find themselves sucked into a lifestyle that is not going to have a beneficial outcome. Savannah Hernandez, Frontlines reporter and Turning Point contributor, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks for doing all the stuff that you're doing. This is, again, dangerous, interesting, and necessary all at the same time.
Thanks, Joe Bob. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man, holy cow. That is a really, really rough stuff. Coming up here on Turning Point tonight, everyone's favorite, not to shift the tone too much too quickly, but after the break, Woke Wednesday. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space, every day getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Like you said, you can go to tpusa.com and donate any amount. I think you get a special fun little gift. Again, tpusa.com. You can also email this show, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. Anything that's on your mind, you can send us an email, tpt@tpusa.com. And if that email is gross, disgusting, terrible, and awful, there's actually a better chance that we read it on this show, tpt@tpusa.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Woke Wednesday. Thank you, highlighter jacket lady. Up first in the Woke Wednesday offering is, well, don't. Watch this. It's Woke Wednesday.
I work at Camp Brave Trails. Of course I'm in full Frankenfurter drag since 7 a.m.
I work at Camp Brave Trails. Of course I have ducks in my pockets.
I work at Camp Brave Trails. Of course I feel safe to embrace my autism. I work at Camp Brave Trails. Of course I'm decked out in rainbow all the time.
Okay, so this should go without saying, but in case there's some people watching this that are a little bit on the fence, don't send your kid to Camp Brave Trails. Brave Trails? Whatever that camp is, don't send your kid there. Unless, of course, you dislike your kids so much that you're going to expose them to the woke mind virus, in which case, still don't send your kid there. Camp Brave Trails. Wow. I don't know. The type of parent that subjects their kid to that amount of craziness, it probably should get Child Protective Services called on them. Running out of time. Play this next clip and we'll discuss.
Have you ever heard of an ambulatory wheelchair user? This is someone who has use of their legs but still chooses to use a wheelchair sometimes. Just because I'm using a wheelchair here doesn't mean that I was paralyzed, but rather that I'm choosing to use it in order to mitigate painful symptoms that come from standing and walking for a prolonged period of time. I think a lot of people look at me using the wheelchair and think, oh, that's so sad, but rather it's quite the opposite. I'm able to go out and do things and have a life that I wouldn't normally be able to if I didn't have the wheelchair. So if you see a wheelchair user out in public, don't stare at them, don't entirely avoid eye contact with them, and don't talk to the person they're with as if they're not there. Treat them like you would normally. And don't ask them why they're in the wheelchair. If you wouldn't ask a walking person about their medical history, why should you ask a wheelchair user about their medical history? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, that is a bad person. I also find it so weird how people can just feel like, well, yeah, I'm just talking about this in a positive way, as if what I'm doing is normal. It's not normal. Now, how about this? Here can be the, I guess, exception. If you're going to use a wheelchair with having full use of your legs and taking advantage of all of the things that people who don't have that freedom get to do, like parking in different spots, using wheelchair ramps. If you want to do all that stuff and sit in a wheelchair, fine. We get to break your legs. How about that? How about that as the trade-off, right? If you want to pretend to have a disability, maybe you should have the disability. I would imagine that people who are currently confined to wheelchairs, who don't have the privilege, by the way, of walking around, which again is a terrible and unfortunate situation to find yourself in. But I would imagine the people that have to use wheelchairs look at that person and say, hey, sure, if you want to pretend like you have the disability, maybe you should just get the disability. I'm not advocating for violence at all. I'm just saying maybe that would be a somewhat reasonable trade-off. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Appreciate you sticking around. We'll be back same time, same place tomorrow. Charlie's going to take us out. God bless America.
want to lead with a story that has been bubbling up for quite some time, and it's happening in the great state of Texas. It's a little bit of a third rail topic. Some people would say it's politically incorrect. You're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to dive into why this is happening. That sounds like a perfect story for the Charlie Kirk Show. When I first read it, I'll be honest, I didn't believe it. I said, sounds like it's being exaggerated. Some people are trying to get clicks. But the more I studied it and the more I researched it, the more real it is. Now, the story actually harmonizes with the tragic news of the death of my friend, David Horowitz. And David Horowitz passed away yesterday, a legend who warned his entire career that if you keep on importing Muslims and Mohammedans, they're going to try and create their own communities that are not welcome with Western values. They are going to try to implement Sharia, and that Western civilization is incompatible with Islam. That was his main contention. And we'll play some pieces of tape from David Horowitz later in the show. He is a legend of a man, truly. So what's going on in Texas, of all places? Mind you, this is not New York. This is not California. This is Texas. And as you know, Texas Republicans are rather weak at times. They don't really know how to fight. Well, Muslims in Texas are looking to build their own epic city. Literally, it's called Epic City. The East Plano Islamic Center, deep in the heart of Texas. It's in the northeast suburbs of Dallas. The plan right now is for these Mohammedans to build a 402-acre community in the Dallas suburbs. For reference, that's about 4 times the size of Disneyland. It would have over 1,000 homes, a K-12 school, a college, retail stores, and of course, a mosque. Now, let me pause here. When's the last time Christians decided to do this? Christians should build communities like this. I look at the master plan here and I say, despite the fact that their worldview is toxic and that they want to destroy the West, you got to give them respect. It's well designed. It's well configured. They're here to spread their value system to the West. And we're like, oh, well, religious freedom. Really? Did the founding fathers have in mind Mohammedans coming to the great state of Texas or one of our states to build an exclusive city for Muslims? The idea is that this would all be on private property, so it could exist as a dedicated Islamic area. Developers claim the area will be open to all, which of course is rubbish, though we know and we get the feeling anybody moving in would find themselves not very welcome. America has freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank. Large, dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America. We've seen how this unfolds in Europe. There are massive, huge no-go zones in major European cities in Britain and in France and in Sweden. Those are real. You're not allowed to talk about them, but they are real. The police stay out of things. In no-go zones, Islamic values reign supreme. Blasphemy laws, for example. If you dare question the Prophet Muhammad, they will come after you. Free speech is not an Islamic value. Free expression is not an Islamic value. It's actually the exact opposite. Submission is an Islamic value. That's literally what Islam means. Islam has conquest values. They seek to take over land and territory. And Europe is now a conquered continent. It is not what it used to be. It's a husk of its former self, which is increasingly Mohammedan. So what are core Islamic values? Again, look at what happens when you're run under Sharia law. And remember, under Islam, it is a requirement that believers try to get their societies to run on Sharia law. There are other takeaways here. The fact that this is even a possibility shows how our leaders, including Republicans in Texas, have for decades facilitated the great replacement of Americans with foreigners who hold dramatically and drastically different values. If your enemies are dumb enough to let you in, then you go in and you gradually build your numbers until you dominate them. Why are we putting up with this? Do we really need an extra 500,000 people coming in to build their own Islamic city, one of which the architect behind it said, and I'm going to read the quote here, that this is going to be a Muslim-only space. Then he had to backpedal that a little bit. Now, this is getting a lot of attention. Now, we were fed the line about America saying, well, they're going to assimilate. Instead, they're building Islamic cities. And I say this as somebody who actually, my primary care doctor is Muslim. I know plenty of good Muslims. We're not talking about individual Muslims that are good people. Instead, I'm talking about institutional Islam. Of course, there are good individual Muslims. We all know them. They can be sweet. They can be charitable. They can be honoring. I trust him so much with my own personal health. And Dr. Zuhdi Jasser has assimilated, in fact, so much so he speaks out against stuff like this. He's trying to lead a reformation within Islam, and good luck with that, as I always tell him. I hope you are successful. It's very rare. He has very different values from a lot of Muslims, Dr. Zuhdi Jasser. In fact, we're going to have him on the program again soon to talk about this, and he speaks out against Hamas. He speaks against Iran. He is a model of what I hope more American Muslims would be. We are not seeing that in the West, though. He is a rarity. He is an exception. Instead, we see the further radicalization of Muslims that come to the West. They don't assimilate. Has Ilhan Omar assimilated to America? No. Ilhan Omar has instead tried to infect the United States of America with her radical anti-American Mohammedism amongst her extreme leftist beliefs. Let's go to cut 348. This is Governor Greg Abbott. This is the all-Muslim city in Texas being built with no building permits. And we're just saying, well, we can't stop it because religious freedom. It's a bunch of rubbish. This is a conquering ideology to take over the West, whether by sword or whether by development. And yes, Muslims have a lot of babies. And their clever tactic is to continue slowly envelop the West.
So far, we were doing contracts for meeting notes and PowerPoints. And if our folks didn't know how to do meeting notes and PowerPoints, go online and learn yourself. We're not going to pay for it anymore. And we took $360 million and put it back into community care and also our health records management system that we have. We've opened 6 new facilities just in the last little bit so all the media who wants to talk about how we're hurting healthcare, we just opened 6 new facilities. By the way, thank you. You're welcome. As we go from that, we've continued. We've also took $11.6 billion in ceiling values of contracts and terminated that we did not need, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the future, but also still maintaining the ability to take care of our patients and also our disability benefits. We've also gotten unity again. We did away with $14 million in DEI spending. We've ended gender dysphoria treatments. We phased that out. All directed the savings from that go to paralyzed veterans and amputees. We've also continued to work toward, as you've, in anti-Semitism and also anti-Christian bias that we saw. The biggest thing, though, Mr. President, I wanted to state is you told me when you said for me to take this job, you said take care of my veterans. Well, we've done something in taking that step forward. The veteran is back first at the VA. The VA is not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding animal. It's about a service organization that takes care of one of the best we have, and that's our veterans. And that, Mr. President, we're just getting started.
How are you doing with the suicide rates?
We're getting, it's tough, Mr. President. That's something that we're looking at. This is something that we've had $588 million has been spent over the last, especially 4 or 5 years to be prevention, and yet the numbers stayed at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, they're actually coming up saying thanks. We're back in where we need to be, and we're seeing a workforce develop. So suicide is going to come down. It's also going to take some transition stuff that your Secretary of Defense has been very helpful on. We've got to transfer them out of the military so they come to us better, but we're working on that.
Good. Very good. Thank you. Jameson?
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days in the history of the
By the way, in history. You know, this is the biggest deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done financially in the history of the world. And I think we're doing great. You're going to see some big, big results. Go ahead.
And I'll just say something that Secretary Duffy said in his context. Because it's complex, no one has done it. So this is something, a reordering of global trade that hasn't happened since the end of World War II. And it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore under the old global trading system with the net result of the global trading system is that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places. That's a system you have to replace, and that's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. We did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come.
You have to listen with all the countries that want to negotiate.
Sure.
They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
Don't zoom in on this. This is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out, but we're working very quickly on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson. You're going to have a lot of fun for the next 3 weeks.
Fun. It will be fun.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we've had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength, starting with there'll be all hell to pay if you don't let our people go. Dozens, over 40 Americans have come home under your leadership. Far more terrorists are no longer threatening the homeland under your leadership, pulling all of these agencies together, including the evil individual responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing, and to sit with the 13 Gold Star families, and you showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it. Amen.
Thank you very much. The Abbey Gate is really important. This was a horrible thing. It destroyed the image, frankly, of the Biden administration. What happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened, and Pam is working very much on prosecuting that person. We have the person, and he'll do well. I have no doubt about it. Thank you very much, Michael. So the CIA, I don't know, Radcliffe, I don't know if he's going to say anything. He's probably the one person here that's not allowed to talk about the great job he's done, but go ahead anyway.
Mr. President, as you know, at your direction, the CIA has deployed our unique covert action authorities in various places and continents to successfully advance your national security and foreign policy priorities, to advance peace, to end wars, to take terrorists off the battlefield, and to keep illicit drugs from coming into this country and harming Americans. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to detail your accomplishments in that regard, we can't do so in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by our great Attorney General and providing a measure of justice to those 13 families that suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal during the last administration. In addition, at your direction, Mr. President, the CIA has negotiated and secured the release of Americans like Mark Fogel and Ksenia Karolina, who have been wrongfully detained, sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President, the CIA is being restructured at your direction to focus on our core mission and to eliminate the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President.
Good job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Russell?
We're obviously involved in a number of budget bills that are moving, trying to make sure all of your priorities are reflected in the reconciliation, working on our upcoming budget. Wonderful job by the entire cabinet on that front. Details soon on that front. Sending up rescissions bills to Congress for things that Elon has found. But the regulatory aspect is something we don't talk about enough. And right now, you've given us a goal of 10 for 1. We are working right now with all of the agencies to rack up how big of a deregulatory agenda that we can have. When you came into office, you basically stopped $200 billion in costs to American families just by stopping the Biden regulatory agenda. That's about $2,000 per family. We think when we're going to hit these 10 for 1 goals that we could be in the neighborhood of about $900 billion in savings to American families that would be substantially bigger than that $2,000 number. And the point that I would make, in addition to just savings cheaper to the American people, there's an aspect of wisdom when you're enforcing these rules that comes into play. And I'm your regulator for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we found this small mortgage lender in Chicago. His name is Barry Sterner. He had a firm called Townstone, and CFPB had gone after him because he complained about crime in Chicago, literally the same thing that the Democrat mayor had talked about, and they came after him for 7 years on a redlining disparate impact claim and ruined his life. We overturned that. We apologized on your behalf to the individual, and we basically, without having to go through notice and comment, we ended the policy that set that in motion. And so that's happening across these agencies with how they are using their enforcement discretion, and it will only continue based on the stone wall of backing that you've given us to make these hard calls. I don't think they're actually that hard, but no one's done it to this point, and we were able to go forward and do that because of the backing that you've given us.
So maybe the biggest thing we're working on, maybe bigger than tariffs in a certain sense, is we call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that's wielding its way right now through the Senate. And John Thune has been actually amazing. And the Speaker has been so great, Congress. Mike Johnson has been really two guys that they get along great, and it's just been a beautiful, unified attack, really, because we have to attack because the Democrats are trying to stop it at every turn. It would mean a 58% tax hike if they were successful, and lots of other bad things beyond the tax hike. But with us, it'll be the biggest tax cut in American history. How are we doing with the bill?
We're doing great. We're day in, day out, hour by hour negotiations to make sure your stuff is in there and to make sure we have the border resources, the defense resources, and to save the American people some tax money and make sure all those tax cuts that you ran on are in there that help get people back into the workforce. And I think we're making a ton of progress.
I think we're doing well. Like I said, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And it would be the biggest tax increase if the Democrats are successful. They're the only people I've ever seen running for office where they want to increase taxes, but this would be a 58, maybe a 60% tax increase, unsustainable for the American people. Thank you very much. Great job. Susie, the most powerful woman in the world. I agree with that. I agree.
I'll be brief so you can hear from these amazing people. Congratulations to everyone on 100 days. That's been it's unparalleled in my memory and best I can tell ever. But it hasn't been busy for busy's sake. The president's promises made to the American people have been kept time and time and time again. You all have been out there spreading the word with community groups and states and media. It hasn't gone unnoticed, and let's work hard to the next 100 and have equally as much success then. Thank you.
You're doing a great job, Susie.
Yeah.
I think everybody agrees, right? that disagrees, please. In front of the media. Please raise your hand if you have the courage to do so. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you. And you made it very clear that you wanted to put America first. And also from day one, you wanted to make housing affordable again because we do have a housing affordability crisis in our country. And so at HUD, we've been cutting all the red tape and bureaucracy as it pertains to housing affordability and unleashing creativity of our builders and developers around our country and restoring local control. We took down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, as you know, which was a zoning tax from Washington. So no longer will Washington be picking winners and losers, but localities and elected officials in different states and cities will have that flexibility. Also, you alluded to securing the border, and such a great job has been done with all of our partners at the table. And at HUD, we want to make sure that the resources that we have now, which is American taxpayer dollars, in the Biden administration, they prioritize illegal aliens over the American people. And so we signed an MOU with Secretary Noem at DHS to make sure that HUD-funded housing only goes to American citizens and no longer will it go to illegal aliens coming across our border. We have about 9 million people living in subsidized housing in our country. 59% of illegal alien families use some sort of welfare program, costing us $42 billion a year. And so we have prioritized American and American people only to live in HUD-funded housing. And also to make housing affordable, we also signed a partnership with Secretary Burgum at DOI to use underutilized federal lands, as you campaigned on and promised, to identify those lands to build affordable housing in our country so that people can realize the American dream. We also restored biological truth, as you did in sports. We have the equal access rule at HUD, which we took that rule down to ensure that at women shelters, that those that enter those shelters would be of the same sex, and that we would protect the ladies of our country. No longer will those that identify as women but are not women be able to enter our shelter so that we can protect the ladies that we serve. Along with our Doge task force, we identified over $2 billion in savings. At HUD, $260 million at HUD were just in contracts, $4 million were DEI. And so we took those contracts down and de-obligated and sent back $1.9 billion back to the treasury for the American people. Again, we want to be good stewards over the American taxpayer dollars. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership in this. And we have a tremendous team at HUD, and I'm so grateful to be part of this team around this table to take care of the American people. And I consider it a great honor and humble to do so.
Good job.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Brooke?
Well, I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but the price of eggs is down. I know it's news. Listen, sir, today on as we celebrate the 100th day, I think that it's just such a joy and an honor to continue to do this work. So thank you for that. We have been obviously very focused on the cost of groceries, specifically eggs led the way, as you have so eloquently discussed over the last few months, and we're holding tight on a very significant decrease, which is great, and investing where we need to there. As I mentioned before the press came in, we have had a massive issue with Mexico on water and getting water to our farmers along the border for decades. When I worked in Texas 25 years ago, we were fighting with the Mexican government over the water then. You got involved about 2 weeks ago. That evening, I started conversations, and as of just a few days ago, thanks to Secretary Rubio's great deputy secretary and I, have been negotiating, and we hit the best deal, I believe, in history on behalf of our farmers, and thanks to your leadership and your strength on that. And that's a really big deal long term for those farmers. farmers in the southern part of the country. On the energy side, I know we've got Secretary Burgum and his partner Secretary Wright, but we often forget that agriculture has a major piece of the energy dominance agenda, not just timber, not just minerals, but biofuels. So we continue to support that great leadership coming from those agencies and doing hopefully our part as well, and they've been incredible in that. Our farmers have been hurting under the Joe Biden administration. There was a 30% increase in the cost of input, so the cost of doing business for these farmers over those 4 years. When we left the White House the first time 4 years ago, we had a $0 trade deficit with our agriculture products. After 4 years of Biden, that hit $50 billion because they just didn't make an effort. And so obviously that's $50 billion less dollars at a time of very thin profitability for our agriculture community. So the Congress passed because the last administration didn't get a farm bill done either, the farmers were hurting there. So Congress stepped in. I say all that and basically said $10 billion to move out. USDA, fastest in history, that money went out to those farmers that couldn't make plant their crops. And so I'm really proud of that, and you'll hear a lot of that from your farmers today, that this USDA is moving more quickly than any ever before. And we're not organizing money based on the color of skin and other ways, which was how the last administration was moving out. We've canceled $6 billion in contracts thanks to our great friend Elon Musk and his Doge team. A lot of those were DEI, gender, studying transgender mice. Who knew the racism in pest management? We've canceled all of it. We're going through a major restructuring. USDA is one of the biggest agencies. It's sort of a catch-all, and we're really downsizing and aligning around putting farmers first, which is really important. A big part of USDA bill is food stamps. It is perhaps one of the largest, if not the largest, welfare program, and it's a supplemental nutrition program. Secretary Kennedy and I have been working very closely. We were in Texas yesterday talking about nutrition and agriculture. You can't make America healthy again without your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So ensuring that our food stamp program and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have access to nutritious foods as we're facing an obesity crisis and a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on. And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important and it goes to why we're here. This is a South Dakota ranching family named the Mods. They are a fifth generation ranching family. Charles Mod, in his 30s, bought the ranch from his granddad, I'm going to show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several hundred-acre operation, they used about 20 acres and had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told to find guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden DOJ pushed forward. So this morning, and the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture with Secretary Noem, who was their governor, as the governor of South Dakota, which is where these great people are from, all criminal charges were dropped, and really appreciate the Department of Justice. It was a really big day as we sent the signal that the over-criminalization and using government, and you know this better than anyone because you were in the crosshairs for so long, that those days are over, and the regulation through prosecution is no more. And so this family is one of many that we'll now be talking to ensure that never happens again.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm, and I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield remarkable results. Energy costs have plummeted, mortgage rates are down, food costs are moving lower, and American families are finding their financial footing again. I had a group in today. America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. that our economy had become barbelled. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried to kill on the other, and you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies. Under the Doge at Treasury and the IRS, cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased. We have the IRS revenues are up, and thanks to the young man sent over by Doge, the IT update that began in 1990, which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, you couldn't make it up, trade, taxes, and deregulation, the one big beautiful bill under your leadership. Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done a great job, but they have you as a closer on many of their members. And I'll just close by saying economic security is national security. National security is economic security, and it's never been better. We're rebuilding it. And as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank conferences, America first does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Yeah. Well said.
Thank you. Are you busy enough? He's doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you, and thanks to the cabinet. So at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I am the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need. We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress in the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past, and let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation, because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall, and in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question. Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing, or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order? And why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Pam, please.
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple: make America safe. And Despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. And no, you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions, and now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed, and we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, you, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead, and no longer because of you, what you've done. ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,500 guns off the streets. Why aren't people reporting that? 651,000 rounds of ammo. That's up 151% from 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty. We are now seeking the death penalty on cases. I'm signing death warrants. We are going after terrorism. We are going after arsonists. Whether you're burning Teslas, we will see. We've arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions. No negotiations, 20 years in prison. Or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine on our streets. Ton of fentanyl, 20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among clubs and bars for young kids. They were fake, but you know what they had in them? Fentanyl. That's 20,000 lives saved because of you, right there. We brought back 29 cartel members from Mexico at your direction, and one killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent, in 1985, and many of us got to talk to his widow and his son, who is now a judge. And they started crying. They have tried to get that guy back forever. And thanks to so many of you in this room working together, they have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing everything you told us. No more DEI, no more weaponization. We have rescinded, as I said, 200 policies. And I could go on all day long, but we are doing everything in our power to keep America safe at your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I think what you've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate amongst each other, not only in this room, as Jameson mentioned, we kind of get a break for a couple of hours here, but we stay in contact actually every other day that we're working for you. And I think what that says is, I was speaking to, for instance, the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the Ag Secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Letnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do, because as you've come in and negotiated these great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need that workforce to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish all 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to is the American workforce and these companies about what the market demand is. That's the difference, that we finally have made that connection. What do they need? How quick do they need it? And how fast can I get these either apprenticeships toward that million that we've put that lofty goal goal. We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since January. So at the Department of Labor, that tour is kicked off, and I couldn't be more honored to be on the ground and see my colleagues that we're passing in the skies, but we're on the ground together because we're all collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants. And so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory DEI offices within the department, specifically the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't complying, they weren't going to have a federal contract. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions were collecting dust in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it, foreign handouts, including funding for things like transparency and accountability for Uzbekistan cotton industry. It doesn't make sense that we're funding, these foreign, and thank you to Doge and to the government efficiency, what we have found with the fraud that we're seeing.
I mean, some of these things are so ridiculous, you can't believe it.
No, I write them down and I read them more than once.
Cotton farmers?
Yeah, it doesn't
It
make
sounds like
sense.
a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so again, with the executive order preparing Americans for high-paying, skilled trade jobs of the future, that's our goal. The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, and we want to make sure we're on hand for that. And, what I want to say is thank you to government efficiency, because you asked us when this transitions out, will our departments and our agencies continue that government efficiency? And I think that we've surpassed that in the Department of Labor. Out of our 14,000 federal employees, 3,000 have taken the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer, and we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored to serve. I know we were probably the last to know each other, but we're getting to know each other well, and the team that you have assembled is really an honor to serve with. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're doing great. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Mr. President, you ran on unleashing American energy, and 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled. I'll just hit a few highlights. Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace that supply is easier to grow now and supply will be coming, and that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not only more affordable energy, but we need a lot more energy. Want to highlight, I think a couple of us have touched on, is AI. This is a new, emerging, critical industry that's very energy intensive. It is not acceptable for the United States to not be the leader in AI. We must win the AI race and lead in that, and that's going to take a lot more energy. If you had not won election, we would not have won the AI race. Full stop. Energy would not have been there to enable us to win. Reshoring of manufacturing. These trillions of dollars you led off with, it's going to come back to our country to make chips, to make steel, to make automobiles, to make artificial intelligence, to make all of these industries we've outsourced. That's only going to be possible with way more American energy. But we have that energy. We have those resources. We have those businesses. We have those capitalists. We just need to stop standing in the way of them and follow the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have, huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America's back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. I also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland, the first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke with many other nations over there. They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renai's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Good job. Thank you very much. Please.
Yes, Mr. President, you are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you have changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says this is what the Biden administration looks like and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof. For ICE agents, they want to be a part of ICE because they recognize they actually get to do their jobs. I have the Coast Guard, too. Coast Guard recruitment is up over 20% just in the last 60 days. Everybody wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126 tons of cocaine, millions of doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing. And the aliens that they are deporting is incredible, too. We've been working with all of them. The one thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden deported more people than you. And it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. They're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members, hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed. here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table and now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned them around because you forced her to. So those are all people that never even came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get to get up and do jobs that matter. And we appreciate that.
Tom is doing a great job.
Oh, yeah. Tom's a great messenger for us. He just, yeah, he's hardcore. Yeah, thank you.
He is hardcore.
Yeah, he is.
No question about it. Kelly?
Mr. President, it's such an honor to serve in this administration. And on behalf of Main Street America, for our 34 million small businesses that make up 99% of all businesses in this great nation, I have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business again. They're thriving and they're investing. And the data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs in this country, and we've already seen under your leadership the jobs economy is back. Manufacturing jobs are back. We've seen a 38% increase in manufacturing loans. We put out 1,500 manufacturing loans in your first 100 days. We saw startups increase by 54%, and we saw businesses under 5 people increase by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you on the manufacturing front, I'm out on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace to food and all these essentials that this nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress. We'll be announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue-collar boom. It's now a new-collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our war fighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that helped elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor, and congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon, as well. Thank you.
Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, but
Yeah, thank you.
he's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, they say I wear a lot of hats. And as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat. The American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to rent my cars, which is not great. Could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what can be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars. You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of this.
Yeah. 160 now.
160. They said, oh, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon.
It's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration, really only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate, and I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long. And building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders. Secondly, Mr. President, like too many organizations in the federal government, the ODNI has become very bloated with too much waste and abuse going on within the organization. We've done a few immediate steps. We are doing more. The ODNI is 25% smaller and more lean today than it was when I walked in the door and when you took office. Secondly, we have just this morning actually shut down a human capital office. As soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. But we discovered this human capital office that was essentially a slush fund for DEI initiatives, hidden under the guise of human capital, that closed down this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization, weaponization of the intelligence community. This past week, I sent 3 criminal referrals for illegal and unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances, and we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around the JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about that transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee?
Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocating. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. I have 13 pages of accomplishments from our first 100 days in here, and in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, we're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants. Now today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills, considering the EPA waivers that were given to California's tailpipe emissions, where California set their own standards. But there should be one national standard, and right now, Congress, on the House side, is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the EPA jurisdiction, today is my last day serving the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s. And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason, Mr. Vice President, why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming with Navy SEALs right now, be running somewhere in the Middle East with our service members. And from our Secretary of Defense to our Secretary of State, our Vice President, and more. I just want to say thank you as a veteran of our military for assembling what is the greatest national security team that I have ever seen in my 27 years associated with the United States Army.
Has Pete signed off on his retirement leave? Welcome to the VA. Thank you for your service, Lynn.
You're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate it very much. So?
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by about 50% now through our RIF program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidated, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education. The commissioners of education in every state, and I was at a meeting with them not too long ago for not only our states but our territories. They are thrilled with the opportunity now to be able to have more control over the education in their states, to get rid of a lot of the red tape and regulation that's kept them from doing what they're doing. So we're seeing, I think, great improvements. We'll see test scores, I believe. It'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education. For our universities, we've returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools for not only Title IX but Title VI infractions. And those are moving along. I think we've brought people to the table. They know that you are serious. You meant what you said. They're going to make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued, and they're saying that it's, First Amendment infraction. No, this is civil rights, safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. And with Pam's help and the task force that we formed with HHS, with GSA, with other agencies, we're going to make sure that our campuses are safe. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I think one of the biggest things, you'll be very happy to hear this, Mr. Vogt, that we are putting back into place collecting on our student loans that have been delinquent since March of 2020. Been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, the letter goes out that the loan recollection is beginning again. So for those people who have borrowed money and who have not been paying, and that's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as to get this money back into the country. I mean, when $60 billion of increased student loan debt since 2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting that back. And Scott and his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And so a lot's going on at the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI, so that we are training these new entrepreneurs and business leaders in our country. We can't do it with the infrastructure we have in place today. So we have to be working on that at the same time. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you for your charge to elevate education so that we are providing for every student access to excellent education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Linda. And what's going on with Harvard and some of these colleges that are taking vast amounts of money, who also have vast amounts? They've got $52 billion and really scamming the public and hiring people like de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, who are certainly two of the worst mayors in the history of our country, paying them a fortune of salary and having them teach our children how to manage cities and how to manage government. What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we welcome them back to the negotiating table, their response was a lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that. And I am, enjoying the fact not only am I firing myself, but I'm now being sued fairly regularly by different departments of education. But we're staying tough with them. The other thing that we're looking at also are the 117 violations of these big universities like Harvard and others who are not reporting, as they're required to do by law, foreign money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes from. And so that is
students.
Yeah, and it's very serious.
Where are these people coming from?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
sir. We pulled back their grants because Harvard isn't responding to us criminal activity by their students. And until they give us that list, they're not getting any more grants from Homeland Security.
I think we should pull it back.
We did.
The students they have, the professors they have, the attitude they have is not American, and I think you should. A grant is a grant. We don't have to give grants.
Exactly right.
So we'll pull back the grant. All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Bobby?
Mr. President, thank you for your extraordinary leadership. Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines. The dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us are 453 pages. They're basically unreadable, and they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, the school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are a business-friendly president, probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very much, very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is Supplemental Nutrition Assistance. So it is about nutrition. And we shouldn't, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying at both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances that make them diabetic, and then we're being bankrupt. We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential and it's not sustainable. I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to Brooke Rollins' leadership, all of the states to apply for those waivers. I also visited Utah, which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride, and I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to sign that. We are working, Lee Zeldin and I are working together to change the federal fluoride regulations, to change the recommendations, and we're looking at the science now. I want to point out that in August, the National Toxicity Program, which was an arm of the NIH, did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure and lowered IQ in children. So the more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this country, and we need healthy kids, and thank you for your leadership. We're going to get there. We're reviewing the GRAS standards now we're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients that are in our foods. The Europeans only have 400 ingredients. We have 10,000. There are chemicals we know nothing about. And we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or to label them. We've launched Operation Stork Speed, and we're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high-quality milk for children. We have launched the autism study at your direction. By September, we'll have some of the first answers. Within 6 months of that, we will have definitive answers, not only for autism, but for the etiology of a whole range of autoimmune diseases that have become epidemic in our children. We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation, surgeries, and other kind of gender dysphoria practices. And thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your vision. for your leadership, for giving me the 100 busiest days of my life, and most exciting and most rewarding. And there's over the next 100 days, we're going to do much, much more.
That's great. Thank you very much, Bobby. Very good. Very important. Thank you. Doug, please.
Well, President Trump, on your first day in office, you wisely declared a national energy emergency. And this was essential because it was the signal that we're going to go 180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden policies that were based on a climate ideology that was the root cause of the inflation in this country. It was the root cause of wars abroad. It was the root cause of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We can't have energy security. Without energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country, and now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away again under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, "Hey, big beautiful coal." As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources, the 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team, the whole cabinet, Susie's jumping in, leadership across everybody in the National Energy Dominance Council. But of the top 20 critical and rare earth minerals that we need for defense, that we need for industry, China's controlling 85% of the refining for that. So we are running at warp speed 7 days a week to try to put ourselves back in business in that way. So, and I want to just close out by saying a couple other things. One is the border. Few people realize that 41% of the southern border is in the Department of Interior. And then we've got a few more percent that come with Brooke and with the Forest Service. But that's been a risk area. Part of the reason everyone was pouring into our country, Biden wasn't enforcing the border laws. They definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using tying two presidents that had a great propensity for action, Theodore Roosevelt in 1907 created what was called the Roosevelt Reservation, 60-foot strip that go from Texas all the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking, but that has been largely unused. He gave us the authority to transfer that, and so working with Christie and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DOD. So transferring land from the other agencies like Interior to the Department of Defense, and as Pete said, they can do the detain and assist with the military. And having been down at the border multiple times in recent week, I can confirm everything Christie said. The enthusiasm, the morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christie and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol people say that they were multi-generational service in that law enforcement that said, my wife and I are telling our children never to go into this thing, to go into Border Patrol. People this time were saying, I got a 17-year-old. As soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met, whether it's in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank President Trump from all of us, the change that you're making. And I want to say especially this became very dear when we last week renamed a U.S. Wildlife Refuge in honor of Jocelyn Nungare. Jocelyn Nungare, of course, lost her life tragically to illegal Venezuelan gang members in this country in a horrific way. But her mother, Alexis, was at that ceremony. Her grandmother was there, and Jocelyn's great-grandmother was there. There 3 other generations of that family were there. They all wanted to pass on their thank you to you, too, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary, and really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term, when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless. And it's your fearlessness to take on the issues that other presidents would not touch, whether it's the work that we're doing with successfully streamlining and right-sizing government, or whether it's taking on the issues at the border, or whether it's embracing the power we need to win the arms race. You're fearlessly doing that, and that creates and just all of us can sprint because you're running ahead. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Doug, and you're doing a great job. And with Chris, that's a pretty much unbeatable combination, I have to tell you. So thank you both very much. Thank you, Doug. It's great. Marco?
Well, it's not easy to go last after all these reports that have come here. First of all, so I better be good, and I'll be short as well. A couple things, Mr. President. I think you deserve a lot of credit for 2 things. The first is assembling this great team of people. Some of whom I've known for a long time, others who I've gotten to know during this period of time, but putting together a team, not just of talented individuals, but that work well together. It's something never going to be reported on in the media or fully seen, but it happens every single day. For the most part, I interact with almost everyone around this table at some level, and because of Secretary Kennedy, I'm afraid to eat anything. So in front of him, he said Tootsie Rolls are okay in moderation. But it's a great team. And here's the second, and I tell this to people all the time. This is incredibly rewarding service, and you hear it in everyone's voices. Traditionally in the past, and it's one of the problems we got in as a country, is presidents would say, okay, let's go do something, and then they would have to do a study, and then a study on the study, and then a long internal deliberative process, and by the time you got to it, it was too late or somebody had forgotten it. In this administration, it's moving. You know the direction because you know why you were elected. The American people elected you very clearly, and basically it's measured, I used to say by days and weeks, now it's measured by hours and minutes, but action is happening. And that's what people want to see. And let me talk about foreign policy in particular, because I'm not sure this is fully appreciated. This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around what was good for the world. In essence, the decisions we made as a government in trade and foreign policy was basically, is it good for the world? Is it good for the global community? And under President Trump, we're making a foreign policy now was it good for America? I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States Department of State. Not the World Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by 3 things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those 3 things, and hopefully all 3 of those things, we're not doing it. Now, we went out and hired a consulting firm to help us organize ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the Department of Government Efficiency. And they helped us do a couple things. Number 1 is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things. I'm sure there were very good puppet shows, and I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world can go pay for it, but the American taxpayer should not. We've also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of. And so we've begun to reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. We have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people that are involved. Something else we got out of the business of, well, it wasn't widely reported, or maybe it was. We had an office in the Department of State whose job it was to censor Americans. And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is. I'll leave it up to them. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building of social media posts to identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
We can follow up with the media.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens to identify them as vectors of disinformation, when we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. And so that's what we're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office that does that. Beyond that, Mr. President, and this I'll move quickly because this has been a team effort, we have gone to countries all over the world and said, hey, you want good relations with the United States, you need to take back your people that are here illegally. And we've had historic cooperation. Beyond that, and I say this unapologetically, we are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. Here's something else we've done. We stopped giving student visas to people who are coming here to burn down our universities and take over libraries and harass people. Why are we giving student visas to people who are coming here to create disruption? And we've taken away the student visas of people that are coming here to do that. It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I travel, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too. So the only people who seem to disagree with us are a handful of federal judges and a bunch of crazy people who get paid to write and report. So anyway, we're getting rid of that. Now here's some good news. We're going to have the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Club Cup, and then we're going to have the Olympics. So we have to have a Consular Affairs Bureau. We have very good, talented people there, but we are going to infuse technology, again, working with our consultants to be able to, millions of people are coming into this country for this. And but we've done it to improve customer service. For some of us who served in Congress recognize that about a year and a half ago, we had a meltdown under Biden. You couldn't get a passport. You have people calling, I have a cruise on Friday, my passport expires. In the month of March, we processed 2.78 million Americans, their passports. That is the historic, it's the largest single month processing of passports ever, and we think it's a good way to build the momentum to be able to do the visas. Two last points I want to make. We have a great team that you've built. I want to especially acknowledge Steve Woodcock. This is a person that doesn't have to be doing what he's doing. He has a very good life in Miami, my hometown as well. He has worked incredibly hard. Has done it without any agenda, and we need to acknowledge him. I want to acknowledge Mr. Boulos as well, who did something really great last week. They told us this war between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is intractable. It can never happen. It will never happen. I sent Mr. Boulos, your envoy. A week later, I look on my schedule, the signing of a declaration of peace between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. We signed it at the State Department last week. We hope it will lead now to a lasting, permanent peace that we hope to invite them back to Washington to sign. So two great, and we have a lot of good people working on our teams as well, but these are two great people. Mike Waltz alluded to this earlier, and this is the last point. In the first 100 days of the 47th presidency, 47 wrongfully detained Americans have been returned to the United States, thanks to your leadership and the diplomacy that was exercised to make that happen. 47 for the 47th president in the first 100 days, and that's all credit to you, Mr. President. Thank you for the honor to be able to serve alongside you, for you, and alongside all these excellent people.
Thank you very much, Marco. Really great job. So, I've been involved in a lot of groups of people over the years, good groups, bad groups, all types of groups. But I have been involved in some incredible groups. But I've never been more proud and impressed, frankly. Impressed is maybe even more important. But I've never been more proud or impressed than I am with this group. This is an amazing group of people. And I hope some of those television cameras were blazing and it was on so people could watch this because, frankly, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, this is an impressive group of people. I sat around being somewhat competitive. I said, well, let's see, who did the best job, who did the worst job? And I determined that everybody is like the same, and there was no worst job. Everybody was outstanding. Everybody did a job. You couldn't pick a winner. The only thing you can say is nobody did a bad job or even a fair job. You're outstanding. And so I want to just congratulate you all. This is really something. And, we have a job to do. We've done a lot of work in this 100 days. We've established things that are going to start taking place in the next 100 days. I want to see what it's going to be like. I think we're going to have to do this in 100 days, Susie, and we're going to see some very big results from the things that we've done. But I just want to thank everybody. This is really very impressive, and I hope the people at home got to see some of it. Nobody's ever done public cabinet meetings. They were quiet for a reason, because they weren't impressive, and especially in the last administration, they were not impressive. But I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and I am in particular. Thank you all very much. Great job, and I think we're going to have some tremendous success for our country. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like a time to be asking questions. That was so impressive, that to be taking questions. Why did you do this? Why did you do that? It just doesn't seem to be appropriate. I guess we probably have to take a couple because that was the purpose. But if you'd like to ask some, I think they should be very respectful questions at this point. This was an amazing meeting. And so if you'd like to ask a couple, if you'd like to pinpoint them to some of the secretaries, et cetera, would be fine. Yes.
Secretary Rubio, can I ask you a question? You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia as a formal request from this administration to me?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. So we will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to. But I'll never discuss it. And no one will ever make us discuss it because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that you could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of our country. He's gotten a lot less money than this would take from us if we were going to build these jails and do what he's doing. And they run a very professional operation. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. I really leave that to the lawyers, and I take my advice from Pam and everybody that is very much involved. They know the laws, and we follow the laws exactly.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
Transition, sir. You frequently took credit for the stock market highs. You said it was a reflection of how well you were doing in the polls, and then after you were elected, you said the stock market highs were a reflection of how well the transition is going and the American people's confidence in your incoming administration. Now, the stock market's not doing so well, and you're saying that's the Biden stock market, yet you are the president. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm not taking credit or discredit for the stock market. I'm just saying that we inherited a mess, both at the borders. You could look at every single one of the people here, and no matter who it is, they're doing better, and they are far superior to what took place for 4 years before us. When you look at prisoners being allowed to come into our country at will, just at will. People from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. When you look at that, what they've done to our country, and also having to do with finance, look at what happened with inflation. We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I would say in the history of our country, it ate away at people. And even though you saw a stock market going up somewhat, because in my case, I had the biggest stock market increase, 88% in the last term, in my last term. But I don't view the stock market as the end all. It's an indicator. But what the stock market really tells you, and when you look at the stock market in this case, is it says how bad a situation we inherited. I took place. This is a quarter that we looked at today, and we took all of us together. We came in on January 20th. So this is Biden. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around. And we're going to have the greatest country financially in the history of the world, I believe. I think we're going to do things and we had to do it. We reset the table. Every single country with just about without exception. I'd have to really think hard for who hasn't taken advantage. And I don't even blame those countries. I blame the person that was sitting right here where I am for allowing it to happen where our country was ripped off on trade, hundreds of billions of dollars. And now we're doing better than we've done in a long time. You know, we were losing $4 to $5 to even $6 billion a day on trade with Biden. And now we have it down to a very manageable number, and the tariffs, for the most part, haven't even kicked in yet. So that's the way. Stock markets, to me, are an indication, but the big indication is what's happening, and the people around the table know what's happening.
Deal is set to be signed in 24 hours or so. Is it true that the Ukraine minerals deal is about to be signed in the next 24 hours or so? There's some reports saying that. And if it's true, has the deal changed at all from the last time we heard about it?
Well, I'll ask Scott to answer the question because he's responsible for it.
Yeah, our side's ready to sign. Ukrainians decided last night to make some last-minute changes. We're sure that they will reconsider that, and we are ready to sign this afternoon if they are.
Can you talk about those last-minute changes? What was removed or put in its place?
Nothing's been removed. It's the same agreement that we agreed to on the weekend. No changes on our side.
Just to put that in perspective, though, when I came here, I said, how much money have we given to Ukraine? The real number is about $350 billion. It's unthinkable. And we had no security. We had no nothing. We were just pouring money there, unsecured money, putting it in banks, and anybody could have taken it out. You know, anybody over there, it was their decision. I've never seen anything like it. Europe, on the other hand, which is obviously that whole situation is much more important to Europe because we have an ocean in between. But Europe gave about $100 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a big sacrifice they made also. But they gave much less than we did. And their money is secured, totally secured, by deposits in banks. The deposits are largely Russian deposits. That's what Europe did, but their money is secured. So they gave $100 billion totally secured. We gave money like it's throwing it out the window. And it was done by Biden, and this is Biden's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm trying to get out. And more than the money, they're losing about 5,000 young Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week, mostly. There's some people also being killed in towns where missiles should not have been shot, small cities and towns. But we are trying to save the lives of about 5,000 young, mostly soldiers, that are losing their lives a week. I see satellite photos, probably off one of his satellites, come to think of it. But I see satellite photos every week of fields with arms and heads and legs scattered all over. It's a violent, violent, horrible situation. And more important than the money, I want to save the lives of people from other countries that are dying so stupidly, so needlessly, and they're dying. But I said, what are we doing? How did we get into this war? It would have never happened if I were president. Everybody knows, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Wasn't even thought of. I discussed it with President Putin a lot. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to do anything. Zero chance. And I said, we feel foolish. The Europeans are putting up money. It's totally secure. They get the money back. We're putting up much more money. We have absolutely nothing. And I didn't want to make a complicated deal. I didn't want to make a deal that couldn't be made because Ukraine doesn't have very much money. They're going through a very bad period of time. It's been brutal. But I felt very foolish being in charge. So I said, well, we want something for our efforts beyond what you would think would be acceptable. And we said rare earth. They have very good rare earth. As you know, we're looking for rare earth all the time. Rare earth is called rare for a reason. And they have a lot. And we made a deal where our money is secure, where we can start digging and doing what we have to do. It's also good for them because you'll have an American presence at the site, Chris, and the American presence will, I think, keep a lot of bad actors out of the country, or certainly out of the area where we're doing the digging. So we made a deal, and I assume they're going to honor the deal. And I put Scott in charge, and Scott's done it beautifully, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that deal yet. I suspect we will.
Mr. President, sir, you had set a 90-day deadline during the executive order for Secretary Hegseth and Nome to review whether to recommend to you whether to invoke the Insurrection Act to send troops to the southern border. Is that something you're still considering?
Well, I'm talking to them, and it's not hard and fast, but I'm talking to them, and I will tell you that the border is the most secure it's ever been. We have never had anything like it. And when you said, Christy, before, it's 99.999, and I guess that means one person maybe, or two people. It's actually turned out to be 3 people came across the border versus hundreds of thousands of people under Biden. And we're talking about people coming. Look, people, they have souls, they have hearts. Many of them are good, but we have a country that's under siege. We have a country that really is I think it's under attack. In many ways, worse than under attack, because there are no uniforms. You don't know who the attacker is, so you really don't. It's not like you're fighting an army. You're fighting people. You don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered far more than one person, are roaming. Now, some of them have already been caught. A lot of them have already been caught and taken out. But we're being impeded by judges from doing our job. And hopefully that situation is going to be solved, because I think nobody wants to have murderers and people from jail, and I mean for serious, serious crime. I remember the Biden people used to say, no, these are aliens that came into our country and they don't commit crime. I said, they don't commit crime. They commit worse crime. They make our criminals. Some of these people that they've allowed in through open border policies, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You can look at some of these people and you say, this is not going to end well. But the people that they've allowed into our country are making our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. I will tell you, these are serious criminals. These are violent criminals. These are people that would kill you and wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even remember it. This is a rough, tough group of people, and we've got to get them out of our country. And the law says, I believe, I hope, and I think Pam will be very successful in proving it, but we've run into, I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. And we didn't lose all of these people. You know, we've lost a lot of people to death and to rape, all sorts of crimes committed by the people that poured into our country. And they came in totally unimpeded. Just come on in. And you see it every night. You'd see thousands and tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We have no idea who they are. And to this day, we're looking for people. We have no idea. We hear that we have terrorists in our country that are so bad, they couldn't stay in any other country, but we're getting them out. And the group between Pete and Christy and Tom Homan and everybody working together, the people that you would least suspect are reporting them, getting it, and the public is reporting them. The public is saying, the public is calling and they're saying, you know, I live in a house and next to me moved in a group of people and they are very violent. And would go and would find out and would say, yeah, you're right, they were really violent. And we have information on most of them. So I just think it's incredible what's taken place. But we right now have a very, very secure border. Right now we have the most secure border in the history of our country. So I don't think we have to worry about your question too much.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Canada ran against, not only against the Conservatives, but also against you. Yesterday,
both parties.
Right, yeah. And yesterday he spoke about American betrayal. Are you interested in rebuilding relations with Canada? And if so, how?
No, well, I think we're going to have a great relationship. He called me up yesterday. He said, let's make a deal. You know, he was running for office. They both hated Trump. and it was the one that hated Trump. I think the least of that won. I actually think the conservative hated me much more than the so-called liberal. He's a pretty liberal guy. But no, I spoke to him yesterday. He couldn't have been nicer, and I congratulated him. You know, it was a very mixed signal because it's almost even, which makes it very complicated for the country. It was a pretty tight race, but he's a very nice gentleman, and he's going to come to the White House very shortly, within the next week or less.
Mr. President, when will you speak to President Xi of China?
That'll happen. I mean, look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. You know, somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know? And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, but China, I would say, is the leading one, the leading candidate for the chief ripper offer. There has never been a country that's been ripped off more than the United States of America under some of the dumbest leadership, and it usually starts with the president. And you can go back, and I'm not just talking about Biden. It's been the worst. I mean, the trade deficits and everything else, he's been the worst. But he had no idea what he was doing. And I think somebody ought to look at the auto pen to find out who was really running this country, because it wasn't Biden. Because nobody could agree to what he agreed to.
Sir, what's your message for the girl who doesn't get
our country at risk, at tremendous risk, and fiscal risk, financial risk. So I think we have it very much. I really believe that the next 100 days is going to be even better than this. Look, I read an editorial yesterday from a group that normally wouldn't write a good, that this is the most consequential presidency in history, in the history of our country. This is not a particular group that would write that kind of an editorial, but they see what we're doing and what we had to do. And I believe if this group, not just me, if this group wasn't here, I think our country was going to be in, if it was lucky, just serious trouble, but a lot worse than that. I think our country could have been a total disaster. Bad things were happening with our country, and we've stemmed the tide, we've turned it around, but we're going to really turn it around over the next 3 years, 3.5 years, we're going to turn it around, and then hopefully it'll be in such great shape. That's my goal, to put it in such great condition that it can't be destroyed.
Do you believe
you mentioned this last night in your speech in Macomb, that we're facing an unprecedented situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions, sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power, specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people?
Well, there are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected. And hopefully we don't have to go that way. But there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much. I thought this was an incredible cabinet meeting. I think there probably has never been a cabinet meeting like this. You've never seen it on tape, that I can tell you. And I want to just congratulate everybody at the table. But we have a lot of work to do, but we're off to a great start. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you enjoy, Mr. President, in the White House back second time?
Thank you,
How's your life here?
Thank you, everybody.
I'm working hard. I like my life. I'm working hard, but I like it because we're doing a lot of good for a lot of people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So you've been listening to President Trump hosting his latest cabinet meeting. That cabinet meeting, of course, being held to commemorate his 100th day in office, which is today. Each of the cabinet members, each of the secretaries speaking about the impact that President Trump has not only had on their lives and their specific department, but more importantly, what they've been able to accomplish over these first 100 days of the Trump administration. We heard everything from issues related to the economy. We also heard about border security and security in general. And then more recently, you heard from some of the economic secretaries talking about a deal that's being reached right now and brokered between the United States and Ukraine over rare minerals. That deal is expected to be signed today. You may have heard there that while the United States has all of its priorities in that deal in place, apparently there were some concerns from Ukrainian officials, but they expect all those concerns to be worked out and that deal would be signed today. On the issue of public safety, even the CIA weighing in. Here's what the CIA's director had to say.
At your direction, the CIA has deployed our unique covert action authorities in various places and continents to successfully advance your national security and foreign policy priorities, to advance peace, to end wars, to take terrorists off the battlefield, and to keep illicit drugs from coming into this country and harming Americans. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to detail your accomplishments in that regard, we can't do so in front of this crowd. But you and I both know, Mr. President, that you have had a profound positive impact on America's national security posture, and Americans are safer because of your leadership. What I can talk about publicly is, as has been mentioned, the CIA provided the intelligence that led to the apprehension of the Abbey Gate bomber, who is now being prosecuted by our great Attorney General and providing a measure of justice to those 13 families that suffered as a result of that disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal during the last administration. In addition, at your direction, Mr. President, the CIA has negotiated and secured the release of Americans like Mark Fogel and Ksenia Karolina, who have been wrongfully detained, sending the message that you will forget about no Americans that are being held in other places unfairly and unjustly. And finally, Mr. President, the CIA is being restructured at your direction to focus on our core mission and to eliminate the well-documented politicization that has taken place in the intelligence community from bad actors in the past, to focus on our core mission and to make America safe again.
That was CIA Director John Ratcliffe speaking during President Trump's cabinet meeting, laying out all of what President Trump has accomplished both domestically as well as internationally as it relates to security. We'll, of course, have more coverage throughout the day here on Real America's Voice as we observe the 100th day in office for President Trump. But for now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
Context. I'm used to seeing them take what you say out of context. And it's fun to watch them do it to each other, because what she just said, Z didn't say. Like, I will never defend that woman. I hope her entire pack fails. I hope their entire movement fails. But she didn't say that. What she did was she came on and told them, hey, many of you may not be experienced in organizing. And that's all she said. And this is honestly the first time I've ever seen the you people thing actually enforced in like real life, of somebody hearing you people and being, I guess, microaggressed. I don't know how many microaggressions it takes to equal an actual aggression. So, but it is fun to watch. Like, they're taking their own people out of context and doing it in a public forum, which is beyond insanity for their movement.
And now, Dean and Parker, they have to issue these apologies. Talk about the apology tour talk about how now they have to grovel to their audiences saying, well, I just want to say I'm sorry because I knew that she was racist. She wasn't racist, for the record. There's nothing she did that was racist. Like, she literally was just like, okay, you guys aren't that, experienced in organizing. And these left-wing content influencers are now creating this mob. This is the woke mob that we stopped in November. Everybody, Donald Trump stopped this like herd of narcissists from taking over the United States government. I want to play this right now. Also, they're questioning, where is the money going? Play cut 381.
So you're telling me that the $100,000 that was actually raised by our communities is all gone, and you used it on the event at Texas A&M? Over $100,000. She was like, yep. At that point, I was completely done. But some smart black women jumped in. Erica jumped in and said, hey, Z, we need receipts.
Now, we have 1 minute remaining. Just to be clear, that was the entire operating budget of Turning Point USA for the first year, $100,000. Where did all this money go? They have $100,000 for a campus stop for some makeshift operation with not even a microphone that works and sprinklers that are on them. What's going on here?
Well, the wildest part is you look at it, they flew in 52 creators from all over the country. They rented each of them a car. They didn't provide transportation. They just rented them cars. They put them up in hotel rooms for extended periods of time, even though they were only there to talk for 4 hours. This is what I can hope is that this is emblematic of Democrat organizing.
Yes,
because, I mean, this is why Kamala Harris had $2 billion and somehow managed to spend.
Great point.
Outspend
that's a great point. I'm going to keep you after the break, if that's okay, because I want to talk about David Hogg, the status of the Democrat Party, how we're winning young people, because there is this kind of, we're losing young people because of Charlie, and they're obsessed with me. I mean, is that fair to say? I mean, they are. It is a pathological obsession, of which, fine, get in line, okay?
You are living rent free in their heads, and it's very obvious.
No, they literally, they do not care about stopping Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, or Elon Musk. Their life is about stopping Charlie Kirk. Literally, it's on their website. Taking the fight to Charlie Kirk, not taking the fight to Donald Trump, taking the fight to me. Fine, okay. The older millennial on TikTok continues after the break. What do we have, guys? When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, a bigger house, maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, helps reduce or even eliminate pain. Wherever you're hurting in 3 weeks or less, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com, that is ReliefFactor.com, or call 1-800-4RELIEF, that is ReliefFactor.com. Wherever you're hurting in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living again. So go to ReliefFactor.com. I'm going to do my best to summarize this in about 10 seconds. Wokeism, DEI, critical theory is so hypersensitive, microaggressions, you can't build anything. Maybe this is one of the reasons why Kamala Harris blasted all that money. Wokeism prevents you from doing anything meaningful. Be right back.
Everyone now. Socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have the older millennial with us, but I want to remind you we'll be back with radio in a second. We will be at the University of California at San Diego. Tomorrow, we're expecting a massive crowd. I don't think the traveling circus is going to be there. Don't think that the theater troupe is going to continue. We missed them in Wyoming, though. We were expecting them in Wyoming. They didn't show. Where did all that money go? I don't know. They're going to have to answer the FEC about that one. But you guys could check us out, tpusa.com. That is tpusa.com. Looking forward to seeing you guys there. Also, next week, we go to San Francisco State University. They say San Francisco's MAGA country, so that should be a good turnout. And then Long Beach and more. So check it out right now. And all that is brought to you by YRefi. That is YRefi.com. They are the sponsor of our campus tour. So go to YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. Check it out. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. Go to YRefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are winning young people, everybody. It's a remarkable positive development. The Democrats don't know what to do about it. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, I first need to share one of our partners, which is actually a perfect partner for the topic that we're talking about here. What does a mechanic, an auto shop owner in Georgia, a taco restaurant operator in Arizona, and a life-saving medical innovator in Tennessee, and what does older millennial and Charlie Kirk have in common? Well, they're all thriving on TikTok. Across the U.S., over 7.5 million businesses from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs are using TikTok to compete and grow. In fact, 74% of businesses on TikTok say TikTok has allowed them to scale their operations, increasing sales and expanding to new locations. Small businesses thrive on TikTok, and that growth means jobs. Today, there's more than 7.5 million U.S. businesses on TikTok, employing more than 28 million people. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. I got to ask you, older millennial, you have a lot of success on TikTok. The liberals are increasingly not as viral on TikTok or dominant as they used to be. Can you comment on that?
Well, I honestly think, like, right now we're seeing the fact that TikTok does push liberals. It's coming back to bite them right now because we're watching their what is equivalent to, a divorce proceeding or couples counseling on TikTok between them. But yeah, I mean, the benefit of the conservative community is that everybody knows that what we're talking about is what we actually want to talk about. Is when it comes to liberals, we have so much evidence of them being paid and being told what to say, but they know that when they talk to us, they know it's genuine because we couldn't get a dime out of the RNC if we tried. So, they know they're getting the genuine thing from us. The problem is that we're only allowed to grow so far before we get taken down. And that's why I'm super excited about the possibility of somebody new owning TikTok. Like Reed's proposal makes me very excited for the future.
Yeah, we need to get that sorted out for sure. Why do you think young people are gravitating to the right so much and are becoming more and more conservative?
Well, there's that old adage that says, if you're not a liberal in your 20s, you don't have a heart, but if you're not a conservative in your 30s, you don't have a brain. The thing is that now reality is coming to these people a lot sooner. So it's happening. Reality is hitting people a lot younger. So they need to recognize the reality of the world. And liberal ideology doesn't do that. It acts like everything's going to be okay, and you can make everything good with flowery terms. We're conservatives. We recognize, it's going to take work, and I think a lot of people are coming to that decision sooner than they have in the past.
What do you see in your audience as to why young men especially are gravitating towards the conservative movement, and how Democrats are going to try to adapt or going to try to catch up?
Well, the other side says we're evil. I mean, young men are being told that they're evil, that being masculine is bad, that being assertive is bad, and that they're just bad people by dint of being a white young male. And when you get enough hatred from the other side, you're going to walk away from it. And there's really nothing that the left can do to recover it because they don't have examples of masculinity. They don't have anything that a man can aspire to on their side. They have examples of young, whiny people.
Hold on. They can aspire to this. I got to interrupt you. This is the type of man that they can aspire to. Play cut 384.
So my first order of business is apologizing to the individuals that are watching the stream, that are a member of the BIPOC community, for not speaking out about this sooner. But I think one really big mistake I've made, one really bad thing I've done, something I need to hold myself accountable for, was not calling this out before we went boots on the ground in Texas. My internal justification was that, well, I have fans across the country that have already bought their plane tickets to go to Texas, and they're going to be there, and I want to make sure that I'm there for them. And in retrospect, I recognize that I did not handle the situation correctly, and that on its own was not valid.
Final thoughts, 1 minute remaining. That is their alpha male apologizing for racism that doesn't even exist. That's what they're delivering to the American people.
No, and that's the sad part, is that is the example of what a liberal man looks like these days. And I mean, and the sad thing is that if that's what you're aspiring to be, you're not going to inspire anyone.
And that is well said. Thank you so much, my friend. Talk to you soon. Hope to see you at one of our events upcoming. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll be there.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. They have that. We have Joe Rogan, we have Dana White, we have Theo Von. I mean, just a little bit different than the left-wing influencer. We'll see many of you tomorrow in San Diego, University of California, San Diego. Looking forward to seeing you there. We finish our the most successful campus tour we've ever had, even more so than the fall. Bigger crowds, more energy than even during the campaign. It's hard to believe. We finish at University of California, San Diego. We finish at San Francisco State University. Then we go to Long Beach. And then we close at UC Riverside. Look forward to seeing you guys there. God bless. Keep fighting for freedom. And we remember David Horowitz today and in Continuum. Talk to you soon.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is Golden King. Age has only just begun. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
Well, I hadn't planned to speak, but on behalf of all the military men and women who serve our country and serve so honorably on behalf of the state of Michigan, I am really damn happy we're here to celebrate this recapitalization at Selfridge. Thank you.
Do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across a stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst, I have to be honest with you.
Everybody who aspires and attains to public office in America, regardless of which branch they're in, is just a servant of the people, and the people need to manifest their outrage. The people need to manifest their outrage. The people need to manifest their outrage.
The right to organize unions. For redress agreements. We're going to defend the right to assemble. We know with Dr. King that the greatness of America is the right to protest for what is right. Against lawbreakers who take office. And that's where we are today. I'll leave you with my friends with the words of the great Marylander Frederick Douglass.
Jamie, why did you lose the popular vote? Why did you lose every single swing state? Let me talk. It's not fake. Look at this. Yeah, bro. Look at this. Why'd you lose? Back it up. Can I get my phone? No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live in Washington, D.C. Today is April 30th, 2025, Anno Domini. Political violence is never acceptable. It's never acceptable under any circumstance. Political speech is protected. It is protected under the First Amendment. Congressman Jamie Raskin stated that the right to protest peacefully must be respected. Yet, he didn't seem to have any respect for it at all. And I'll just say this. This incident is under investigation. I've made my police report, filed it with federal law enforcement. Everything's being looked at. The IAM, this union, we're in communication with the highest levels. And there's a lot more to this that has gone on even outside of what you saw on the video that I can't get into right now, but it will be made public at the appropriate time. But all I will say is this: completely unacceptable. A public square in Washington, D.C., a U.S. congressman, a group of federal union workers. Political violence is never acceptable, and it should never be encouraged. This is Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec. We'll be right back.
family, it's time to take a stand. Cable news is a rigged game run by a handful of media giants who decide what you see and what voices get silenced.
Dangerous to our democracy.
They flood your screens with the same scripted spin, while real America's voice fights every day to break through. They don't want networks like RAV because we challenge the narrative. We're independent, unfiltered, and unapologetically American, and that scares them. These corporations force their content into cable packages, crowding out truth-telling, family-first, freedom-loving networks like this one. The RAV family is always at risk of losing the voice we built together, but we don't back down. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent media matters. RAV matters. Let the people choose, not the corporations. RAV family, let's rise up and be heard. More voices, more freedom, more real America. Act now.
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, here we are. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily. Want to welcome in the Salem radio audience here, Charlie Kirk, third hour. And we've got a big show today, bigger than, put it this way, it's discussing something that I didn't expect to be discussing today. First, I want to tell you very quickly about today's episode sponsor, which is Silent. Silent's Faraday products block all incoming and outgoing signals so that your devices are invisible and safe from the outside world. From their backpacks, phone sleeves, and even pants, patented signal blocking technology blocks wireless signals, giving you peace of mind that your data doesn't end up in the wrong hands. Just place your device inside, close it, and that's it. You're safeguarded from unauthorized access. Between the government, big tech, corporate America, and criminals, your privacy is compromised 24/7. There's no other option. You have to protect yourself, and that starts with Silent. Go silent today at slnt.com/POSO to save 15% plus free shipping on qualifying orders. Stay ahead of what's coming and secure your privacy today. Again, that's slnt.com/POSO for 15% off and free shipping. So, folks, we're breaking all of this down. I wanted to bring in on today my favorite anti-communist, is how we always describe her, and it's Evita Duffy. She's the host of the Bongino Report Early Edition. Evita, how are you?
Hey, Jack. Thanks for having me.
Well, Evita, we were talking a little bit in the break that there's this obviously you saw what happened, this video, Jamie Raskin, the union members from the IAM just swarming me after he points at me in the crowd, and rather than engage in a discussion or he actually called for a protest in the video, and rather than respond to anything that I said, he points at me and his union. These individuals swarmed around me, and well, everyone could see what happened. I don't want to get ahead of the investigation here, but Evita, this is clearly an incitement to violence and a situation where, and I've listened to the video again and again, and I don't hear for a second that Congressman Raskin ever says to stop. He never calls for de-escalation. He never calls for the violence to end. What is going on here, Evita? What are we to make of this?
Well, let me just first say that I confirmed before the show, Jack, I'm so glad that Tanya wasn't there, that your kids weren't there. I mean, this is such a serious situation. It was so dangerous. But it seems like people are put in this situation all the time because the left is a violent movement at its core. There's a reason that Jamie did not call off these people who were attacking you. We saw this in 2020. American cities were torched. We had billions of dollars in damage, lives lost. Kamala Harris trying to bail out these criminals. Kyle Rittenhouse demonized and prosecuted for self-defense. This is the anarcho-tyranny, and that is so emblematic of the political left. Violence is the core of the movement. Collectivist revolutions always end in bloodshed. because violence is not a flaw of the system. It is the engine that drives it. This is what they do. We even saw this more recently with the way they've been attacking Teslas. This fiery chaos is the strategy. And it doesn't matter if you are on the political right or the political left. Eventually, this will come for you. If you look at what happened in the Soviet Union and the way that avid communists were eventually turned on each other, put themselves in the gulags. This is a movement that comes for everyone. No one is safe. And it's frankly terrifying. And you got a little glimpse of it yesterday as you were attacked. And I think that's what people should take away from this. This is just a flavor of what's going to come for everyone from collectivists.
Well, and look, you're right, and we've certainly spoken about this regarding Luigi Maggioni, regarding Thomas Matthew Crooks, who was an Act Blue donor. We've spoken, and instance after instance, as you mentioned, the Tesla situation and many of these cases where there is no chance for discussion, there's no attempt for discussion, even when you walk up and attempt to engage in discussion, the immediate response is overwhelming violence. And certainly when you bring up the loss of the popular vote in 2024, apparently that's something that just sends them into just an absolute blind rage. And it's a point where I think that the government and really just people in general have to understand that what we're dealing with here isn't a situation where these people are interested in sitting down and having a polite debate over the finer points of classical liberalism or something. Like, there is one side that has decided that they want to destroy the other. They're not interested in following the rules. And let's think about it, right? Jamie Raskin was the head of the Jan 6 committee. He threw peaceful protesters in jail. He threw Steve Bannon in jail. He threw Dr. Peter Navarro in jail. And they were happy about it. They cheered about it. Actually, by the way, Evita, you know who else was there? I didn't see him personally, but I saw later in the footage that Senator Chris Van Hollen, Jamie Raskin's Maryland colleague, was also there. And we saw Senator Chris Van Hollen was willing to go down to El Salvador to meet with an MS-13 member, a guy who is a wife beater and a guy who has had reports written against him that he was in a gang. He's got the tattoos, and the media wants to talk about the tattoos. Well, this is a guy, even beyond MS-13, he's an illegal alien. But when there's a U.S. citizen who's a public, in public, is a peaceful protester, Senator Chris Van Hollen, all that due process stuff, I guess it just flies out the window. But Evita, why is it? Why is it that they support the criminal over the law-abiding citizen?
That's such a good question, Jack. And you're right. Like this obsession with due process suddenly from the left is absolutely ridiculous and infuriating. I mean, you talked about January 6th, Jack. We had people put in solitary confinement, key evidence hidden from their lawyers. The left didn't care about due process at all. They were going to throw away the key on these people. They were literally politically targeting half the country and using January 6ers as a lesson, not in terms of it had nothing to do with law and order. It was just political targeting, brazen and disgusting. And there's a great quote from Gulag Archipelago that I want to read for you, Jack. It says, "For him to have a knife was mere misbehavior, tradition. He didn't know any better. But for you to have one was terrorism." And that's a great quote because it tells you exactly what the priorities of the left are. If the violence is going to be for a progressive cause, if we're going to attack Jack Posobiec, or if we're burning down cities for the summer of love, then it doesn't matter. Anything goes, any kind of violence. But now if it's bringing in illegal migrants into this country who are potential MS-13 gang members, well, then we really care about due process. Then due process really matters. There's no liberal democracy. There's no law and order or standards. It is all about whether it serves the purpose of progressivism. And if it does not serve the purpose of progressivism, then they have a very different response.
And that's what it comes down to again and again. It's almost it's unhuman. It's unhuman. They look at you, if you are not part of the revolution, as a sort of invasive species that must be eradicated. And so these things like due process or no one is above the law, these phrases, these tautologies that they throw out there, they never leave off unless you're a conservative, or unless you're a supporter of Donald Trump, or unless you're someone who is to the right of Pol Pot and Chairman Mao and all of the other leftist dictators, Joseph Stalin, etc., throughout history. If you're to the right of them, well, no, then you don't get these protections. These are for the good people. These are for the members of the revolution, or, of course, for the oppressed classes only. If you're a member of the oppressor class, well, then you must be taken down. And in fact, this is how you get through Marxism and neo-Marxism, particularly Bolshevist-Leninism. This is where you get the approval and, in fact, even encouragement, in many cases, of violence. And this comes through leftist theory. Jack Posobiec, we're on with Evita Duffy. This is Human Events Daily. We'll be right back here, Real America's Voice on the Salem Radio Network.
family, it's time to take a stand. Cable news is a rigged game run by a handful of media giants who decide what you see and what voices get silenced.
Dangerous to our democracy.
They flood your screens with the same scripted spin, while real America's voice fights every day to break through. They don't want networks like RAV because we challenge the narrative. We're independent, unfiltered, and unapologetically American, and that scares them. These corporations force their content into cable packages, crowding out truth-telling, family-first, freedom-loving networks like this one. The RAV family is always at risk of losing the voice we've built together, but we don't back down. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent media matters. RAV matters. Let the people choose, not the corporations. RAV family, let's rise up and be heard. More voices, more freedom, more real America. Act now.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network. Folks, think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or, in fact, working against them. This is how we need to think about the political economy. So in today's economy, where you spend your money matters. That's how we take back our country. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 U.S. networks. You can even add 2 numbers on 2 networks on one phone. This is something, by the way, that the big guys, they can't even do it. So stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and Patriot Mobile will even give you the internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you belong. Keep it simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based customer service team will get you activated in minutes. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT to get a 3-month of service with promo code POSO. Make the switch. Defend freedom with every call and text. That's patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. All right, we're on with Evita Duffy. She is the host of the Bongino Report Early Edition, and we're discussing how the Democrats and the left have now resorted to violence as I believe what's going on, and this is my read on it, and I've written a book about leftist violence, and it's used throughout history in horrific, godless, atheist, materialistic, communist revolutions. Evita, your family is one that's been a victim of these. My family as well in Poland, I should add. But what we're seeing, by the way, the Democrats lost the popular vote. I brought that up to a group of them yesterday. And rather than, I think, examine why it is that they've lost popularity and try to recalibrate, it seems to me that they've decided to instead radicalize and go further, double down and say, well, if you won't vote for us, then we're just going to get violent with you. And really a lot of this you see come up with the new rise of the populist movement on the left, where they, number one, think that the country has screwed them over. Number two, think that they actually are living in some kind of totalitarian dictatorship, which it's not, by the way. It's literally the country voted for Donald Trump. We had an election. Evita, it feels like they're not really interested in the peaceful transfer of power, are they?
No, they're not. And it's actually kind of fascinating, Jack, because the cannibalism theory, it keeps coming back. They really eat their own constantly. And an example of this is, I think it was just yesterday, President Trump was giving Gretchen Whitmer a hug, and he was praising her, and he was inviting her up on stage to speak. And, of course, Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer has been trying to distance herself from President Trump. She was hiding behind the folder. But actually, she should be embracing President Trump. President Trump won Michigan by over 80,000 votes. These are huge numbers. These strongholds the Democrats thought they had, they don't anymore because they've become so radical. And so a strategy for Democrats would be, maybe let's start having some bipartisan conversations. Let's not be so radical on things like race and sex and gender. Let's just be normal people who care about working class Americans. Maybe we can have a nuanced take on the Trump tariffs, but they can't because they're completely deranged and they're destroying themselves by doing this. Another example of this, Jack, you see with David Hogg right now. He's apparently potentially going to be removed from his position at the DNC because this Native American woman is coming in and saying, no, this was unfair to 3 black women. I mean, David Hogg, whether you think he's going to do a good job or not, he's doing something different for the Democrats. But they can't seem to move past their own race Marxism in order to help themselves. They're killing themselves doing this.
And you're right. They just double down every time. And when you don't go along with it, what do? It goes immediately to violence. This is a dangerous time. And I think people coming to D.C., and I would certainly put this out to any of my colleagues or staff that are going out to cover any of these Democrat events or anything like this, you're going to have to start bringing security or show up in numbers or something like this, because even Democrats when you go somewhere and are peaceful will immediately resort to violence. And God forbid, you have individuals out there like Thomas Matthew Crooks, like Nikita Katsep, like Luigi Maggioni, who decide to go and take things even a step further. Evita Duffy, where can people go to follow you and get your new show, which is rocketing up the charts?
So if you go to rumble.com/Evita, my show is live at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 5 days a week. Bongino Report Early Edition. If you want to follow me on X or Instagram, my user is EvitaDuffy_1. Thank you so much for having me, Jack.
Give her a follow, folks. My favorite anti-communist, Evita Duffy. This is Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily. We'll be right back on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network.
family, it's time to take a stand. Cable news is a rigged game run by a handful of media giants who decide what you see and what voices get silenced.
Dangerous to our democracy.
They flood your screens with the same scripted spin, while real America's voice fights every day to break through. They don't want networks like RAV because we challenge the narrative. We're independent, unfiltered, and unapologetically American, and that scares them. These corporations force their content into cable packages, crowding out truth-telling, family-first, freedom-loving networks like this one. The RAV family is always at risk of losing the voice we've built together, but we don't back down. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent media matters. RAV matters. Let the people choose, not the corporations. RAV family, let's rise up and be heard. More voices, more freedom, more real America. Act now.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back. Human Events Daily. We're on Real America's Voice in the Salem Radio Network. Very excited to welcome in our next guest, Alex Abkarian. He's the co-founder and COO of one of our best partners here on the program, Allegiance Gold. Alex, how are you? So, Alex, you know, we're talking about the price of gold, and you know, we do the promos, you know, we do the script, and I always say turbulent times. Turbulent times, turbulent economic times. And we knew, by the way, with the election in 2024, that there was going to be an economic restructuring. This is, in fact, what President Trump ran on when he talked about and said at I don't know, 200 plus how many rallies and political events that tariffs were absolutely going to be something that he introduced into America's economic model, which is a huge turn away from the global economic model that has existed really since the late 80s, 90s, and on with the accession of China to the World Trade Organization and the expansion of the petrodollar across all of these markets. Well, this has been something where, look, you know, when I look at the price of gold, I say, look, this is a way to hedge against all of those things. And it's something to learn about where, you know, if you got into the precious metals market, if you got into gold back during the pandemic, you're looking at 3 times where you are now. So I wanted to get you in on your analysis. I wanted to get you in on how you look at the big picture, geoeconomic, geostrategic, and the effect that President Trump's tariffs are having on the entire system.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Well, look, to understand gold, you have to go back and learn a little bit more about the history. So essentially, in the last 5 years, we've had the money printing machine fully blasted. And everyone was talking about inflation, and they were expecting gold to quickly react to that. It's not a tit-for-tat movement. It takes some time. But in reality, gold is more than just a hedge against the currency devaluation. It is showing us that there is a lack of trust in the monetary system, and there's a lack in the institution. So with that, gold is not only acting as a way to protect and preserve, but it's also becoming a growth asset. So year to date has outperformed the S&P 500. It has outperformed the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is down about 11%. Gold is up about 26%. In reality, that is not the main purpose of gold. But because of all the economical weaknesses that we're seeing, as a matter of fact, just today we got the weaknesses of the first quarter. Now, when President Trump campaigned, as you mentioned, he was talking about tariff. And it's not a surprise that in the last 3 months we've had more than 6,000 tons of gold migrate from Europe to the U.S. I think people underestimate how important gold is. And President Trump is alluding to that. For example, not too long ago, he tweeted on his social that he who has the gold will make the rules. The U.S. Secretary Scott Bessent talked about how we have to go through an economic detox. So when you look at gold, like I said earlier, it's no longer a luxury. It's almost a necessity to give you that additional layer of protection. So the idea being that is that it's an insurance
almost against all of this tumult, all of the turbulent times that we're seeing right now. And this has been something where, by the way, you know, when it comes to the tariffs, we know that President Trump is engaged in a series of negotiations. He's working on deals in some areas. Tariffs go up, tariffs go down. The entire point is that these are levers that he's using to really reshape that version of the global economy that we currently see it. And he's clearly seeing it through, despite the media headlines, despite everything else. This is something that he's really committed to. And I understand, by the way, you know, I've got a retirement account as well. My wife kind of runs that stuff, as you guys know, by the way, because you guys have chatted. But, you know, she runs that stuff more so for us. But it is something that we need to think about, that we have to make sure that our family, just like any other family, is in a good position while we go through these waves. Does that make sense?
Well, absolutely. You know, I think it's not about the headline. Forget about the mainstream media. Everyone's talking about the tariff, but no one's really talking about the problems that occurred in the last few years. President Trump walked into a national debt of $36.5 trillion, okay? Interest expense costing us over $1 trillion. Those are not something that will be fixed overnight. Those will take some time. So instead of focusing on the narrative of tariff that it's causing disruption in the market, one has to look back and understand what has led us to this scenario and what type of situation that we need to do. And another thing that I want to share, a couple days ago, I had a discussion with my wife, since you mentioned your wife. I hope she's been happy with the investment, and maybe we should do a quick review and give her some additional updates.
Oh, the minute you start asking Tanya Tay about that, you better make sure that you schedule at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half for that one.
Oh, no, we'll be happy to. We'll be happy to, of course. It's the least we can do, and we appreciate how much support we've gotten from your program.
No.
You know, looking back, yeah, the idea that I wanted to mention when you talked about your wife is 2-3 days ago, the issue happened in Spain. Okay, all of a sudden there is a lack of electricity. Everything is out. That is when people will start to understand the power of having something physical and tangible that is not tied to the grid. It's just like insurance. You want to have it before the accident, before the scenario occurs. So what I want to remind people is that this is not the time to look at your charts of gold and say, can I time the market? Will the price drops? As a matter of fact, we had a little bit of a break. Gold peaked at about roughly 3,500. Right now, we're at about around 3,300. So it's no longer about timing the market. It's about constantly allocating and making sure that you're in a position. So in worst case scenario, if something were to happen, at least you're protected. Specifically when you're the head of household and someone depends on you, more so the responsibility rests on your shoulder.
And it really comes down to that. It's this idea that you're working with a group of people, and you're also talking about these issues that we all talk about. I mean, my gosh, and we haven't even really covered it on the show. We were wrapped up in a little bit of news myself, but this idea that all of a sudden, yeah, you're right. There's no power. There's nothing going on. You have to figure out, oh my gosh, we're going to, South Africa levels of economic stability, where, by the way, if you don't know what I'm referencing, in South Africa, they have a situation where they call it load shedding. I have no idea why they call it that. It's some weird, British thing, but they call it load shedding. They said, there's too much load on the system, so we have to shed off the load so the system can hold it. So what do you mean? Well, we turn the power grid off and they do the rolling blackouts nationwide in the country of Africa. And what does this come down to? This is the competence crisis. So suddenly you're talking about, boom, how many hours do you have before there's lines at the grocery stores right around the corner, and then boom, nothing on the shelves, just like we saw during COVID, like I was just talking about. The gas stations getting swamped, the stores suddenly, well, guess what? If you don't have, your credit card machine is working, how much cash do you have, right? How much that you don't change for big bills, et cetera, et cetera. And that just happens within hours. And that's something where, people are saying, no, that's never going to happen. So really? It's happening right now in Spain.
Exactly. And you just have to pay attention to what the smart money's doing. Like central banks, for example, love them or hate them, they're not playing the game to lose. They're planning for the next 3 to 5 years, and they're very proactive with their measure. Essentially, they're voting against a currency that is constantly being devalued. And as a result, which is the alternative, gold is where they're allocating and they're increasing their position. So You're right. It's that preparation comes proactive. Unfortunately, a lot of retail investors are almost late to react. And we kind of saw that in 2020 when there were a lot of emotional buyers. People need to understand that the most common mistake of investing in gold is comparing it to a stock. Gold is an actual form of wealth. You have to look at it through the lens of 3 to 5 years. So that way, when you do need it, you have something to actually depend on. And speaking of the central banks, let's look at our own central bank. Right now, the Federal Reserve, I'm sure you covered it in the last few weeks, there was a lot of back and forth about potentially lowering interest rates. Well, we're at a point where the cost of borrowing has increased. And given the fact that the government needs to borrow a little bit more, specifically when we have $5 to $7 trillion of our debt coming to maturity, we want to make sure that we get lower interest rates. So in the next 2-3 months, we're going to see what the decision is going to be. And when the interest rates drop, essentially, we might have an impact on inflation, and that's also a positive for gold. This is not to say that you just have to be all in gold, but a lot of the roads right now lead into gold. So long as central banks continue to buy, so long as we have a little bit of an uncertainty in the market, and we have a system that is showing the cracks and some of the early warning signs, it's more important to have gold than ever before.
And this is something that I think everybody needs to start thinking about. Are there any of the precious metals? Because I know, by the way, people hear gold, but Allegiance Gold actually does more than that. I know there's a few that you do also deal with.
Absolutely. We specialize in gold, silver, platinum, and palladium. And I think the sibling of gold is silver. Obviously, silver is used in the industrial consumption, specifically in electric vehicles and solar panels. And in the last 5 years, what we've noticed is that there's a shortages in silver in comparison to how much we're consuming. And as a matter of fact, right now, it is not economical to recycle silver when it's used in electric vehicles and mainly in solar panels. So what we're seeing is basically silver is getting consumed. In other words, that will an area of demand that is growing, that will put a lot more pressure in the future supply of silver. And then we can look at where is silver in comparison to gold? Is it undervalued? What's the outlook? Just like in any investment, the idea is for you to diversify and have a little bit more flexibility and have a little bit more option. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking this morning as I was driving. Yesterday, we looked at President Trump's 100 days, and we were going over the major accomplishments. What we want to do for your listeners, the first 5 callers, and by the way, there's 0 string attached. The first 5 callers will receive 1 ounce of free silver. One of them very well might be President Trump's coin. So it's important for people to get educated. And because physical precious metals is almost an uncharted territory, once you have a metal in your hand, you see how it works, a lot of the uncertainty is removed. You build confidence and you gradually increase your position. So anyone who contacts the firm, just mention Jack 100. You will receive 1 ounce of silver, no string attached.
There you go. First 5, contact Allegiance Gold, say Jack 100, and boom, you're going to get that free gift from Allegiance Gold. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio.
family, it's time to take a stand. Cable news is a rigged game run by a handful of media giants who decide what you see and what voices get silenced.
Dangerous to our democracy.
They flood your screens with the same scripted spin, while real America's voice fights every day to break through. They don't want networks like RAV because we challenge the narrative. We're independent, unfiltered, and unapologetically American, and that scares them. These corporations force their content into cable packages, crowding out truth-telling, family-first, freedom-loving networks like this one. The RAV family is always at risk of losing the voice we've built together, but we don't back down. Scan the QR code to send a message to Congress. Independent media matters. RAV matters. Let the people choose, not the corporations. RAV family, let's rise up and be heard. More voices, more freedom, more real America. Act now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
You could call it a modern-day gold rush, with gold prices this month reaching all-time highs.
I love gold.
Pricing above $3,000 per ounce.
That's gold, Jerry. Gold!
Fueled in part by economic uncertainty and concern about traditional safe havens for money like U.S. Treasury bonds. Overall, the price of gold futures up about 25% so far this year. Here's some things to know if you decide to go for the gold. There's buying gold bars found everywhere, from specialized gold dealers to Costco. But then there's the question of storing it securely. That could involve buying a safe or renting a deposit box at a bank. Another indirect option could be investing in gold mining companies. And there are financial instruments that track the price of gold too, like gold futures and gold ETFs.
We've seen these moments in history before, even as recent as 2008, 2020, where people are going to clamor after gold in these moments of economic uncertainty, if you will.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Final segment on Human Events Daily, right here on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network. We're talking with Allegiance Gold about the turbulent times and the role that gold and precious metals like silver and platinum and palladium can all play in those times for protecting your family's future and your family's financial health. Because look, I've got kids, I've got a wife. We understand what President Trump is doing, and he's embarked on this great quest to restore American manufacturing and to cut off this system of globalism that's really only been working for the upper echelons of society and doing fairly nothing for the middle class, the lower class, the working class, and Gen Z that's completely priced out of almost society itself. And so our website is protectwithposo.com. You can go there, you can check out everything, or if you would prefer to call, it's 844-577-7676, 844-577-7676. And we're on with Alex Abkarian. He is the co-founder and COO of Allegiance Gold. By the way, Alex, I should have to get you on and just ask, what is, do you think that that's really what President Trump is trying to do? It's not so much, people say it's totally arbitrary, these tariffs and the numbers, et cetera. But to me, it doesn't look like that. It looks like there is actually a large-scale geopolitical grand strategy here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, I think we talked about last time, we're moving away from globalism and we're moving towards nationalism. It is evident by the first American policies, just like President Reagan, made in America for Americans by Americans, which, by the way, he's the one who actually reinvigorated the Coinage Act of the United States Mint back in 1986. Now, with that being said, again, if you're looking at the short term, you're only going to pay attention to the noise. We're going to find out in the next 12 months, 6 to 12 months. What he's trying to do is kind of gut the system. It's not something that will be fixed overnight. We have a trade imbalance, we have a deficit spending, and we have a blooming debt. All of that has to be addressed gradually. Now, a lot of people underestimated how quickly he was able to resolve the border issue. The economical issue, there's a lot of geopolitical parts. We're seeing how the coalitions are playing out. For instance, when we were negotiating with Mexico, Mexico also started putting tariffs on China. Now, China learned its lesson in 2018 when the first tariff started. They've strengthened their numbers. They've learned that there's strength in that. So the BRICS coalition and the BRICS Plus members, what we've noticed is that they're increasing their allocation and their trade agreements. Their goal is little by little to undermine not only the U.S. dominance, but also our currency. So in order for that to be fixed, we have to take a mid to long view. Nothing will be fixed overnight. That as long as there's these gradual moves and there's commitment, we're going to have a little bit more. When we look back, we will see the benefits. Like, for example, with the European Union, people focus on one move at a time. A grandmaster chess player sees 10 to 15 moves ahead of time. And for every sequence of event, there are other variations. So the media is talking about how President Trump is pivoting or he's changing his policies, specifically in terms of all tariff, or let's go ahead and exclude X, Y, and Z, and let's minimize it. But the idea is very simple. In order for us to fix something, sometimes you have to hit where the wound is, just like a doctor. When he diagnoses you or she diagnoses you, the first thing they're going to try to find is where is the pain point. Once they amplify the pain point, they know exactly how to treat it. So we've had tariffs back 300-400 years ago, and it worked. It's just a matter of time. So that way, in terms of deleveraging our debt, regrowing the economy, yes, manufacturing will take some time to come back, but the incentive that he provided in terms of having very low taxes, and we're just starting to see the deregulation. Deregulation doesn't have a immediate impact, so we have to allow some time. And I think, like you said,
that pops, the economy is going to roar. And so, folks, you're going to want to be in good position for when that happens as well. Folks, again, the website is protectwithposo.com. The phone number 844-577-7676. And if you get in there quickly and say Jack 100, you can get your free gift from Allegiance Gold. Alex, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of you at Real America's Voice and Salem Radio Network, you have my permission to lay ashore.